But congratulations again, and thanks so much for dropping by.
Thanks so much, Sally.
The Assembly returns.
Our student journalists are back
It's a really beautiful question.
to interview Andy Lee, Jessica Malboy and more.
You guys are superstars.
The brand new season of The Assembly, streaming now on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the siren sound. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Throws it, kicks on goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running. The 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing, it's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Night camera action, baby. Countdown contact.
Spins around and buries it.
Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out, snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goes square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
Don't get better than this.
100% pure footy.
Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goals.
It's just football at its best.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal, dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang. And snap. And goal. There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal! He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Last week it was all about the appeals board and the welfare investigation at the Carlton Football Club. This week it's been arc changes, draft changes, the stand rule remains, plus the D's have parted ways with their CEO. There's plenty of off-field things to talk about, but the footy is back tonight and the Thursday night lights are burning bright for the Collingwood Magpies and the Hollywood Hawks as we start round 8 of the AFL Premiership season. It's all right here on ABC Sport. It is the Pies and the Hawks. Nick Dacos, can he lead an undermanned Collingwood team into action tonight and try to get Collingwood to an upset victory? I think most people have got these two teams pegged in different categories in the ladder. To start, the Magpies in that mid-table treadmill, and for the Hawks, well, I think most people on the back of 6 straight have them well and truly in premiership contention. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Matt Clinch is here to call the footy with me. Hello, Clinchy.
Good evening, Corby. Good evening, everyone. A crowd of around 75,000 expected tonight, and yet it would have been a lot more than that if Scott Pendlebury had have equalled the record with Brent Harvey tonight. He'll miss off a 5-day break. And when the team sheets came in, it was a disappointment that Jeremy Howe was also outmanaged by McCrew with injury. And while they do get Darcy Moore back in, we're trying to work out where Collingwood sit in this season. It'll just be the 8th time where they have missed Scott Pendlebury and Jeremy Howe in recent history. They're 4 wins and 3 losses, so not as decisive as what you would have expected. And yet I think most people feel like the Hawks is pretty real, what we're seeing. They won their last 6. Can they sustain it? Collingwood, on the other hand, they started red hot last season. They were 14 wins and 2 losses. So what lessons did they learn from last year as to how to sort of stagger their season and perform in the back end? And the big question for me tonight is around Collingwood scoring. Can they get on a trend like we saw against the Bombers last week? How real was that? And can they do it against a side who I think most people feel will be there come September?
Our number one picks are here. Mark Murphy alongside Brett Delidio. First of all, the Richmond champion, GWS footballer, All-Australian, best and fairest, the whole nine. Player agents of the Stars with Max Sports. Brett Delidio. Hello, Lids.
Good evening, gents. Yeah, well, I'm a little bit... I tell you what, it's hard work living the life like Mark Murphy does. Like when you get to ride on private planes and put the lanyard on and go to these events and whatever else. I've come in here a little bit lethargic, but I tell you what, I'm going to get up and about because... I'm excited for this game. Not so much that I think Collingwood are going to throw a heap of punches tonight, but it's just nice to be... How perfect has the weather been? It's been amazing. Ground looks in great nick, and I think we're going to get a pretty bumper crowd.
I'm going to be leaning as far back as I can to try and get some of the rub from the second row. I'm hoping this is contagious. So yeah. Mark Murphy's in his private jet over in California. You're on the PJ during the week.
Yeah.
Amazing. I'm hoping there's something in that.
What were you on the PJ for?
I had a little trip up to Cobram Estate today. Yeah, just a little thing for our podcast and stuff up there, which was nice. Beautiful food, and the oil is top shelf if you get a chance.
Jeez, you could pick the odd two out.
The oil is top shelf.
Oh, rest of the team.
Yeah. We had a real taste tester from top to bottom.
Okay, I'm not interested in
He knows all about oil. He used to rub it all over his arms.
It wasn't the olive oil, that's for sure.
We are living different lives.
We are in different circles.
No doubt about it. Brett Delidio's here. The man who the coaches voted as the premier player in the game back in 2011, the Carlton champion, 300-gamer, former captain, Mark Murphy. Hello, Murph.
I've got Corbin, Clinchy and Lids. Yeah, it's good to see you experience some of what it's like to roll around your own PJ. Just a bit of strut about him today.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, he's not bad, is he? Bit of a cashy, get up there.
That wasn't.
Private jet.
Nope. That's
nice
incorrect.
feed. Matt Wilkinson put on a nice display for you up there, and it's good to see you back here. Anyway, back
just
to
trying to emulate, mate. Flattery, that's where it is. Imitation's the highest form of flattery, isn't it? And that's just leading by. I know I was drafted before you, but you played more games. You were the number 3. You were the captain, all that sort of stuff. I'm just trying to follow your lead.
There is plenty to get into on the footy front tonight. Ben Cameron's going to be downstairs. We'll hear from him in just a moment. He's got a very special guest with him, all the way from the United States of America. So that's coming up shortly. There's no late change here. Hawks Pies, our broadcast game. The big news in the footy world tonight, unfortunately, centres around one of your brethren as a fellow number one pick in Sam Lawler. Has been reported that he's got a partial Achilles tear. Sustained at training earlier today, so as a result, he's not only out of this weekend, but he's going to miss a chunk of footy. So Sam Lawler, the number one pick from a year ago, is out with a partial Achilles tear. That's devastating news for a guy that's already had a few injury interruptions with hammies along the way.
Yeah, not just Sam, but for...
What have they done, Richmond?
I'm not sure. They've kicked a few cats, It's tough to watch, isn't it? When you want to see a side who's committed to a rebuild and wanting to regenerate their youth that haven't come through, but to be able to not get them out on the turf, and especially like your prize one, your number one draft pick in Sammy.
Have you done an Achilles before?
I've had tendinitis, but I have never torn it to the
partial tear. So they'll be very cautious, obviously, with someone who's a number one pick, surgery, and they're not going to feature obviously this year playing finals. They're yet to win a game, obviously. So who knows whether or not we'll see him back playing this year. Hopefully we do, and he can get on top of it pretty quickly.
They're really hard to rehab, Achilles, because you don't get a whole heap of blood flow to it. So it's they can hang around and linger for quite a while. If it is that tear, it doesn't need surgery. They're just hoping it's going to repair itself. It's going to, it could hang around for a while.
So 15 on the Richmond injury list. That's without Sam Lawler. How do you then judge Richmond for the rest of the season? Because we saw the impact it had on the Bombers last year.
Yeah, it makes it really hard, doesn't it? And you just, we talk a little bit about green shoots on here, but you're really just trying to see growth and see players take little steps week in, week out, and see whether they can, beat an opponent, or play consistently for 4 quarters, but then be able to back it up for another week after that. I think that's the only way you can judge it, but it's not wins and losses this year. No way.
This is a sustained problem, though, for Richmond now. They've got the worst injury list in the competition over the last 2.5 years. So that includes Essendon's horror run from last year. So it probably masked a little bit of what was going on at Richmond because the Bombers one was all-time bad. But they've drafted 9 guys in the top 30 in the last 2 years. They've played only 45% of available games. So even their top kids that they've had on their list, they haven't actually been getting games into them as much as what you'd want. We heard about the setback for Josh Smiley during the week. It was a top 10 pick, and now they're trying to reconstruct the way he kicks the ball, because every time he gets up and going, he does some kind of a quad injury. He's had surgery on that, and so now they're trying to sort of build him from scratch. By comparison, by the way, I mentioned this last week, Melbourne have drafted 6 kids over the last 3 years in the top 15. They've played 71% of available games, so Richmond well down on what the rest of the competition is in that category for games played into their top talent. The rest of the teams, quickly, Bo Allen, who was West Coast top pick draft before last, actually went 1 pick before Murphy Reid. He's been omitted by West Coast for that game with Richmond to be played later this weekend. Nick Murray's lost his spot at the Crows. James Borlase comes in along with Dan Curtin, Alex Neil-Bullen and Jake Saligo. Dawson, understandably, is going to miss after his brother's funeral today in Robe. Yesterday in Robe, and then obviously that game's tomorrow night. At the Bombers, Darcy Parish has been rested from round 8, so to play the Brisbane Lions. Elijah Sardis has been dropped.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, that.
Which one, the Darcy Parish or the...
Nah, Darcy Parish I can understand. Calf issues, and he's one of your older players. Yeah, you got a 5-day break. You've got to manage him through. That'd be a red flag straight away for a guy who's had calf injuries. I know exactly what that is. The Elijah Sardis one, you got to give this kid games, don't you, and just see what he's made of. We know what Jade Gresham is, and this is not against Jade Gresham, but this Elijah Sardis, there must be something they're not happy with with him in their midfield.
Seemingly played 2 good games, and then he was...
But there must be something else. There has to be defensive stuff or lack of awareness and spread stuff that we're not picking up as a media outlet.
So how many games has he played this year?
2.
He's played the 3. So he played 2
good ones. He had the first and second highest career disposals he's ever had, and then he had plenty of mates on Anzac Day.
So 29 disposals, a goal against Melbourne, 25 against the Gold Coast, 18 against the Magpies. The 3 games he's played.
Well, Lids is spot on. There must be something that he's really doing that's, he's stinking it up in a way that Brad Scott's thinking, well, we can't continue on with this, or he needs to learn a lesson and go back to VFL. But as you said, Corby, he would have had probably 18 mates out there with him who were just as bad last week, if not worse. So I think, judging on the past 2 weeks prior to that, you go, well, you know what, Elijah, you haven't played well enough this week, but get back to that form of what you showed 2 weeks prior.
The rest of those headlines from the teams. Nick Cox plays his first game in 630 days after his concussion battle, so good luck to him.
Good story.
Dane Zorko comes in for the Lions. Cody Curtin makes his debut in the same game. Tomorrow night at Dockland, 6 changes for the Western Bulldogs, including Tim English coming in. And you think, the Dogs' injury list, 5 omitted, 1 managed of the 6 changes. So Adam Treloar out-managed. The other 5 have been dropped.
That's interesting after watching him last week, wasn't it?
He wasn't moving too freely. Sam De Koning returns. Mark Blitzarv's out injured. Meanwhile, the Blues up against the Saints. Sard, Ollie Hollands, Mackay and Pitternet, the 4 that come in for the Blues. Isaac Heaney's back for the Swans. They play the D's on Sunday. And then Kieran Briggs gets another look at it, given Nick Madden is out injured.
Got the double, the VFL. Carlton taking on St Kilda on Saturday on ABC TV, and then obviously the AFL game at night. George Hewitt's still in the VFL.
Had 40 last week.
Not enough to force your way back in?
Not enough. Amazing, yeah. Good, even better news, though, for the VFL. Cody Walker's going to make his debut, which is exciting for Blues fans, Move.
It'll be good to go down there and watch that. I'm going to go down and watch young Andrew's son go around and see how Cody goes. Looking forward to seeing how he plays wearing the navy blue for the first time in the VFL.
That's our game.
That's our game. Max King's playing his second game in the reserve, so we'll get to see him again. Only had the 4 disposals and looked a little out of place, having not featured so much in the last 12 months, but yeah, it should be a cracker.
12 noon on ABC TV. Across the country, that's Eastern Standard Time. You can make your adjustments and find it on iView if you're not on ABC TV in Victoria. The draft changes during the week. This is your space, Lids, obviously, as a player agent. What do you make of it? So you can only use 2 picks now to match an academy, father-son, NGA early on in the first round. What's your thoughts on the adjustments that the league's made?
Well, the adjustments, I think the concerning thing for me is if you bid inside the top 5, you get then a compensation pick at the end of the first round or start of the second round, which usually you'd see if it's Richmond this year, they would just take the first available and have that as their prize pick. But now there's a reward for saying, well, if Cody Walker's that person, we're going to bid on Cody. Carlton then get the number 1 pick. They'll get pick 2, but they'll also get pick 21 or whatever it is.
Surely that's what's going to happen, isn't it?
Well, absolutely. Why wouldn't you? If you're Richmond or West Coast or whoever it may be near the bottom of the ladder, yeah, you're definitely going to bid, and therefore you're giving up the number 1 pick, but you're getting the next available, which means that, Carlton then have to pay a higher price as well. But I just feel like all it's doing is we're robbing Peter to pay Paul in different areas, and we're not actually getting an even competition, or an even draft pool. So, I love the romance of the father-son. I get that side of things, but if we take away the NGA and the academy stuff, you're not going to see clubs invest any time or effort into it. So you're not going to actually develop these kids. So it is it's a tricky one. I get it, but I'd rather see it all scrapped, to be honest. And
everything gone,
clean draft.
No father-son.
Otherwise, it's too manipulated. Like, how is it not? You're just not getting. So ultimately, we look at North Melbourne.
What about it, Murph? You were ahead of the game.
I said no.
You did say no, but you look at North Melbourne, they should arguably have Nick Dacos, Will Ashcroft, and maybe Sam Darcy playing for their side right now. But because of the father-son rules and wherever they are, you're not getting the absolute best talent. I think you've got some great kids there, but imagine having those three in your side.
At least the right kid will go number one every year at least.
That's true.
Because if you've got the number one pick and you bid, and then the team that you're trying to call their bluff doesn't match, you're going to end up with him as number one. So
that's true.
I can understand that unless it's an absolute top premium talent, you're not going to be bidding for the sake of it.
Yeah. But in saying all of that, I like the academies and being able to invest. But it should only be. I don't think you should be able to have those kids coming in and train with you full time, like I think happens sporadically.
So the timing's interesting too. That. David Kosh was up in arms the other day, I saw, and he had a little backhander saying it's the VFL. The next two teams that are in it hurt more than Port Adelaide, or as much as Port Adelaide, is Carlton and Essendon. So I don't know how that helps them. Maybe it helps it should have called it the NEFL. Maybe it helps the teams in northeast Australia in Brisbane.
So the example Greg Swan uses, if Carlton wanted Walker with pick 1, their current pick would be pick 3, where they sit on the ladder. They'd have to get another first-round pick. So they'd have to get a pick at the end of the first round, which they'd have to trade for. So either give up a player or give up a draft pick to get basically 2 first-round picks to get the number 1 draft pick. The question is going to be as to whether that's enough, for a player of Nick Dacos' standard, that when you do have a generational type talent player, is his 2 first-round draft picks enough? But you've got to start somewhere.
I think it's much more fair than it was, isn't it? You can understand what they're trying to do.
But I still think it's probably too hard if you've got to give up 2 first 6 or 7 picks to pick up a kid going 1 or 2. I just think that's a bit tough.
Where the problem has been is that the Lions have finished on top, but then replenished in the draft with Levi, Will Ashcroft, Dan Annable, Sam Marshall, as well as all academy projects prospects in the the first round.
This is a result of the farce of giving picks 34, 36, and 41,
and that's what they want to get rid of.
Yeah, which is fair enough.
Free agency and being able to pick the eyes out of where their holes were.
So now the Northern States are looked after. It's time to bring it in, and the teams that are disadvantaged, the teams that are consistent draws, plenty of people go to the footy anyway. Port Adelaide have got a good following. Carlton and Essendon.
Yeah.
Teams have been in misery for 20 years. As fans still roll up. So it's an interesting timing rather than that. I mean, they could have grandfathered it in line with Tasmania, which felt like it would have made sense. That Tasmanian draft's going to be so compromised anyway.
Yeah.
And then at least once we go out of it, then you can...
And it could have given... clubs a chance to plan and prepare for what it looks like. I think this is just come on and going, okay, now we need to adjust ourselves.
The thoughts of Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio, Matt Clench, myself, Corbin Middleman, Ben Cameron. We'll hear from him in just a moment. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport ahead of the Pies and the Hawks. There's no late change here at the MCG. I had the chance earlier to catch up with the Chief Executive of the Hawthorn Football Club, Ashley Klein, and I started by asking him about this, the draft changes and how he feels about them from the Hawthorn Football Club's point of view.
I think at the moment we'll just obviously wait and see what happens when it unfolds in the across the next few drafts. But we haven't probably been as vocal as others, but a change was needed. The change has been made, and no doubt there'll be people adapting and clubs adapting as it all unfolds.
There's a young lad with the last name Hodge that's getting around in the underage setup at the moment. Does it impact the club at all on that front?
No, I don't think so at this stage. But yeah, we certainly have a keen eye on him. No doubt Brisbane do as well, and it'd certainly be amazing to have the Hodge name back in the lineup in years to come. So, but we'll let his footy unfold. He's got a big year ahead in both the under 18 competition and whether he plays any reserves games as well. We'll see how it goes.
Play movement, the whole window and what it entails. Obviously, the Hawks have been active in the past. I think you've got 9 guys in the 23 tonight that are recycled players, for lack of a better term, guys that have come from other AFL homes before getting here. Last off-season, you met with Zach, or the senior coach met with Zach Merritt and also Oscar Allen, two captains of opposition teams. Ultimately, they didn't end up coming there, but both of them were made public in the aftermath. Are you worried about what that means for your footy club if you try and sit down with other players that, hey, this has been the precedent that the last two meetings, or at least two public meetings that you've had, have both been made quite public?
Look, we're not worried by it. You certainly don't want these things playing out in the public, but yeah, we're certainly not worried by it. But what we want to do is always improve our list, and we'll be in the game, to do so. But I'm sure that 17 other clubs are doing the same thing, and sometimes these things come to light in the media and the public, and others don't. So yeah, we've had a really strong success in that with Tommy Barras, Josh Battle, and others in the past, and we'll continue to be active to improve our list. Have you had to go back to work on being a little more clandestine and make sure that you're not getting caught in the act? We'll make sure everything's under disguise next time. So we'll make sure Sam and others have a disguise on next time we go down that path. Are you still in the Zach Butters race? Again, I'd say 17 other clubs are probably in the Zach Butters race. He's an amazing player, and so no doubt Port Adelaide want to keep him. So we'll probably won't entertain what we are and what they're not doing in the public domain. But we're going to always improve our list, and someone like Zach would do that to any club. It has been reported though that you're out. So you're saying that's not the case? I'll leave that to media speculation. Okay. Other issues in and around the footy club at the moment. So the Tasmania deal. Obviously, there's a new team coming into the competition in Tasmania. You've been a long time tenant down there playing home games. What's going to happen when the Devils come into the competition? Well, the Devils come in 2028, and the stadium's obviously a big part of that too. We've shown, and we had an amazing game down there last weekend. We've had I think we've won 11 straight, and we've had 25 years down there. We've come out publicly in the last few weeks around our intent and want to stay, but we're working with the AFL and the Devils as to what that looks like, and we'll continue to work with those parties accordingly. Is it big enough for both of you? I think so. Yeah. Yep. So do I, by the way, for whatever it's worth. Not that you're here and interested in my opinions, I'm sure, on all of this, but it does feel like a bit of a contradiction that Tasmania are asking, that they feel like they're ready for their own team and it's a big enough place to host that, and yet to have additional football games, it's not that big. So it feels like, hey, we're big enough to have our team, but we're not so big that we want other teams playing games here. Do you have a couple of proposals as to what it would look like? Is there a way you can do it and potentially make sure that you host the Devils to ensure that they get a little bit out of it too, as as the away team as such, playing against Hawthorn down there? Yeah, there's a whole bunch of scenarios, and as I said, we've loved our 25 years down there. The stadium is being built down, obviously in Hobart, and the $135 million redevelopment at UTAS Stadium is halfway through right now. So, there's a whole bunch of scenarios, and we'll work with the AFL on what that looks like moving forward. Ashley Klein, the Chief Executive of the Hawthorn Football Club, not the NRL referee. No, definitely not the NRL referee. Do you ever get that from time to time? Unfortunately, it pops up occasionally, and he's not the most liked person, so I'm really happy to distance myself from that. But he's certainly done a lot of grand finals and been there for a long time. So I'll part ways that way. Speaking of new facilities, obviously the Hawks are recently in Dingley in your new facility. There's been all this talk about the weather. It's so windy out there. Talk about how you can possibly try to put factors in place to try and stop the wind being such an impact on the training facility. What have you done? What can you do? How big a concern is it? It's not a huge concern. It's certainly something we knew going out there. This has been in the making for 10 years, and like everything, we were building an old waste fill site. So there was all those complications early on, and in terms of what the narrative was, there was no problem when we built it. We did a lot of work remediating it. We've built it really swiftly, really quickly. The club, the players, the members love it. They love coming out. We're playing our big 500th game in alignment with Box Hill tomorrow night out at KCC. And so we can't wait to host the games there. Hopefully host the AFLW matches there as well. In terms of wind, there was no wind out there this week. It's like anywhere in Melbourne, like Waverley Park was, and like Paul Salmon said with Windy Hill, every ground has some sort of issue in some regard with wind or weather. We'll work on what that looks like. But as I said, it's no surprise to us that at different days there's different conditions to deal with. Have you started chatting to Sam Mitchell about a new contract? Obviously, he's got until the end of next season currently. Yeah, Sam's been an amazing coach for us since he started. A huge changeover, no doubt. On from a list perspective, we won't probably go into the media and speculation of what the contract is and when we start all those conversations, etc. But we see Sam. Sam sees a home at Hawthorn for a long period of time.
The spectre of Tasmania coming into the competition. I noticed, that those things were brought into the media discussion about, hey, he's off at the end of 2027, 2028. There's a new team coming into Tasmania. He's got a new management team recently. Does that worry you?
No, we're really comfortable with Sam's out. Sam's, as I said, he's got unfinished business. He's done an incredible job for the last couple of years in particular, and even since he's taken over. And the rise has been on that from a ladder stance, but also the people around and the players around that love playing with him, and the staff and the coaches. So, no, we're really excited with what the future looks, with Sam.
The VFL's back home on the ABC. You can catch it on ABC TV from 12 noon every Saturday. Just last week, Box Hill were on our air, and this week, Box Hill celebrate a pretty special milestone. What is it?
Yeah, as I mentioned, it's a 500-game alignment with Box Hill. It's been, I think, the premium alignment between two clubs, the VFL club and AFL, over time. A number of premierships, a number of amazing players, including our senior coach himself. He's done the whole gamut there. He's played there, won a Liston Trophy there, coached there, and now overseeing our program. So, yeah, we're up with our alignment. They've got an amazing redevelopment happening themselves. This game's a big game, as I said, Collingwood tomorrow night, 7 o'clock down at Dingley. But yeah, they'll be back at Box Hill in a brand new, redeveloped stadium and venue in a few weeks' time.
Some of the numbers are unbelievable. So from the year 2000 onwards, you've won essentially 3 in every 5 games during that period, which is phenomenal. 7 premierships, 3 in the VFL, 4 in the AFL during that time. You've had 38 players elevated, and you've played all finals all by 5 seasons. We've seen other clubs in the competition, AFL, VFL, for example, go their separate ways in recent times. Either VFL teams wanting to be standalone, the AFL teams wanting their own affiliate, whatever it turns out to be. Why has it worked for Hawthorn and Box Hill in a way that it hasn't for so many other teams?
Yeah, look, I can't speculate on the other teams, but I certainly know intrinsically what happens with our clubs. There's a strong alignment from an off-field and an on-field sense. So the off-field is really aligned. We provide a lot of support, but they've got some great people running that club off the field. But then on the field, we've got David Meary coaching right now, who's obviously a great of both clubs. He had a great Box Hill career, and then obviously came across to Hawthorn as well. But there's just such strong alignment across all levels. And as I said, the development coaches for our men's AFL program work with the Box Hill program. The training at the moment, it's all over summer, there's been a training with Box Hill out at our venue at night, and there's just a great synergy as a result.
Ashley, appreciate your time. Good luck tonight and the rest of the way with the mighty Fighting Hawks in 2026. Appreciate your time.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Bob.
Ashley Klein, the Chief Executive of the Hawthorn Football Club, not to be confused with Ashley Klein, the NRL referee, of course. There's no late change. The Hawks and the Pies here at the mighty MCG. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clench, Ben Cameron, Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio, your call team. Have you been out to Dingley, Liz?
I have, yeah. I went and watched the pre-season game out there between Oakley and Easton, actually.
Is it windy?
It was windy. Yep. But we trained a lot out at Craigieburn, mate, and that's equally as windy, so makes it easy as a viewer. You just sit at one end, and that's where the play is.
Facilities out of 10?
I haven't been through it, the actual facilities yet, but speaking to a good friend of mine in Big Rough, he said, mate, it's like a 5-star hotel. Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
Guinea up against his old team tonight. He plays well against the Pies too. I think he's got the top votes in the Brownlow in one of the 4 games he's played against them. He's 2-2. He also averages 25 disposals a game against them, which is 5 more than any other team. So saves his best for his old mob. Has he got a new dude tonight?
He's got the fresh rinse. Yeah, it's freshly slim shaded. Yeah, looks like Marshall Mathers.
Bit of lids about that.
Yeah, I never went to shave dome with the blonde locks, but I don't mind it. I might bring it back over summer. What do you reckon?
I reckon you should.
Yeah.
That'd be good, I reckon. You're 40 next year. I reckon.
Oh, yeah. So maybe I'll do it for my birthday. I reckon.
Does not look 40, Brett Delidio, must be fair to be said.
Thanks, Clinchy.
Does Finn McGuinness go to Nick tonight?
Well, we start on the bench, so I can't see how that will... it might happen, like if it's a break glass in case of emergency, yeah, but I think they've got to back themselves in. They're just across the board. They're going to be a better side, I think, tonight, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's interesting that they've only really matched up against each other twice. One time he spent half the game on him, kept him to 10 disposals. And the other time was that outlier game, the lowest disposals of Nick's career, and we learned in the aftermath that he actually had the busted knee.
Yes.
And Obviously only played 60% of game time. He was kept to 5 disposals that night. So we'll see what happens tonight, but that's a good insight starting on the bench. Finn McGuinness, so don't expect him to be on Nick Dacos, at least from the very, very start. You can hear the theme playing in the background, which means we're about to do a little reset. We're going to pick up some of our audience, and then we'll be back here. Ben Cameron's got a very special guest. If you're an NFL fan, stick around for that down on the Boundaries Edge. Coming up, this is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Why do we collect things? And how much is too much? Join me, Annabelle Crabb, as I venture into the secret stacks of the State Library of New South Wales and discover that most of the collection isn't books at all. Search for the History or Hoarding podcast on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
The well-trodden path. Lockett, Hall, Franklin, and now Curnow. The grass is greener at the SCG.
Back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
On his left, he couldn't bang through a third, can he? You bet he can!
Kicks from 45 on the run. And they've made it 6 in a row. What a goal. Nick Dacos takes the advantage, eyes the goals, and kicks it. DNA doesn't lie.
Want it down.
Socket off the ground by Will Ashcroft.
He's a freak.
That is just that. Freakish.
Welcome to the 2026 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and ABC Listen.
You take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
The 4-3 Magpies, they rose to the occasion on Anzac Day here at the MCG. It is a step up in class tonight as they take on the red-hot Hawks, winners of 6 straight, and in fact one of only 3 6-win teams in the competition, sitting towards the top of the premiership table. Both teams off a short rest. The Hawks get a little stronger, the Pies a little weaker at selection. There is no late change. Collingwood and Hawthorn. It is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. It's been an absolutely banging day in Melbourne. Got to 25 degrees. Even during game time, it's going to hover between 21 and 18. So beautiful night at the mighty MCG with over 75,000 expected. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch in commentary. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio, our number one picks, and Ben Cameron downstairs on the Boundaries Edge. We'll get to him in just a moment, but always a big night, Clinchy, when these two teams come together. They both draw well, particularly when they're up and going, and another bumper crowd expected tonight.
And have perennially competed in finals, so you've got to go back the last 9 times they've alternated the winner. Hawks have had a couple of big occasions where they won by 60 points plus, and Tom Mitchell's getting recognised on the big screen, so having announced his retirement at the end of the year, a premiership player, of course, with Collingwood in 2023, Brownlow medalist with the Hawks, and started his career with 65 games at the Swans. So he's doing a little lap of honour with his family, and a great chance for him to be celebrated. It's probably one of the things that the game has done better in recent history, and we'll have, of course, the big game for Scott Pendlebury in a week or so's time. That won't be tonight, and looking forward to seeing how the Pies shape up against the side in Hawthorn, who most feel will be there come the pointy end of the season.
More from Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio as we work our way through our number one picks and the All-Australian pair with us, as always, on ABC Sport. But for now, let's kick it down to Ben Cameron, who's on the Boundaries Edge. Ben.
Thanks, Corbin. Well, I'm down here with the man who hosts 7 hours of commercial-free football that starts now, every Sunday. Scott Hansen, what are you doing down here?
Well done. I am here I'm on a reconnaissance mission. 11 September, the NFL will see an atmosphere like the NFL hasn't even seen, and that the whole sports world hasn't seen with pro football coming to Australia. So I'm here down on the field to get an AFL feel for it and to scout out the G. And it's impressive here a couple hours before the game.
So we need to explain to people in Australia who might not watch Red Zone. In the NFL, all games, or the majority of games, played on Sunday after Thursday night, and then there's Monday night. A lot of games running concurrently.
Correct.
And what you do is you take us to the interesting game at any given moment called NFL Red Zone. So is that how you'd explain it to people?
100%. I guess imagine that there were, let's say, 8 AFL games that had interest all around the country of Australia kicking off at the same exact time. They don't call it kickoff. They call it, what do they call it here?
Well, we call it the bounce, but we've removed the bounce. So now it's actually a ball up, yeah.
Ball, okay, interesting. Well, kickoff in the United States, but all happening simultaneously. And with the stop-start nature of NFL football, I can show you one play from Dallas and then take you to one play from Los Angeles, take you one play from Chicago, take you one play from New York, and we go for 7 straight hours like that all around the NFL, and fans lose their mind over it. And I hear from Australian and New Zealand fans all the time, they wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning on Monday morning to watch Red Zone. That's extraordinary.
It's usually about 4 o'clock. I think when the clocks change with daylight saving here or there, I get confused with which way it goes. I normally get up and watch my sorry Jets. We don't feature on Red Zone all that often, unfortunately.
No. Yes, you do, but they're just on defense when I show the Jets. Hey, tide's going to turn for the Jets someday.
Oh, let's hope everything that's old is new again at the Jets. But your first impressions of this ground, I heard you saying earlier, I hope I'm not breaking confidences here, but I think you're going to speak to Brock Purdy about what to expect.
So I've gotten to know Brock Purdy a little bit in the offseason, do some charity events and things like that with him. And he doesn't know that I'm here right now, but I'm going to take some videos and send him. I'll be like, hey, here's the atmosphere. Here's what you're looking at, because they're only going to get maybe one time to come in here before game day. And a couple things that strike me. The atmosphere, it's going to be electric. There's 100,000 people, the biggest stadium in the Southern Hemisphere, and like one of the sporting meccas of, like, NFL players are big-time athletes who love that atmosphere. The second thing that hits me, though, is the surface area on the field is extreme. And I want to see where they place the NFL field and the goalposts and what type of space the players will be operating with on the sidelines. The players will be interested in that as well. But look, the whole country in the United States can't wait for the NFL season to kick off. And the fact that the NFL values this Melbourne game so much that they make it the second game of the year, only behind the Super Bowl champion Seahawks season debut, it speaks to how big the NFL feels this atmosphere will be and how much they want to see the sport grow in this great country.
Oh, I think the already existing fan base and the growing fan base as well, which is significant here. What do you know of our game? What are you expecting to see tonight?
I know what I watched on about 5 different YouTube videos on the flight from Los Angeles to Melbourne. Look, it's a continual game. I know, 18 players on each side. The contact needs to be made from the knees to the shoulders. Is that correct?
Yep, that's right.
But you can rough them up. I'm just here to see some speckies. Yeah. That's what I want today. Did I use that term correctly?
You did.
Okay.
And you'll have a new appreciation for the kicking game. I was actually at the Red River Rivalry college football game a couple of years ago in Dallas at the State
Texas,
Fair.
Oklahoma.
I was sitting there and I said, oh, gee, that's a good punt. The guy in front of me turned around and he said, gee, you guys really appreciate the kicking game. And we certainly do here in Australia. So last one for me. We went on the last day of our season. All of the games to happen at once, so no one has an inbuilt advantage of knowing.
Does it happen or it does happen?
It doesn't. We want it to happen.
Sure.
So some of our broadcasters have been campaigning for that. Do you think it would work? Could we have a red zone style model to broadcast that?
I will tell you this. If the powers that be can decide to make that happen, not only for the fans' enjoyment, but for the competitive sake, and you do a red zone style broadcast, you'll never go back. It will change the way you watch AFL.
Scott, you're full of life and energy, and that's what we love. It gets us going on a Monday morning in Australia when we wake up and put Red Zone on. Enjoy the game tonight.
I will. I thank you so much for having me here, and can't wait to text Brock Purdy and say, hey, here's what you're in for when you come down under.
How good's that? The face of NFL Red Zone, Scott Hansen, downstairs with our own Ben Cameron. What do you reckon? Last day of the season, could we get a little AFL Red Zone going? Shotgun starts, all the teams at the same time, as a perfect conclusion to the regular season.
Like on a Saturday or a Sunday?
Or a Sunday, whichever day you prefer. You run them all at the same time.
Yeah.
Take out the ones that are consequential to the makeup of now the wild card spots or the finals or whatever it turns out to be. And then as they're all filtering through, you have it as one huge entertainment product, dip in and out of the best bits.
Not sure it works, but that's okay.
No. We're going to get Friday nights at start, at separate times. The double headers is all for TV. So the idea that we could change the way they broadcast the game at the moment, it's great in the NFL, but can't see it happening in our code.
Come with me, Murph.
Yeah, I'm all for it. I reckon it'd be great. Do they do that in the EPL?
They do. Yeah, it's called the Last Day, or they've got some fancy name around it. I'm not a football fan, but yeah.
Text us. Let us know.
I think they definitely do in the EPL.
They do.
Yeah. I reckon it's a good way to finish it. Have something hanging on the last day anyway.
Yeah, imagine like you tipped, so last year, like the Western Bulldogs Fremantle game, and I think it was the Giants and the Saints.
Just seeing the updated ladder.
All running at the same time. You have the live ladder moving up and down.
I'll tell you, who'd love it is all the bars and clubs around Melbourne. There's a lot of Melbourne teams that are on that last day.
So you get less slots filled across the weekend, so there might not necessarily be an early Saturday game or whatever it turns out to be, or a Saturday night here and there because they're all on at the same time. But I would actually argue you're almost creating more drama having them all at the same time than you would be if they're all sort of disparate games all over the place.
Push it.
Let us know. 0437 774 774, the SMS number 0437 774 774. No late change here at the G. A bit more footy chat, our kind of footy, downstairs with Ben Cameron. He's inside the Pies camp. Ben.
Thanks, Corbin. I am down here with Matthew Boyd, one of the Collingwood assistant coaches. A 5-day break. How did you guys approach it?
Yeah, it's always a little bit of a challenge to try and squeeze into 5 days what you usually get in 7, but it was important for us just to freshen the players up, lighten the load a little bit, and ensure that we only really put in front of them the main thing. So had a good training session. When was it on Tuesday? Captain's run yesterday, and we're here already. So it goes pretty quick.
I have always kind of wondered, for an assistant coach, when you've got to code the last game, you've got to plan the week ahead, you've got to prepare all of the meetings, deliver the meetings, like how congested is a 5-day break?
Well, it's much easier for the players than it is for the coaches, that's for sure. I think actually the players really enjoy the idea of a 5-day break because there's no real time to dwell on anything or sit in the last performance too much, even though it was a pretty good performance. They just sort of recover and get going again. But yeah, it is quite a challenge for the coaches, and you just have to make sure that you're picking out the main things and not trying to delve too deep into all the minutiae of the previous performance.
The Hawks have a few to stop. I think Craig McRae said as much during the week. The Wizard is clearly one, Nick Watson, that you have to keep a very close eye on. How do you do that tonight? What does it look like from a Collingwood point of view?
Yeah, it's quite a challenge, really. He's the most informed small forward in the competition. I think he's the number 1 ranked small forward or general forward in the comp at the moment. He's kicking multiple goals. He's looking very dangerous every time he touches the ball. So, yeah, it's going to be a challenge for us. I think we've got a back line that's quite versatile, and we've got some players in the back half of our field who, have some really, really good traits that should be able to deal with Nick, albeit Hawthorn have also got some other really dangerous small forwards like Ginnivan and Moore as well, who are challenging to opposition defences. So I'm not going to give away what the actual plan is, but suffice to say we've got one for him.
Come on, you can't just whisper it?
I can't just whisper it, no.
Just on Scott Pendlebury, there was some criticism about the fact that he played so late into the game last week. Was the plan always that he would rest this 5-day break, and was that the reason that he did play so much of the fourth quarter?
Yeah, I mean, he knows his body really well, and Jared Wade, our high-performance manager, is really good at what he does, and these things don't... We're trying to look weeks in advance here, and they don't just eventuate out of thin air. So I feel like that decision was a smart one, given that 5-day break, and it was pretty unlikely to play this game anyway. So was able to chop out a few of the other players who reduced their game time, and hopefully a little bit fresher for today.
5-day break generally means a longer break into the next game. Enjoy, hopefully, a weekend off after a win. Matt, appreciate your time.
Love to have a weekend off with a win, yes, for sure.
Ben Cameron downstairs with Matthew Boyd inside the Collingwood camp. There's no late change ahead of the Pies and the Hawks. So just repeating, no late change, Collingwood and Hawthorn. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch to call the action. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Our number 1 picks, Brett Deledio and Mark Murphy. We'll get a little closer focus on what's happening tonight and inside the two teams. But just to recap the big story in the last few hours, unfortunately, centres around a number 1 pick in Sam Lawler, who's got a partial Achilles tear. And as a result, he's not only not making the trip to Perth to play the West Coast Eagles, but he's going to miss a chunk of footy injured at training earlier today, so no Sam Lawler. Understandably, another huge week for the Dawson family after the funeral of Jared Dawson yesterday, so Jordan Dawson is going to miss the showdown. They do get Dan Curtin back. At Essendon, Nick Cox will play his first game in 630 days. Meanwhile, Darcy Parish has been rested, and the Western Bulldogs have made 6 changes. One of them coming back in is Tim English, so that's good news from the Bulldogs' perspective. All right, tonight's game, Scott Pendlebury and the management of him. There's obviously a lot of focus on it this week on the back of his 4th Anzac medal last Saturday. Have they got it right, the Pies, not playing the 38-year-old off the short week?
Yeah, 5-day break. I spoke about it with Darcy Parish before. I mean, he's 38. Yeah, he's not getting any younger, and it takes longer and longer for you to recover. As professional as he is, I think you just got to.
They would have mapped out.
This would have happened back in January.
Yeah,
as soon as the draw comes out, or whenever the draw came out, I was like, right, that's a 5-day break. You might play Anzac Day, big game, huge game. Doesn't matter where we are in the season. You're missing that one.
Kane Corns was very critical of the fact how much game time he played 93% in the last quarter.
But that's okay because he knew he had this week off. You're going to manage him in that game so he can then get up and play another 50-60% of this game against Hawthorn and jeopardise the rest of your season.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's a bit chicken and the egg, isn't it? Like, you could say, hey, he wouldn't have played that much if the plan was for him to back up on a short
That's
week.
right. It's a good bit of theatre, though. We all enjoyed watching that last quarter. It's something on just Pendlebury watch, wasn't it, really?
Unbelievable. So what do you end up with? 43 and 2 career highs for him. Craig McRae spoke about it during the week in the conversation that he'd had with his champion Scott Pendlebury on Tuesday.
Pendle's, funny enough, I had a conversation with him yesterday and he was pretty keen to miss this game, so he'll be managed. Like 38-year-olds, 5-day breaks, all those things. But it's not like it's a reacting to this game. It's sort of, it was planned to some degree. I know, certainly the minutes going into the game was something we're conscious of. We'll see how he's going and play a bit extra minutes in this game with the eye of not playing next week. But it was never completely ruling him out until, like I said, we talked to the athlete. The athlete says, I think I'll enjoy the break.
Was there ever a consideration of him playing limited minutes in the last quarter and a half once the game was sort of sewn up?
No. I think there's definitely a level of like he's going well and let this guy enjoy the day. I don't want to forecast the future, but it might be his last ever Anzac Day, so to enjoy that whole experience. And then athletes in the zone, they're in flow. There's all that. But ultimately, we listen to our athletes and what they want to do, and we never ruled out next week, but it was sort of more leaning towards him not playing this game. He's quite unique because there's obviously this whole big thing that's never been done before, so we're living in that space. But then there's we're trying to qualify, and when we qualify, good positive language for our fans, when we qualify, we want our best players available. So, do you think he can play every week to get to the time of the year when we think we need him most? Well, we're going to manage that, and we're trying to work through that week to week.
Craig McRae, his midweek presser. Does he go on next year, Scott Pendlebury?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe.
The 5 on the bench helps.
It does.
It depends how he finishes off the last two months, really. I mean, if he plays the sort of football he did last week, well, yes, but
he also could finish like he did in the prelim with a torn calf.
That's right.
5 minutes in. Right. So it's again, I think that's a wait and see sort of.
More likely or less likely?
Less likely, in my opinion, but not because of his performance. It's just because he's ready.
I'm with you. Less likely?
I just think more likely after an Anzac medal, but there's still more than half the season to go.
I think less likely. Just based on where I think Collingwood are at and where they're going to get to next year. I think you can't keep on playing him until he's 40. I think that for that football club, I don't think they're going to challenge in the next couple of years anyway. So,
could he play just as a half forward though?
He's still got the one thing. He's never had pace, so that's one thing he's got on his side. He's got the vision and the awareness to be able to still contribute in a big way. It depends on how they manage him this year, how he runs out the remaining parts of this season, and whether or not he's mentally up for it as well. So I think they would leave the ball in his court if he's physically able and still playing good football. The question comes back to Scott to say, well, are you mentally ready to go for next year?
Here come the Hawks, led out by James Sicily. He missed last week through suspension, as did Dylan Moore, and despite their absence, they still won by nearly 50 points. Interestingly, the banner which reads, back at the G under the lights, we play primetime footy, it's our way. So there's the Hawthorn banner. It was rhyming for a large period. I'm not sure they hit the nail on the head on the come home line, but We got there. So they're out on the park.
Big build-up, didn't quite finish it off.
I think so. I think they were heading down the right path, and then I'm not sure the strong line at the end hit the nail on the head. The Hawks are out there. They're all in their gold jumpers tonight with the brown stripes and the white shorts. They've made the 2 changes. So Sicily and Moore comes in. Out goes Morrison and Dalton. No late change.
And a 50th game for Ned Reeves, who might have thought had they not changed the interchange policy, they might not be playing 2 rucks. So alongside Lloyd Meek, it's one of the big challenges for Collingwood tonight.
Yep.
Oscar Steen has done so well alongside Darcy Cameron, but who can get on top of the midfield will play such a pivotal role in deciding can Collingwood restrict Hawthorn.
No, you're right. It's good to see and pleasing to see for young Ned Noodle Reeves, his ability to impact games and not just be the
Noodle.
Yeah, the arms like big pool noodles.
Inflatable tube man, the car shop.
Yeah, but he's able to impact games and not just be that guy who came in if Lloyd Meek was out, and that's they've had some really good clearance numbers and the ability to take it to other teams. But young Oscar Steen, he's certainly impressed me with the way he's jumping at the footy and giving them dominance, inside the centre square. But
deft touches, doesn't he, with his hands, the way in which he can move the ball.
Yeah.
He's putting it to advantage really well for, especially Nick Dacos. I mean, that stands out because you see the way in which Nick explodes out of contest.
Exactly.
But you look back at where the ruckman puts it, so he's putting it in some good areas for his star on baller. He just needs a few more blokes around him to help him out.
Who wins that battle tonight? Meek and Reeves or
so.
Cameron and Steen?
No, I think so. Darcy Cameron hasn't been quite at the same level he has been over the last probably 2 years, but I like what Meek's doing around the ground, and I like the ability of Reeves inside the centre bounce. He'll have his work cut out with Steen because he's a jumper and he gets up there. But I think overall, it's the Hawks got better with the additions of Sicily and Moore, but I feel like the Pies they've got a lot weaker with the guys they've lost during the week.
The smoke machine's going off in the wide race here at the MCG, which is always where Collingwood come out. And for just the second time this year, the club captain, Darcy Moore, is the man who leads them out onto the MCG. The first time he's done it here, the only other game he played was against GWS on a Friday night at Docklands. He was coming back from calf injuries and a bursa behind his knee. He then did his hamstring on the return, so he's missed a chunk of footy again, and he leads the Magpies tonight. They've got the Guard of Honour with all the fans, friends and family alongside them. And a nice little embrace between a few of them as they make their way through the banner. Also a little shout out for the Magpies too and their game night experience. I don't mind the lights dim, the flashing lights around the stadium along with the squawking magpie.
Yeah.
Feels like there's only so much you can do on a big oval-shaped ground here at the MCG, and yet
bit of fan engagement, Corb.
Trying to make it their thing. A little bit something different. I know the Bombers have the air horn siren and a few clubs have different things, but it's a bit different to like an NBA game or an NFL game or whatever, where you've got a little bit more flexibility in a smaller sporting field. Plus, you can't really turn the lights off completely because one other team's out there having to kick around. So all of that baked into it. Just on the Magpies, 4 changes. Darcy Moore comes in. Ned Long, who is strategically managed out of Anzac Day, so he comes back in tonight. Jack Buller gets another go at it. He's kicked a bag in the VFL. He's kicked 11 goals in his last 3 games after going goalless in his first 2 as a Magpie to start the season. And one of my favourites, Will Parker, former cricketer, former leg spinner with Victoria and the Hobart Hurricanes. He comes in for his first run since round 1. They lose a fair bit of experience. They lose Pendlebury, Howe and McCreary, 3 of their premiership players, plus Tim Membry is going to be out for a month of footy. So seemingly the Hawks get a little stronger Murphy selection and the Pies get a little weaker.
Yeah, that's right. I think they probably had their back up against it really coming into tonight, Collingwood. When you look at those outs, we know obviously Pendlebury and Howe, what they contribute, but Bo McCreary is the one who just offers so much on the offensive end for Collingwood. I mean, we know what Nick Dacos can do and Josh Dacos can do, but he's been really important coming up through the midfield this season, Bo McCreary. So he's a tough one to lose for tonight, especially against the Hawthorn midfield and the way in which they run and spread and use the football. So he's a big loss for them tonight.
The one I'm looking forward to watching, and this is not for the Collingwood point of view, but for Hawthorn, it's Cal Shadir and how he gels in that forward line with Mitch Lewis and Jack Gunston. He's been brought into the side. Marby Orchol obviously out with a bad hammy. I thought he was okay last week. He's youthful. He jumps at the footy. I'm interested to see how he goes. I feel like he's been made to earn his spot a little bit more, and Sam Mitchell hasn't just gifted him games, but I think he's an incredible talent who can really be that forward beacon for them. Once probably Jack Gunston does retire or move on, that he's the next shining light coming through.
thing that's most impressed me about Hawthorn has been their defensive structure without James Sicily last week, as the stats sort of outlie. Josh Battle's played in 10 one-on-ones. He's only lost one. Barris, Sicily and Scrimshaw haven't lost any. And so they've been able to almost formulate this sort of zone defence for Hawthorn, which is intriguing for Collingwood because they don't really have a key forward. Dan McStay is obviously playing that role. Tim Membry is out. And it's been the likes of Jamie Elliott who hasn't quite found his straps from last season. And we know Bobby Hill is still missing. So Jordan Ngoe's warming up with the forwards as opposed to the midfielders tonight. So can Collingwood throw enough challenges in their dominance in the middle of the ground to get some good opportunities in front of goal?
Oh, they're going to have to. They need their midfielders running forward and kicking goals, or at least, breaking the paint and making their easier shots on goal. But you're right. I think that Hawthorn defence, they were, and they're proud of the fact that they're one of the best defensive, if not the best defensive teams in it last year. The addition of Barras and Battle, I think, has just been super for them. Sam Mitchell's been able to get more out of Jack Scrimshaw. I think his drop off and intercept play, and it sort of frees up Sicily a fair bit too. And then they've got their runners. Jarman Impey just goes under the radar, gives them heaps of drive off there, but he's a real dasher and can give them a fair bit. So to answer your question on Collingwood, their forwards are going to have to, someone's going to have to be out of the box. And maybe it is a Ngoe who can stand up and kick 4 or 5, but I don't know how that happens, Murph.
They're very stable, the Hawks, behind the contest, and I suppose that's the one thing that Collingwood need to really look at. And they scored well last week from moving the ball quicker. And how much is that against Essendon? And obviously probably the lack of pressure they showed last week, the Bombers. But if Collingwood are going to move the ball slowly, I think that plays right into Hawthorn's hands. So you're going to have a bit of a mix about the way in which you go about it. But they're going to be at their best, I think, Collingwood tonight, if they run and gun and actually try and move the ball quick, because the last thing they want are those tall Hawthorn defenders to set up the ground and get back and support one another and take intercept marks and then get their game going.
Sam Mitchell was quizzed about one player in the Collingwood team. Often the opposition coach gets this question, and so it was the other day, about what they're going to do about Nick Dacos. Here's what he had to say.
It's a good question. You got any ideas? No, me either. We got a couple of things up our sleeve that we'll use. You'll find out on Thursday night. Hopefully we can stop him.
Are you happy with the job that Finn's done in recent years on him, in recent games on him?
Yeah, I mean, he obviously did one really good job a couple of years ago, and that's something we know we've got in our kit bag. But I mean, I think just because it worked once doesn't mean it works again. Nick has developed his game, and even though he was a star from his first game he played, he's improved as a player year on year. He's better now than he was this time last year, so how we stop him is a big challenge. And if you stop him, what does that open up for them is something we need to weigh up, because he's obviously a potent player wherever he plays, and we certainly need to have plan A, B and C for Nick Dacos.
Brett Delidio, you pointed out when the team sheets came through that Finn McGuinness is going to start off the ground.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting to see what Hawthorn do about him. How about these for some numbers? So through the first 7 rounds or 8 weeks of the season, with opening round included, he's ranked 4th in the competition, Nick Dacos, for total disposals. So the only couple of players that have seen the Sherrin more than him are the top 3 on that list, including Harry Sheasel, who's number 1. The gap between Dacos in 4th and Sheasel in 1 is only 7 disposals.
Yeah, right.
So you think, that's interesting. Nick's played 1 fewer game.
Yeah.
So Nick missed a game and has seen more of the Sherrin than any other player in the league, barring 3 guys.
He's a star.
And this is the guy who's finished runner-up in the Brownlow the last 2 years, and is averaging a career best 37 disposals.
Yeah. It's phenomenal. What do they do tonight, the Hawks, do you think?
I think, like Sammy Mitchell said, is that you've got to have plan A, but then B, C and D as well, because he has developed his game to the point where he's like, I'll take you to spots where you don't want to be, but I know I can change the game. We saw that against Carlton with Ollie Hollands. He took him forward and he absolutely dominated that last quarter. But Andy McGrath tries to get to him last week and he rolls through, and him and his brother have this special little connection where they get each other both involved in the game, which
don't they what?
It's not bad having that in your back pocket when you've got that from your brother. But I think to stop him, you've got to have someone who's just willing to be able to not ever switch off for a full 120 minutes and be hell-bent on taking him out of the game. But I don't know whether we've got that tagger in the game anymore, Murph. There isn't the Ryan Crowley anymore. There isn't the Cameron Ling.
And the way in which the game's played now, it's so open. It's almost impossible to try and do that.
And with the stand rule, you go sneaking past there to try and get to your opponent or whatever else. He only needs half a metre, not even.
Off the SMS 0437 774 774. Dan says, us oldies listening recall the days when every game of the round was played at the same time every week. Of course, back in the day, it was, 2 o'clock
afternoon
on a Saturday. And this from Matt in Canberra. Australia has already become too much like the US. We don't need it to infect the footy too. Hard no.
I thought that might have been Wayne from Kai Abram, because that would have been his text.
That was Matt in Canberra. Appreciate that. Keep them coming through all night. 0437 774 774. There's no late change here at the G. The coin toss only moments away. We'll get down to Ben Cameron for all of that. I mentioned Guinea a little bit earlier. He's 2-2 against his old mob. He averages a career best 24 disposals against them. That's his highest against any team, including a couple of big outings. He went 31-2 in a 3-vote game in the Brownlow Medal and 31-3 in a couple of his recent outings.
When was it when he put him to sleep?
I think that was...
Was that last year? Call.
I think
a couple
that was,
of years ago, I reckon.
Yeah, last year. Yeah, sorry, year before last.
2024.
2024.
But he has changed his role slightly, hasn't he? He's the number 1 goal assist player for the Hawks this season, getting a lot more higher up the ground and
up on the wing, a bit more time on the wing.
Transition.
Yeah,
he's a smart footballer in his usage.
Yeah, and you see that even with his little segment that he does with Tom Mitchell, that he loves it, he understands the game. And
he's proved a lot wrong in terms of the way in which he thinks about the game of football, hasn't he?
100%. I did not see that side of him. I thought he was just a lad who loved the limelight.
Go to the races for the grand final. I thought this bloke surely can't be an astute bloke who studies football, but geez, he's impressed me, not just by that fact, but by what he's been able to show this year out in the ground.
2-2 against his old team. Do you remember your record, Lids?
Against the Tigers. Yeah. Zipping 2, I think.
I was going to say, there's only one team you never lost to. It was Richmond.
Yeah.
There's only one team you never beat, which was Richmond.
Yeah.
One team you never lost to, which was the Giants.
Oh, there you go.
Which, of course...
well, in truth be told, we only won one game against the Cats, and I only played a quarter of that one. Yeah, they had the wood over us.
I'd just leave that with a little asterisk. I didn't want to go too deep on any of the others. Ben Cameron is with us in the front row of the grandstand. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corbin. Very balmy down here tonight. 21 degrees Celsius, as you mentioned. It did get up to 25 today. A little bit of a late arriving crowd, but they are filing in. No breeze. The flags above the scoreboard totally limp. The toss of the coin won by Newcombe, so Hawthorn kicking to the city end of the ground. Darcy Moore on his return back in there. Scott Hansen, after the interview too, he turned to me and he told me he knew how to signal a goal and all of the rest of it. But he did ask me, why is it called a behind when it's lateral to the goal? So that was a tough one for me to answer downstairs in the moment.
Kicked a lateral.
I feel like they could reconvene this relationship when the NFL comes to town.
That would be weird, wouldn't it? Yeah. He's kicked a lateral.
This September, of course, the Rams and the Niners right here at the MCG. Tonight, though, it's our footy as we're about to head into round 8. The on-ramp is on a Thursday night here at the MCG. Over 75,000 expected. The black and white stripes of Collingwood up against the brown and gold stripes of the Hawks. It is round 8, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The Collingwood Magpies and the Hollywood Hawks on ABC Sport. You're with Matt Clinch.
And it's Reeves in his 50th game who starts in the middle against Darcy Cameron. Cameron wins down the tap for the Pies. De Goey swoops onto it. Tackle by Ward. Ball spills out Hawthorn's way. Taken by Newcombe. Looks up to half forward. Great kick. And Deere leads up and marks just outside 50 out to the right. As Billy Frampton as his opponent. Watson's in the pocket. Perryman on him. As Cal Shadir now is maybe thinking, I just have a crack at this. Jack Gibbons trying to put a few blocks on to open up play for Nick Watson, and the shot clock is on the big screen. So Cal Shadir will try and strike gold here. It'll take his best from outside 50. Oh. He lays into it. It's a big thump, but it won't have the distance. And off hands, Darcy Moore getting back there with Darcy Cameron. Through for the first behind of the match. Hawthorn are behind. Collingwood yet to score inside a minute. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Nice off the boot, didn't it, Lids?
It did.
Houston, dangerous kick out. Watson breaks it up. Spills to Guinea. Handball back to Watson. Darcy Moore tackles him. His hand pass back to Houston, trying to make up for the error. Long gives it to Nick Dacos. Handball a turnover. Ward's kick smothered. Houston again with the 1%er. Out comes Steele. Gives a handball back to Perryman. She floats a high up and under, close to the boundary line, and off hands it goes out. Half forward for the Hawks.
Good pressure early in this game. That last kick then from Perryman was almost like an NFL punt, wasn't it? Just trying to get some yardage rather than kick it too long, try and get some height, get a contest and get it over the line.
And De Goey, having warmed up with the forwards, has started in the centre square. Still side bottom. There's a cross half forward for the Magpies. Thrown back in, half forward for the Hawks. Cameron and Reeves tangle on the move. Dylan Moore can't gather. It ricochets out to Houston. Tackled by Watson. Forced the turnover. Ward's hand pass for Hawthorn, looking for Nash, and he's tackled by Perryman, and the ball goes out of play 45 metres out from the Hawthorn goal. At the city end, it's the Hawks by a point. Nick Dacos had Connor Nash alongside him for the opening bounce. He's now got Jack Ginnivan for this throw-in. Cameron gets to the front. Reeves might have given away the free kick here. Just had the arms around the midriff of the body, and the umpire used that as a trigger reference. So Darcy Cameron gets the free kick. Across right half back for the Magpies for a hold. Call to play on, but not a lot of movement. So takes his 5 or 6 metres and sends it long up the worn wing in the direction of McStay, who works his way to the front and takes the mark in front of Battle.
Pies big winners in the early season meeting last year by 51. Hawthorn got them late in the year by over 10 goals. So splitting their 2 meetings really reflected on the Pies season. Hot at the start, a little cold late. As McStay down to half forward, spills through into Hawthorn's hands. Amon gives it to Ginnivan. Kicks across the back flank to Weddle. Short kick out of defence. Up to Lewis, who marks still at half back. Kicks out wide for Deer, who's got it in front of Frampton. Short back and sides. Kel Shadir heads down to a 2-on-1. Gunston's got plenty to do. Spoils. Ball hits the deck. Schultz trying to pick it up between his legs, and he's locked up. The ball up here, half forward for the Hawks. 60 metres out from their goal at the city end. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. No late change for the Hawks and the Pies.
Thrown up. Reeves this time wins down the tap to Goey down low. Newcomb came in from the side. Careful not to make front on contact, but he did in the eyes of the umpire. And Jordan DeGoey will take the free kick at left half back for the Magpies. Wants to try and get it to Crisp. Weddle in from the side. Ricochets off his leg and across the boundary line for a throw-in.
A smart touch by Connor Nash just there. I think that might have come off the back of Weddle, off his boot. It's a little touch just as it goes across the line.
Our man Ian Burrows on the boundary from the ABC Pacific Network team down there. He doesn't get many wrong. Hawthorn leading by a point through the opening 4 minutes of the match. Reeves and Cameron once more tangle. This is a tough one for the umpire. It's going Hawthorn's way. Cameron this time had the arms around in the eyes of the umpire. Reeves feeds the hand pass to Jarman Empey. A high kick inside 50. Houston's to loose. Moore almost spoiled by his own teammate. Darcy Moore got it down. Josh Dacos hand pass away to Perryman. Crisp against the boundary line. Hurries a hand pass inboard. Ward scrapping for it. Crisp goes back after it. Socked by Nick Dacos. Ricochets out to Watson. Hand pass to Ginnivan on 50. Clever vision. Chips the boundary side and finds Weddle.
Yeah, knew exactly what he wanted to do then, Jack Ginnivan, before he even got the ball. You could see the ball bobbling towards him. And you can just see Weddle just started working his way inside the 50 of the Hawthorn goal. And as soon as he got control of it, it was just straight ball to foot. Great kick over about probably 16 metres, but great vision.
He's kicked goals in 3 games, Josh Weddle, but 4 goals 9 so far for the season. So this will test him out to the right against the boundary line. Weddle from 45 metres out. It's across the face. Darcy Moore sets himself. It's spoiled off hands. It ricochets out to D'Ambrosio, who feigns around the tackle of Steen, steadies and kicks the opener. Massimo, you beauty. And Hawthorn lead by 7 points. 1-1-7. So Collingwood get to score. 5 minutes gone, opening quarter. Ahead of Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Just a question as much as anything else. I know that it's Ned Reeves' 50th game and he started in the middle. Maybe some sentiment, but Lloyd Meek copped the big spray from Sam Mitchell last week. Starting on the bench this week. I know they hugged and made up post-game, but anything in that, Lids and Murph?
I reckon.
You do reckon?
Yep. Why not? Well, let big Ned Reeves have a crack at it. Just, you can start on the bench.
You QB1 is all of a sudden changing roles. He's the number 1 ruck now, Ned Reeves.
Just got to just on the bloke who kicked the goal. Then I think you just got to know when a left footer's got the ball.
Yeah.
You just can't go to their right foot. I haven't seen too many left footers who love to kick on their right foot.
One of 7 out there tonight. 5 of them wearing a Hawthorn jumper. The left footers back in the middle. McKenzie got it for Hawthorn. A hand pass out towards Nash. And there's that Irish ball drop as he kicks down to half forward, and Frampton puts his fist through it, but it was being held in the marking contest, so free kick for Frampton. Perfect night in Melbourne. Temperature still high teens, low 20s, as it will be throughout the game. Frampton contest kick to the wing. Cameron the target. Reeves swats it away. Down to McGuinness to Scrimshaw to Ward. Now a hand pass all the way back to Sicily. Kicks laterally and a sprawling mark for Impey back into the centre square. 1-1, they're yet to score. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clench, Ben Cameron on the boundary. And our number 1 picks, Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio. Short kicking game to Sicily. Half back. Now the long kick down the wing. Lewis the target. Spills front and centre. McDonald under pressure. Tried to get it back to McGuinness, who slipped over. Maynard for the Pies to Crisp. To Josh Dacos. Slick handball to Maynard. Kicks down to half forward. And McStay takes the mark. Keeps it moving.
Hand pass to Schultz, who's running the boundary line. He contributes to Ngoe. Beautiful transition for Collingwood inside forward 50. And Ngoe streaming forward. He's able to take an uncontested mark.
That's just great skill execution right away along the boundary, wasn't it, Murph? That quick hands there, Dacos, Maynard running past, Crisp involved as well. There's just a little hit-up kick from Maynard to McStay. And then has Lachie Schultz just working hard as that half forward. Good composure. Found Ngoe coming inside 50.
3 goals last week against the Bombers. So important for Collingwood. Jordan Ngoe to get things going in black and white. He steers it through for their first goal. And the Hawks lead by a point early. 1-1-7 to Collingwood at 1 straight 6. 8 minutes gone, opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Brett D'Olivio and Mark Murphy.
Well, that's the blueprint that the Pies have probably been looking at all week to try and counteract the Hawthorn offence. So Sicily ends up going long to a 1v1, get numbers across, and then just a use by hand and just a quick ball movement. So just didn't allow the Hawthorn defence to stabilise and get set behind the contest. And that's where the midfielders and the forwards can get to work and find some space. And Jordan Ngoe, who started in the midfield tonight, he's going to play an important role as he probably does most weeks, but he needs to come and fill that void for Pendlebury, who's obviously not playing tonight. And that's a really important start for the Pies, just to get some reward for that fast ball movement.
He's had 3 touches in 8 minutes and straight to the bench on the back of that goal as Oscar Steen leaps up, wins the hit out to meet it. Is Long, advantage applied. There was a whistle that was blown in back play, and Long took the advantage and mowed down by Nash, his former teammate. And Connor Nash rewarded. Free kick Hawthorn. Long switch out to the back flank for Barris. Short kick further afield to McKenzie. McKenzie, a blonde Hawthorn midfielder, off and running through the middle. Long kick to Battle on the wing. They got an extra man there in Impey, running by, collects, looks for Gunston, and Gunston hugs it to his chest. Leads Darcy Moore to the footy. He marks almost right on the junction of the boundary line on the 50.
Well, there's the danger that you just know you're going to get with Jack Gunston. He was so far back then and just operates in so much space. So whether or not Darcy Moore, I have to go back and have a look at it. If he started behind him, or sometimes you've got to stand in front of him and try and block off that leading space, because this is the way in which Jack Gunston gets most of his touches, is just folding back and then coming back at the contest.
Only 2 behind Ben King in the Coleman. He's played 1 fewer games. As Jack Gunston kicks an absolute cannon to start right to the behind line. It's thumped through by Frampton. And a minor score. So 1-2 to 1 straight. 10 minutes in. 2-point lead for the Hawks.
Josh Dacos quickly brings Collingwood back into play to Maynard in the back pocket. The vice-captain up towards Buller, tangling with Scrimshaw. Scrimshaw working underneath. Umpire says illegally. Free kick going the way of the young Pie in his transition from the Sydney Swans. He quickly plays on with a hand pass to Nick Dacos, to Elliott, over the top to Crisp, trying to get around Ward on the left boot. He kicks up to half forward, and they're on here. The mark is taken. Hand pass away to side bottom. He runs inside, takes 2 bounces. Reeves corrals him, and in the end he ran himself into a corner. The kick is chopped off by Battle, and he takes the mark for Hawthorn. Away to Finn McGuinness, and the Hawks are out of defence. I'm not sure whether side bottom is just trying to get the distance as he kicks up towards half back. Ginnivan marks for Hawthorn. Hand pass away to McDonald, to Moore, back to McDonald.
Back to Dylan Moore, who's got it on the wing. Floats a hand pass forward to McKenzie. He gives it to McDonald. Sweeping hand pass out to Lewis. Back on his right side. Between wing and half forward. Kicks for Gunston. Darcy Moore breaks it up. Finds the safety of the boundary line. We'll have a throw in forward pocket for Hawthorn at the city end.
Interesting that Murph called for Darcy Moore to start in front. What does he do? He starts in front, chops that one off. Not sure what Steele Sidebottom was doing down there this end.
Well, I think he forgot that he's 36. So Ned Reeves, great effort to try and corral him, but yeah, he should have just had a shot when he was 35 out rather than trying to run it to the goal line.
A boundary throw in deep forward for the Hawks. One down by Meek. Eventually bobbles away to Connor McDonald, jams it on the boot, high kick to full forward, punched away by Darcy Moore. There's a free for a hold, and it's Gunston who's hanging onto the jumper of Darcy. So Moore gets the free kick on the behind line. A dozen minutes in, it's a 2-point lead for the Hawks, and this is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Second game for Darcy Moore for the season. Didn't look comfortable in that game against GWS. Taken by Ned Long at half-back. Hand pass, a turnover. Hayes couldn't gather it. And Scrimshaw got the hand pass from Battle. Back to Carl Amon on the Shane Warne stand wing. And now to McKenzie. He's got players in the middle of the ground. One is D'Ambrosio. He takes the mark for Hawthorn. He can play on and take a bounce. He ignores Moore initially and decides to head out to the members' wing where he marks. Between wing and half forward. And they have options running into space. Connor Nash takes the mark. He's still at right half forward. 2 good kicks out from goal. Hawthorn leading by 2 points. 12 minutes gone opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The Irishman just puts it towards the teeth of goal. Gunston can't get a fly over Lewis. In from the side, takes the mark in a show of strength. And that is what he can do, Mitch Lewis. His confidence is starting to return as he can just propel himself aerially and take a great contested mark, having got rid of Maynard.
Yeah, Braden Maynard just undersized there, and it was actually quite smart from Jack Gunston, who we spoke earlier about Darcy Moore playing in front of him. So he just held back there and just isolated this contest with Mitch Lewis and Maynard. So smart ball use just by putting it in his area and just too tall.
Mitch Lewis looking for Hawthorn's second as he comes in and fires it at the left goalpost, and it's the wrong side. Missing to the left, a minor score. Hawthorn by 3 points. They played 13 minutes in the opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
No late change coming in, so both sides as selected last night. 4 changes for the Pies, 2 for the Hawks. It's Josh Dacos, exiting kick to Buller. He's one of those 4 inclusions, hitting up marking at half-back, the former Swan. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Nick Dacos just coming to the bench, and Craig McRae's got a little laptop sitting on a lectern of sorts, and both of them just going through the footage, having a little bit of a look, a little bit of a discussion, and then I'm sure Nick will come on and be able to put those changes into effect in just a moment.
Buller kick down the line is punched out of play by Blake Hardwick, so boundary throw in. Right on halfway, broadcast wing beneath us as Meek holds out Steen. Ruckman in the end hits the deck, picked up by Ward, worried out of it. Lipinski had it, lost it, taken to ground and then held without it. The tackle lingered from Meek, so free kick for Lipinski. He'll take it, the former Dog on the wing.
Just wide of the umpire to Houston, not 15. He's tackled immediately by Jack Ginnivan and the umpire will ball it up. One to watch for you, Lids. Still Cyberman doing defensive job on James Sicily. And the Hawks are playing the extra at the stoppage, which is Josh Weddle, and Jack Crisp happy to play defensive side of the stoppage. Connor McDonald can't clear it straight to Jack Crisp, that player at the back, where the hand pass from Parker through the middle of the ground to Lipinski and now to Houston. Looks out to McStay. Barris in from the side, makes the spoil as he does so well. Battle races after it. Getting there first is McGuinness. He's tackled and brought down. Collingwood trying to knock it clear through Steele. It's stuck underneath the bottom of the pack, and the umpire eventually waits for McGuinness. It's slapped away by Barris. Was that a throw? Umpire says play on. Moore across half-back. He finds Newcomb for the Hawks.
Newcomb, trying to switch play, broke it up. Schultz takes the intercept mark. And the Magpie Army roar on the back of that. So has it 55 out, left half forward, dabs a kick to centre half forward. And here's Lipinski again. Looks inside a crowded forward 50. Kicks in the McStay direction. Hands to it, no mark. Spills down to DeGoey. Handball into the pocket. Side bottom trying to collect. Knocks it away to Steele. He retreats back by hand to Perryman. Has a fumble. Now a surge kick to the hot spot. Schultz and McStay up. Knocked away by Hardwick. Straight down though to Hayes. Hayes hooks it through for a goal. And the youngest Magpie out there gives them the lead. 2 straight to 1-3. A quarter hour in. It is Collingwood by 3 points. The Magpies in front for the first time tonight. 2 straight to 1-3. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio.
It's interesting watching that play sort of unfold. You mentioned Clinchy that you think Steele side bottom. I think he's coming off with a. I just saw his knuckle. It looks like it's really blown up. One for Benny to have a look at, but I'm not sure whether he's actually doing the defensive job or he's just playing at half forward and trying to be that link player. But his work rate will really test out James Sicily. Sicily more of a reader of the play and try and intercept where he can. But if you've got a player who's willing to work across the forward 50 arc and the forward half of the ground, he's going to get a heap of the footy. And we got a little touch there, handball back to Perryman. They were just in the right place, right time for the small forwards, weren't they?
So Collingwood take the lead for the first time tonight. Oscar Steen in the ruck against Lloyd making a free kick going Hawthorn's way. Meek is going to take it. Which is back behind his mark. Was looking to give the hand pass away. Nothing really on offer, so he just bangs it as long as he can. In the direction of Calchadir. Quainer in from the side, makes the spoil. Moore tried to throw a boot at it. Perryman lunged the other way, and this is going to be a free kick against Dylan Moore.
It was weird. It was sort of like he kicked it off the ground and it was smothered by Perryman. And he's paid it kicking in danger.
Kicking in danger, but he did get the ball, Dylan Moore.
Yeah.
Perryman got the hand pass from Billy Frampton. Hemmed in the back pocket up the wing. Sicily got rid of his opponent in Hayes and takes the mark. Sends Hawthorn inside 50 and Mitch Lewis is peeled off. He marks just inside 50 out to the left.
Sicily's ability there to be like against a smaller opponent. He dictates those matchups. You'd think, whoa, what's going on there? Why is Collingwood not having someone on? He dictates where he starts. Just so good with his body, and then he's elite by foot.
Or just going back to the steel side, it was Finn McGuinness who just stood on his hand. So it's always
completely accidental, mind you.
Yeah, completely accidental, but just a bit of a worry when it blows up straight away.
It's the size of it, yeah, it's enormous.
Mitch Lewis has had a sider. Out to the right, this time out to the left. Looking to return Hawthorn to the lead. It's offline to the right. Deer trying to keep it in play, but it's through from behind. Collingwood by 2 points. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, they've been manipulating that. It's the right ring finger knuckle and then down into the hand, but you're right, it's just blown up. Not a good sign.
So he's been stung by a bee. It's not a good result for Steel side bottom early in the game. Ball ends up out of bounds on the wing from the exiting kick out for Collingwood. Off the SMS, shout out to Laurel in Rushworth, all ready for my usual weekend footy fix with the ABC. Thanks, Laurel. And no name, no pack drill on this, but another night of the ABC commentator's love child, Nick Dacos.
Jeez, hardly.
There's a couple of salty people out there. He's only been the greatest player we've seen through his first 4 years, but we'll try and keep a lid on it. It was Hawthorn. The handball game, a little too much on it as Nash got a handball away. And gave it to Meek, who's locked up, ball up on the wing. Series of quick handballs from the Hawks, and in the end results in another stoppage. Thursday night footy, ABC Sport. Darcy Cameron wins it down. Straight to Mackenzie of the Hawks. Hurried kick forward. Lewis marks. He's 60 metres out. Honours the lead of Deer just over his head. Gunston a chance. Inadvertently knocked away from him by Maynard. Still alive half forward for the Hawks. Ginnivan. Handball meant for Weddle. Knocked it back to Quaynor. Big follow-up tackle in all of that.
Ooh.
And into the back goes Newcombe. So free kick for Quaynor, and the lifelong Pies fan gets the free at half-back for Collingwood.
He's already given away 3 free kicks to John Newcombe. He's trying to impose himself.
Sends it out to Maynard and then back to Quaynor. He's going to switch it inside defensive 50 and Perryman takes the mark. He looks up to half-back. Frampton's in space. It was a great kick, Murph. Can he use it well, though? He's at right half-back. Nick Dacos is running around the back. That's a good option. Hand pass over the top to DeGoey. They work the Shane Warne stand side. There's options out towards half-forward. Steele had it spoiled away late. He thought he might have had the arms chopped. The umpire didn't agree, and a throw-in at right half-forward for the Magpies. Collingwood by 2 points. 19 minutes gone. Opening term, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
No more great kicks for Nick Dacos. They're just kicks, boys, okay? We don't want any more bad text messages.
Boundary throw in. Meek palms it down. Straight to Nick Dacos on cue. Kicks to full forward. Impey dropping back in the hole. Ball spills down to Schultz. Hooks it through for a goal. There's a stoppage major for the Magpies. And it's the underdog Pies who have skipped out to an early break. Time on opening term, an 8-point advantage for Collingwood. 3 straight to 1-4. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
It was well done by Buller just to get a hand on that one. Looked like Jarman Impey probably had enough of it, but just got a hand in just in time to spoil it down. But do you pay that, Lids, Jarman Impey?
Not unless he chopped his arms. No, I think it was
got all ball, but
yeah,
it was our listeners' call, our player, and Nick Dacos, who was
just number 35.
It's a pretty handy clearance, just running a wrap perfectly to the corridor, and that's where the danger. If you can get out the front door, Nick Dacos, you can put the Hawks to a bit of pain. And great front and centre play, could get a hand on it. Just
can we allow to praise him? That was great front and centre work.
Yeah.
8th goal for the season for Lockie Schultz. Collingwood get a bit of space. Reeves in the middle of the ground. Hand pass to Newcombe. Taken high, I thought. Umpire didn't agree. Play on in the middle of the ground. No, late whistle. And it is going Hawthorn's way. Reeves gets to his feet and gives the hand pass away to Impey. He's got Carl Amon running shotgun as well. Runs his full measure. Inside 50. Gunston on the lead. Maynard made the tangle. Makes the spoil. Front and centre, gathered by Deere, trying to get an underground hand pass. Then Quayner's hand pass, chopped off by Gunston of Hawthorn. Deere has another go at it, gets the hand pass out. D'Ambrosio from 50 to the goal square. Weddle comes charging out. Can't take the mark. Spills out towards Gunston. Hand pass to Newcomb. All of a sudden he's all on his own. His shot on goal is just left. Found himself in more space than what he imagined. And Collingwood lead by 7 points. 22 minutes gone. Opening term.
We did this game late last year, round 22. Newcomb was best on field. He was involved in that sickening collision with
Clash, wasn't it? With Jeremy Howe.
Yeah.
Early in the game.
Very early, I think, and Howe was stretched from it. So it's given away a few free kicks early. Had a look there. John Newcomb, 7-point lead. Magpies on top. Kick comes wide here to Houston. Just stabs it short to De Goey. Houston's going to get it back. The handball receive and a short kick down the wing to Long. Against his old team tonight, the former Hawk. Back to Houston, third touch in the chain. Kicks it down to Schultz. Have it a fourth time. Receives a handball, Houston. Puts it inside 50. Anderson marks on the flank, and Dan Houston had his fingerprints all over it.
Well, that's what they recruited him for a couple of years ago, because he's such a great ball user, Dan Houston. So if he's prepared to run and you're prepared to give it, he can just crack you open. So that's the way in which the Pies need to operate when they've got ball in hand. They can't go slow because that just allows Hawthorn to set up. So well done, Dan Houston. Was it 4 touches in that play?
4 touches.
Yep. Or hit the target, at least.
From the kick out to then put the ball inside 50. And now the man they call Angry to do the rest has Anderson on the drop punt. He's got it. Hot Pies at the G. And Collingwood are on tonight. The Magpies 4 straight. Hawthorn 1-5. 13-point break for Collingwood at the 23-minute mark of this opening term. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio.
Yeah, up by 13 points here, and ultimately it's through their straight kicking. The Hawks have had some opportunities, haven't they? They're leading the inside 50s, 12-5. They've had their moments in front of goal, some good set shot looks. You know, Mitchie Lewis has had a couple, and then Newcomb obviously just missed that one, pushed it with another one. I'm trying to think of the other misses that they've had in there, but
we talked about how good Hawthorn's defenders are. So it's gone in there 5 times in this first quarter.
4 goals.
4 goals.
Amazing. They've had a few land short that have sort of been rushed.
Yeah, that's true. The Gunston one and the Kelshire one, both right on the line there, but they just need to clean it up as they're going inside and finish their work more than anything else, the Hawks.
Back in the middle of the ground, Collingwood by 13 points. The last 4 goals of the match. Reeves down to Newcomb, taken high. Ned Long got him around the shoulder. And the free kick to go the way of the Hawthorn co-captain. He's played with a bit of an edge tonight as he looks laterally and goes short to Carl Amon. He's going to take the short pass inboard and finds Connor McDonald. Head to the centre square for Hawthorn.
Well, just looking at the Dacos boys at 2 on the mark. They didn't know who to go.
Hopefully the umpires are referring to them by their Christian name. The kick from McDonald inside 50. Reeves outmanoeuvred by Cameron, spills out. And Battle takes a shot on goal. It's across the face of the right-hand side. And a minor score. Collingwood by 12 points. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Steel side bottom is back out there. Spent a lot of time on the bench just flexing that right hand, trying to work out whether he could grip a football, but he's gone back out there.
Thanks, Ben. I was just watching him right when you were giving us that report, and he's still doing the same thing, opening and closing his palm, trying to get some life into that finger that was trod on in the early moments. As Collingwood coming out of defence, punched out of bounds on the wing, the long kick from Quaynor. So finds the boundary off the knuckles of Jarman Impey. No late change coming in. The Pies, their home game, they got the black shorts on, the black base jumper with the white stripes. Hawthorn in the white shorts, all in gold with the brown stripes. From the boundary throw in, Reeves down to Ward. There's a whistle off the play here and a free kick, as Newcomb was felled in all of that. He got shoved out of the way by Lipinski illegally. Short to Ward. Handball game up and going. Gives it to Amon. Long kick to full forward. Gunston down there. No mark. He follows up. He toes it through. He always stays in the game, Jack Gunston. And at 34 years young, knocks her his 25th of the young season. The Hawks back within 8 points. In fact, back within 6 points. 4 straight to 2-6. 26 minutes into the opening term. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Just keeps finding a way, doesn't he, Jack Gunston? Just Darcy Moore did everything right then. So he held the front position, gets the spoil, and then it's almost a Maynard trying to intercept that next part, which has just then popped up the ball. And Jack Gunston, to his credit, was first to react. And Love to see the percentage of goals kicked within 30 metres, or 20 metres almost for Jake Gunston over the past few years. He's just notorious at finding a way to get a boot on a ball or take a mark, but that was just a little bit of luck, but also just quick reaction.
Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. We are going to have a look at it. And the way the players are moving from the middle of the ground, they are thinking this is a behind. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, Darcy Moore in the immediate aftermath of that goal was remonstrating very strongly that it was touched. He wasn't the player who was sprawling for it. That was Maynard, but Moore was very confident that that was touched, and it's obviously been reviewed as such.
Yeah,
wasn't the case last week in the match between GWS and North.
First one of the weekend. It's been a big week for the Arc. We've had some changes to the system.
Would have gone to first slip, I reckon, if that was cricket.
You wouldn't have walked.
No.
Here the Collingwood fans as the behind is given on the big screen. So it's now a 12-point lead, 11, as opposed to scratching out that goal and now making it a behind. Maynard brings Collingwood back into play. A beautiful pass over the head of Chris and Weddle, which finds Darcy Cameron. The Collingwood ruck, barely 15 to Long. He lunges to his left and hugs it to his chest. One of 4 ends for Collingwood. As Long looks up towards half forward. McStay looks to present. Cameron's gone back as well. There was a player shoved out of it. The umpire spotted that, and it's going the way of Ned Reeves at half back for Hawthorn.
Yeah, just Lockie Schultz, who just made contact with a big ruck and had no eyes for the football at all.
Collingwood 4 straight 24 to Hawthorn 1-7-13. Reeves long to his opposing ruck, Cameron, who juggles the mark. 2 big men play kick to kick on the MCG.
Little game of Pictionary as we try and work out what the signs are on the bench. What do you reckon the Scott Pendlebury jumper would be for? So it's a Collingwood jumper just with the number 10 on the back.
Composure.
Maybe. Don't mind it.
With ball in hand. Who knows?
Late in the game, late in his career. I don't know. He's getting old. Late in the quarter. Who knows?
Short to Darcy Cameron. He goes shorter to Goey. We're looking at that part of the sign. I'm not sure if it's on the front of the sign, the bit the players can see at the moment. To Goey long to a contest on the wing. Hand on it from McStay. Comes back to him, but touched on the way through. Watson knocks it away straight to Schultz. He's shoved out of bounds by Battle. Throw in right in front of the interchange gates where that interchange steward is standing with the sign on the Collingwood bench. Leads 11 points for the Pies. In fact, the other side of it's got Steele Sidebottom's number.
Yeah, just saw that. So something to do with being old.
Yeah.
So what's the other
video with you? I'm not sure they're getting better than suggestions. Watson tried to get a boot to ball. He couldn't do so from the stoppage. Long into the middle of the ground. And McStay had it spoiled away from him by Battle. Nick Dacos onto it. Nice sidestep. Swooping hand pass out in front of Schultz. Beaten to the footy by Sicily. Was taken high in the process. Nash gathers. Sidesteps Nick Dacos. Sends Hawthorn back up the wing. Mitch Lewis one-on-one with Frampton. Frampton makes the spoil. Josh Dacos gathers. Hand pass back to Quainer. To Frampton in the middle of the ground. Kicks a high ball up to half forward. McStay's trying to get there. The other direction Battle. Spills to Sidebottom. He loses his footing. Gets a hand pass away to Long. To Goey gathers from 48. Curls it towards goal. Jordan to go in his best. 2 first quarter goals for him. And a big part in Collingwood's 17-point lead. As we scratch that Gunston goal, the Magpies have booted the last 5 goals of the match after Hawthorn booted the first of the game. The Magpies 5 straight 30 to Hawthorn. Wasteful at the other end, 1-7-13. Half an hour gone, opening term, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
I haven't gone back and checked this, Corb. You might be able to help me out here. But have they notoriously been a bit slow out of the blocks, the Hawks, over this year? Or not? Was it just last week where they were a bit slower and Sam Mitchell might have cracked the brazen bits? Yeah, gave him a bit of a bake at half time to get them going. They just look a little bit lethargic at the moment. Things aren't quite clicking for them, are they? But
no, 4-7, they're not clicking.
Nah.
They've had 14 inside 50s for 1 goal 7. So, but those shots haven't been easy shots. They've been missing.
That's some sort of goal from Jordan to Goey.
Back in the middle, Reeves palms it down, comes to Darcy Cameron, hand pass over his shoulder, knocked on by Perryman and all of that, but straight over to Amon of the Hawks. Short kick to Connor McDonald. He puts a high bomb up to centre half forward. Arriving late, Maynard puts his fist through it. Unkind bounce for Impey. Impey has a second play on it, bobbles around back into traffic. Long goes and wins it. Squeezes a kick over halfway, and Sicily's former teammate takes the intercept mark. And that'll do us. So the Magpies playing from in front, and another interesting wrinkle in this game where Hawthorn started a near 5-goal favourite. Well, they're 17 points down at quarter time. The Hawks have had 8 scoring shots to 5, and yet Collingwood are a perfect 5 straight. Hawthorn a 1-goal 7. And as a result, it is a 17-point break, a game high for the Magpies at quarter time. The goal kickers, Jordan De Goey's got 2, 1 for Schultz, 1 for Hayes and 1 for Anderson. And Massimo D'Ambrosio kicked a superb goal, the first one of the game. It's the only one that the Hawks have got. Their next 6 scoring shots have all been behinds. Ben Cameron spoke to Scott Hansen pre-game, the host of NFL Red Zone, who's here at the MCG tonight, promoting the NFL game later in the year between the Niners and the Rams. Off the SMS, Pete says there's a reason American sports need fireworks and all the rest of it. The games are boring. Keep that crap out of our game, from Pete, so he's not big on any of that. And Phil from Victoria is in a better mood. He says, "G'day team. Don't listen to the NFL or watch it, but this guy just interviewed. His enthusiasm is contagious. Also feels like a WWF wrestler. Very cool," from Phil. Thanks, Phil. Nice to hear from you and all of you on the SMS 0437 774 774. Some news out of Adelaide tonight on Channel 9 Adelaide. Braden Ingram, who of course is also a colleague of ours here on ABC Sport. He says that Andrew Dillon is in Adelaide tomorrow for the showdown. They won't announce the gather round extension announcement, but he's also reporting that Western Australia will host Origin, which I think we sort of largely predicted, but against South Australia. So that's the interesting part in all of this. So WA and SA, Braden Ingram reporting, is going to be the Origin game early in 2027. What do we make of that?
I called that, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it was always going to happen.
I think you said you came for the Crow Eaters to get involved.
We saw the success of what this year brought at State of Origin, so why wouldn't they try and get another game going and run them into each other?
I think one part of the early negotiations was to potentially play 2 games on the same weekend. So WA could play SA on the Friday night in shortened quarters for the right to play Victoria on the Sunday, and essentially you get all 3 teams in the one place, and winner plays the Vics. You have 2 games essentially on the same weekend, which was one of the early proposals. But I think it's a good test of the concept too, to see how it rates, what the interest is going to be. Obviously, you're not going to get there's 6 million people live in Victoria. You're not going to get the eyeballs, obviously, of that state in the same way that you would if the Big V were playing. But it'd be nice to see that famous old red jumper back out there in Origin for South Australia, and what is an anniversary year for SA footy. Pies by 17. More on that throughout the night. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
She's gotten worse. Lots of anger.
Ursula Carlson, no filters, brand new comedy.
Contracted early onset Karen.
Ursula, streaming now on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Darcy Moore sets himself and spoiled off hands. It ricochets out to D'Ambrosio, who feigns around the tackle of Steen, steadies and kicks the opener. Massimo, you beauty. And pass to Schultz, who's on the boundary line. He can chip it to De Goey. Beautiful transition for Collingwood inside forward 50. Jordan De Goey to get things going in black and white. He steers it through for their first goal.
Surge kick to the hot spot. Schultz and McStay up. Knocked away by Hardwick. Straight down though to Hayes. Hayes hooks it through for a goal. And the youngest Magpie out there gives them the lead. Receives a handball. Houston puts it inside 50. Anderson on the drop punt. He's got it. Hot Pies at the G. And Collingwood are on tonight.
Spills to side bottom. He loses his footing, gets a hand pass away along. De Goey gathers from 48, curls it towards goal. Jordan De Goey at his best. 2 first quarter goals for him. The Magpies have booted the last 5 goals of the match.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. The Magpies by 17. The on-ramp to round 8 of the AFL Premiership season. Our number 1 picks, Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy through 1.
We've got to give some flowers, I think, to the Pies, the way they've started this game. Murph, I know we probably lent a little bit heavier into the Hawks and how they haven't quite started as well, and we expected them with the outs that the Pies have had, but doesn't matter what cattle you got out there. They've brought intensity and effort, and they've covered for each other really well, I think, in the defensive end, but they've been damaging when they've gone forward and inside 50. They've gone in 7 times for 5 goals, which no doubt would be a talking point for Sam Mitchell and his troops.
That's right. They've been efficient, haven't they? And you look at just the spread of the Collingwood players. They're all getting their hands on the football. But the one bloke who's really standing out, it's easy to say because he's kicked 2 goals, but Jordan De Goey, he's actually moving a lot better than what I've seen him move for quite some time. So whether it's just the licence of coming up to the midfield and then trying to burst back towards goal and not getting too deep in the D50, it gives him more energy to move in the front half of the ground, which is where he's most dangerous because we know how good he is with ball in hand around the big stick. So, yeah, I think I've been really impressed by the way in which they probably weathered the storm for the first 5 or 6 minutes. The Pies, they couldn't control the football. It was probably halfway through the first term where the Hawks had probably 21 uncontested marks to Collingwood's 10, and then it really just flipped on its head from there. They started to be able to control the football a lot, the Pies, after that period of time. And the Hawks really just tried to bang it in there a little bit and just try and hope for the best. And yes, they kicked 1 goal 7, but they were sort of long shots or really wide shots and rushed behind. So, yeah, the Pies defenders have stood up really well, whereas you look at the Hawthorn defence, they've allowed too many goals really from not many entries. So you look at the 7 entries of Collingwood compared to the 15 for Hawthorn, and Collingwood kicked the 5 goals from those 7 inside 50, so they're very efficient.
If I'm going to play a tag, maybe it's not on number 35 from Collingwood. I'll be going to the 7. I think you've got to stop his run off half back. He creates so much.
Marcus in South Melbourne says, am I the only one thinking the Hawks should be in front if it wasn't for their bad kicking?
Yeah, they should be.
They're not. 17 points the deficit as we start the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, and Mackenzie's met out of the middle too. Big tackle from Anderson. Comes to Lipinski. Hand pass to De Goey. Kicks the centre half forward. Paul bobbles around in all of that, and there's a free kick for an arm chop that's going to come all the way back to Jamie Elliott.
Yeah, just having a look up on the big screen. Yeah, definitely there. Yeah. He just gets vertical so well, doesn't he, Jamie Elliott, for a small guy.
He lays it off here to Braden Maynard, who sneaks forward, and their perfect night in front of the sticks continues. Maynard with his first of the year, and in game number 237, it's only the 26th time that he's kicked one. Maynard goals, and Collingwood are out by 23. 6 straight to 1-7. We're 50 seconds into the second term. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy.
Yeah, it was
trying to get a look back at.
It was there, and he's putting his arms up, saying Blake Hardwick saying, "No, that's not there." He's chopped the arms and brought it down. But if for any small forward or any forward in general, you want to draw a free kick, extend your arms and jump at the footy, because you give yourself a chance. 1, you mark it, or 2, it's the defender has to swing in and chop your arms. But
I mean, back in the day, that's just a pure body spoil, really, isn't it?
It used to be, yeah. The old forwards say, geez, I would have kicked 1,500 if that was it.
Yeah, but you're right, though. Extend the arms if you're a forward.
And Jordan De Goey with the clearance again. Here he goes. De Goey 1-2 with Anderson. He's having an impact with Ward alongside him in that centre stoppage. Kicks out to half forward. And the mark was seen by Hayes. Impey fell into his back. The umpire said there was nothing more in that, so Collingwood have it at left half forward. Young Hayes veers out to the right. Sends it long towards the teeth of goal. McStay's at the back. Barrett's in from the side. Staying down Elliott. Sicily just slaps it away at the last moment. Gets a hand pass back to Mitch Lewis, who's helping out of defence. Hand pass to D'Ambrosio. Kicks to Ginnivan. That was a laser pass. He marks it left half back. It's the Bronx cheers against his former side. The Croc-sided here in the red boots tonight. 2024 it was. He put the Magpies fans to sleep. Kicks up towards Gunston. He rises into the back of Frampton. Spills out Mackenzie's way. Frampton still down. Quick 1-2 with Ward as Mackenzie cuts on his right. Has a 1-on-1 inside 50. It's Weddle. He leads up and takes the mark. It's a good matchup for Hawthorn up against Rowan Steele. And he marks in the left forward pocket, about 35 metres out from goal.
Just a great kick from Mackenzie. Just took a bit of time, so pivoted, gave a handball, gets it back, and then ran towards the middle of the ground and then just kicked it back around his body and just put it to the space of Weddle. And we know the athlete that he is, and it's an important kick here for the Hawks to really wrestle back some momentum.
And a shot on goal in the first quarter. Hawthorn need to start making some of these stick, and this is out to the right and just scrapes in for a minor score. So 1 goal, 8-14 Hawthorn to Collingwood 6 straight 36. 3 minutes gone second quarter. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Not much fun for Billy Frampton down here. Copped a big knee in the back. He was writhing in pain on the ground. They managed to get him off, but he's a sore boy.
Thanks, Ben. So 9 shots to 6, and yet Collingwood out by 22. So the short kicking game down the wing. They find Elliott in front of the benches. Jamie Elliott pointed long down the line and then changed his mind. Hardwick closed him down. Dangerous hand pass laterally. Perryman, short kick further wide, and Crisp, using the full perimeter of the G, takes the mark. He's 1 goal away from his 100th in his career, Jack Crisp. A long kick down the line again, and there was another clash of bodies and another free kick spotted.
Hold against, was it Ossenstein?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Going to Meek.
Come all the way back to Lloyd Meek. And it was on the wrong side of that spray from Sam Mitchell, of course, last week, half-time in Lonnie. Long bomb to the wing. Deer flies through the sky. No mark. Spills out the back to Houston. Handball to Josh Dacos. Forward handball. Finds Anderson. Wrong foot to the defender. Kicks it out to half forward. Not his best finish. Bouncing away in front of Meek. He cops an unkind bounce. Side bottom had it. Lost it. Nick Dacos clean. Zipping through. Collects against the boundary line. Kicks for the pocket. And McStay marks. Somehow shook Barris. And Dan McStay's got it in front of the Collingwood race and right on the spot.
I reckon that was a little bobble over the line.
The umpire takes it off him.
Yeah. Are we going to arc this or what?
Well, we were told the other day that these are the ones we're no longer going to send to the arc.
It's a great kick.
They're going to pay it.
Oh. It's genuine. That's a genuine bobble over, but it's whether or not he's... got lucky there.
Yeah.
We wanted less intervention from the video. We got a little
enough.
conference. Boundary umpire, goal umpire. McStay takes the kick. And the ball don't lie. The footy gods take care of that one. The first miss of the night for the Pies. Hooks it near side. 6-1 to 1-8. 5 minutes gone in the second term. So that is the scoreline. 6 goals 1 to 1 goal 8. Collingwood by 23.
First time this season, Tom Barris has been beaten in a one-on-one contest. Sicily out of defence with the kick-in duties. Up to Weddle, who rises and takes the mark. Feeds it away to Jarman Impey. They're in transition here. Hand pass to Battle. Tried to get it back to Impey. He couldn't get it. Lasso free kick Collingwood's way. And this is the running race that Hawthorn would love to play. Collingwood aren't that keen to move it that quickly as Houston takes his time. Magpies by 23 points. 6-1-37 to Hawthorn 1-8-14. Houston up towards half forward. Steen in the pack, can't take the marks. Grimshaw gets it back for Hawthorn to Sicily. Miss McKenzie with a hand pass. Ginnivan cleans it up for Hawthorn. Back inside defensive 50. Sicily off a step, just launches it from one side of the ground to the other. Out to D'Ambrosio on the left back pocket. He can chip it up to Dylan Moore. Bit more space for him now on the members' side. Feeds a hand pass over the top to Hardwick. Lines up with D'Ambrosio once more to Ward. Draws an opponent to McKenzie. Looks up inside 50. Ginnivan the target. Can't take the mark. Houston got hands to it. Watson quick as a flash onto it. Feeds a hand pass back to Ward. Off a step. Kicks inside 50. Two Pies compete in the air. Crisp and Moore. In the end, Jack Crisp takes the mark for Collingwood.
We've got a dozen premiership players out there tonight. The Pies, 2 of them in the sky there, as Clinchy called. Crisp short to Maynard.
Dylan Moore just had to go there, I reckon. In front and centre, went to the spot at the front. We've got to make a contest.
Nick Dacos in the corridor marks and continues the shift out towards the southern side. Perryman on the back flank. Long kick down the wing. There's a few out there. Hayes at the drop. Going over the top. Rome Steele hit the deck and his legs taken out from underneath him. Lands safely though. Tied up with his own teammate in Hayes. Cuts back inboard to Josh Dacos. Short kick to Houston. Gives the handball to the running De Goey. Kicks for McStay. One out in the cage. Slides out the back of him. Steen chasing. Beating him to the footy. D'Ambrosio collects. Get out of here. Kick up to half back. And Darcy Cameron had a fair play on it. Not to be. Spills down to Watson. Handball made its way to McGuinness. Hawthorn back with it. Back to D'Ambrosio. Handball down the line. Dylan Moore gives it back to Massimo. Extra handball to McDonald.
Can work it over the top to Watson. Just wide of him. It's Darcy Moore though with a tackle that's over the shoulder. And Nick Watson gets the free kick. It's 170 centimetres, but he was certainly taken high on that occasion. Watson up towards McInnes. Can't take the mark. Maynard desperately tries to slap it. McInnes with support of Connor Nash. Gets it away to McDonald. Inside 50. Here's Jack Ginnivan. He's 45 metres out from goal. Out to the left. There's probably more Hawthorn fans in the Olympic stand than Collingwood fans, but he is certainly wanting the shot on goal.
It's interesting, isn't it? They're giving him the booze. I mean, they did let him go, but he also did send him to bed, didn't he, a few years ago, as we discussed. So maybe that's where the Bronx cheers are coming from. But be interesting to see whether or not He's got it in his leg here, so kick this from probably just outside 50.
Here's a premiership magpie, Jack Ginnivan, as he veers out to the right, looking to try and strike gold, and you can't keep Jack out of it. He pumps the fist to the crowd and gives Hawthorn their first goal since the 6-minute mark of the opening term and just their second of the match. After booting 7 consecutive behinds, Collingwood 6-1-37 to Hawthorn 2-8-20. We played 9 minutes in the second quarter, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy.
If you're a young player watching that and you're kicking from around the 50-metre mark, that is the best usage of the stand rule that I reckon we've seen, apart from you back in the day, Murph. We used to run around them and just draw a couple of extra metres.
So walk straight, and then within the last 2 or 3 metres before you kick it, you veer out.
Just to the right a little bit, because the player can't move. The other point I want to make on young Nick Watson, he must be that sore after a game, because he throws himself at the game, and the opposition target him. He must come off sore.
It's like the opposition see an opportunity to go, oh, here's a little bloke here, might just throw my weight around. They just throw everything into it, don't they?
Is he having an All-Australian year?
At the moment, I think so, yeah.
And an amazing start, hasn't it? Free kick back in the middle. It's going to go Collingwood's way. I think they've called that a crossing the centre line.
I reckon just keep an eye on Nick Dacos down there, Benny. He's sort of flicking the leg out a little bit, and he's not moving, I reckon, as well as what he has in previous weeks.
That's a controversial call, that. So Meek flew through the air, Cameron didn't, and yet Cameron gets the free because Meek crossed the centre line. Goes wide to Quaynor, long kick into the forward pocket, spills down in front of Roan Steele. He's knocked out of the way. McGuinness collects for Hawthorn, back pocket, running out of room, gives it to Ward. Handball away towards Hardwick, sweeping handball, floats out of bounds. Says go on, spin it in. And Ben Cameron on the boundary for us. Mick Dacos, you've got the watch on.
Yeah, he just looks a little bit ginger to me.
Okay. He did get banged up, didn't he, leading into Anzac Day? Had a little knee knock at training, but ultimately we know what happened. He played and got 40 plus. And the boundary throw in. Pack forms at the feet of the ruckman. Comes out tunnel ball to Nick Dacos. Tackled, coughs it up. Ward away to Amon. He's off and running through the middle. Gives it to Dylan Moore.
Tried to put it out in front of him, and Quaynor reels him in. Great tackle. It won't get any more than a stoppage, but he was out, Dylan Moore, trying to charge away through the middle of the ground. Those sort of desperate acts, I'm sure Craig McRae will highlight. Thrown up. Meek got there late, volleyed it down, and then gets it up to half forward. On the bounce forwards, Mitch Lewis. He bashes into Frampton, but kept his eyes on the footy. Watson tried to sneak in, did enough to get Frampton out of it. Although Perryman's there, he dribbles a kick up the wing for Collingwood. Carl Amon runs onto it for Hawthorn. Hampas missed the target. And Rowan Steele takes it out of play for a boundary throw in front of the Hawthorn bench. The Magpies by 17 points, 6-1-37 to Hawthorn 2-8-20. Jordan DeGoey with 13 disposals and 2 goals. Nick Dacos and Dan Houston with 11, while McKenzie, Connor McDonald with 10 for the Hawks.
Craig McRae just did the fielding there to retrieve the ball out of the dugout. Throws the yellow Sharon back to the boundary umpire, who spins it in. Darcy Cameron down in front of Anderson. Spins out of the McGuinness tackle. Couldn't beat Nash. Holding the ball. His prior opportunity went with it as he shrugged the first would-be tackler.
It's tough. It's a fine line, isn't it? You want to reward the tackle, but at the same time, too, you want to reward the guy trying to get the ball out.
Nash puts it inside 50. Ginnivan in the vicinity. Frampton does really well. Went to spoil and then marked the footy. Back flank for the Pies. Kicks laterally to Quaynor, and they send it out to the southern side. It'll be taken by Jack Crisp, just in front of Weddle, left half back. 17-point lead for the Pies. They did lead by as many as 23 earlier in the quarter. To Lipinski, short kick to Long. And held up, that's 50. Nash just a little overzealous on the mark, grabbed the jumper, tried to buy a few minutes, and the umpire said, yep, you can't do that. Free kick for Long, 50-metre penalty, drives it to full forward. Buller marks just outside the goal square. And is this the moment for the former Swan?
It was smart by Ned Long, wasn't he? He didn't wait for the umpire to set the mark, just ran, went really quickly. Just saw that the Hawthorn defence wasn't set yet, just put it out the back to advantage. So held his space really well. Buller, can he finish?
Saw Sam Mitchell pick up the phone. I don't think he was too happy with one of his players.
Coming off 11 goals in 3 games in the VFL to earn a recall in his 10th quarter as a Pie. their new key forward, has his first goal as a Magpie. Buller gets a lick of the ice cream and every Magpie runs to him. 14 minutes in, Collingwood 7-1-43, Hawthorn 2-8-20, 14 minutes into the second term, and Collingwood back out by a game high, 23 points. Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy on ABC Sport.
Well, I'm trying to find where the runner is and who he's looking for out there from Hawthorn. I can't quite pick it up, but the key there, I think, and I understand what Conor Nash is trying to do. He's trying to buy his defenders some time, allow him to get back on defence, get his mids there, but you tread that fine line by holding up the play. That's exactly what the AFL don't want. Rightly called 50 metres, in my opinion, but what I love is Ned Long charging, and that's what gets the Hawthorn defenders on the hop. Scrimshaw didn't know whether to take the dangerous position in front or go back and engage with his opponent, but the kick just had so much carry. It's great.
It's an interesting one because all the Hawthorn players are trying to make sure they don't give away another 50-metre penalty for being in the restricted area. Cameron wins down the tap for Collingwood. Newcomb can't get a disposal always. He's tackled and the ball spills clear and it's locked to McDonald and Dan Houston. As the umpire will come in and ball it up. Collingwood by 23 points. The Pies with 2-1 so far in this second quarter. Darcy Cameron wins down the tap. Ned Long just sockers it up towards half forward. Sicily leads side bottom of the footy. Gets a hand pass away to Nash into the middle of the ground for D'Ambrosio. Feeds the hand pass wide at Impey and now to Ward on the members' wing. Thought about the hand pass back into the corridor now. Swoops it out to Dylan Moore at left half forward. He wants to come back into the corridor. He's corralled by Steele and has to chip it back to Carl Amon. Centre of the wing, members' side. Collingwood by 23, call to play on. So looks into the middle of the ground where Sicily has space. The Hawthorn co-captain marks and looks straight down the middle. Reeves is the target, wrestling with Cameron, got rid of him and takes the mark directly in front.
Yeah, good. That was a great mark by the big fella. You don't often see Darcy Cameron get out muscled like that. I wasn't sure about the D'Ambrosio switch across the ground. It's a bit of a floating ball. But the reason why Moore didn't go straight away and go inside forward 50, Billy Frampton had just parked himself in a dangerous space, so it would have been kicking straight to a turnover.
Just can't leave Sicily there all open, can you? No. I think he's the one that you need to try and man up. It doesn't matter where he is in the ground because of that penetrating kick.
8 years for Ned Reeves to play 50 games. Directly in front, 40 metres out. The big ruckman comes in and celebrates in style. His fourth goal of the season and an important one for Hawthorn to lock things up at 2 goals apiece so far in this second quarter, and Collingwood's lead is back to 17 points. 7-1-43 to Hawthorn 3-8-26. A psychological and a big imposing mark there from Ned Reeves. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport.
Yeah, it was a real show of strength, wasn't it, in the end by Ned Reeves and going 50 well done and kicking a goal in it. But Darcy Cameron's been a really good ruckman over the past couple of years, but just got owned then, really, didn't he, by the big Hawthorn ruckman, and go back and slot that one. Sorely needed by the Hawks after what looks like at the moment Collingwood really just controlling the game. Their pressure's right up. They're maintaining the football, so uncontested marks for Collingwood this second term, 17-7 to the Hawks. So they need to get on their bike, the Hawks here, and get the ball in their hands.
Oscar Steen wins the hit out in the middle, down to Nash, and then Steen locks him up, takes him to ground, ball up. And big Ned Reeves, the 289th Hawthorn player to get to 50 games, for whatever that's worth, in the history of the footy club. Back in the middle, Newcomb controls the handle, gets the first possession from the stoppage, feeds it back to Impey, handball laterally to Battle. High kick to half forward, skims off the knuckles of Moore, through to Weddle. He's moved out of the way. Crisp shot a hand pass back into the middle of the G. Amon left it behind, came off the boot of Schultz. It's a little through ball from Ned Long. Tried to soccer it to the advantage of Lipinski, beating him to it. Lewis, handball back into the ruck, picked up here by Long, who's tackled, tried to take the tackler with him. He thought it was holding the ball.
Oh, if you're going to heap your arms up like that, I thought we had Razor Ray on AFL 360 during the week explaining those ones. But anyway.
That should have been the prior. No call, so ball up.
I'm sure he'll give us clarification on Saturday when he's part of the call team. Nash with a kick up towards half forward. And Calchadir worked out by Billy Frampton. His confidence is rising. Kicks it out to Parker. Marks on the members' wing. Now looking for McStay. Slides in front of Sicily. One of the better games he's played this season is Dan McStay. What's going on here?
So Sicily's
coming back.
Oh, Schultz bumped Sicily off when he was on the mark.
Gotcha.
So why's the ball coming back?
Well, because he didn't have a play on, I don't know.
They can't move anyway.
No, but you can't. Yeah, well, that's exactly right. But you can't touch the man on the mark, is why I'd say.
It allows Hawthorn to get numbers back. Collingwood by 17 points. Dan McStay now called to play on, so sends it in the pocket. Hawthorn players there. D'Ambrosio getting back. Good support from Battle. Chopping off the mosquito fleet for Collingwood, with Schultz trying to lead out. Switches across the goal face. Jarman empty marks. Collingwood by 17 points.
It's a good play, D'Ambrosio. Why'd they let him go, Corbett, from the Dons?
Just only had a 1-year deal on the table from Essendon. Had 2 at Hawthorn.
Okay.
Do the math.
It's pretty handy. Took the guaranteed time and what became an All-Australian squad member. Newcomb out of the back pocket. Should kick to Battle. Hawthorn out of defence. Now they're trying to get some speed on the ball. Handball out towards Amon. Long switch kick to a 2-on-1, and McStay, the one, broke it up, hits the deck. There's D'Ambrosio, wins it. McStay did well to knock it out of his hands. D'Ambrosio regathers, gives it to Nash, tumbles a kick forward. McGuinness turns into danger. Taken high by Maynard. Free kick McGuinness. He's just at his own pace a little bit.
Yeah, no awareness, did he?
He's lucky to get away with that one. Kick straight up the pipe. 2 pies up. Free kick for a push.
Big Ned.
Ned Reeves is going to get it.
Big noodle.
Yeah, he felt the contact. Big Ned Reeves, and just went with it. He knew he was too far under the ball, didn't he? So you may as well just have a little bit of a flop, but just no need for the gentle little touch on the shoulder, was there?
Rubber the green at the moment for the Hawks. They've had a couple of soft ones, working the ball from all the way deep in defence to inside 50. Generous free on the wing, and now one resulting in a shot at goal. Can they catch them in when they arrive? Reeves for back-to-back goals. Misses. And then the footy gods at work above. So 7-1 to 3-9. 16-point lead for the Pies. Time on in the second. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, Steele Sidebottom has come to the bench. I think that hand is okay, but he is icing it every time this is the first time he's been back off, but now that he's on the bench.
Statement stands.
Yeah, thanks, Benny. Houston brings Collingwood back into play up towards McStay. Sicily got hands to it. Couldn't complete the mark. Long for Collingwood. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. Finds his brother Josh. They do that so well. Hand pass away to Steen. Turns it over. Trying to get it to Elliott. Sicily takes it for Hawthorn. Hand pass to McDonald. Sidesteps the tackler to Newcomb and now to Impey. Hawks on the run. Kicks up towards Lewis. Frampton made the body contact. Spoils it away. Quick 1-2 with Parker. Got it to Lipinski. Collingwood switch it across half back. Jack Crisp just hangs on to it for a moment. Game 270 consecutive for him. Broke Jim Steins' record. Switches it to Maynard in the right back pocket. And now to Josh Dacos. Wants to get in the middle of the ground. It won't quite get to Steen. And offhands, Connor McDonald takes it for Hawthorn.
Good game of footy going. 16-point lead here for the Pies through the middle of the ground. McKenzie to Nash. Nash handball, missed the target. Crisp intercepts. Long kick inside 50. Buller. Marks uncontested, left half forward, and that is costly on the turnover.
Yeah, if you can't hit a 2-metre handball or a metre handball at best, you deserve to cop your right whack.
I dare say, here we go.
He hands it off. Away to Dan Houston, who loads up from range but misses. A behind. 17-point lead for the Pies.
Be a big irk, I reckon, of Sam Mitchell, wouldn't it? Not being able to hit your handball, Ben.
Oh, yeah.
Just knowing the way in which he went about his football and how they train down there.
Hard work out of defence for Hawthorn. Out to Jarman Impey. Hugs the boundary line with a kick to Ginnivan. 22 minutes gone, second quarter. Collingwood by 17 points. 7-2-44 to Hawthorn 3-9-27. McInnes picks up the loose kick on half forward. Watson spinning out of traffic. Got it back to Ginnivan. Too slow. Steele lays the tackle, holding the ball. In fact, it's Lockie Schultz who's going to be rewarded for his tackle. And Jack Ginnivan thought he had a step. Schultz tried to appeal for 50. It wasn't there. Kick isn't a bad effort, though, for Anderson. Rising over the top of the Irishman, Nash. Taps it to his own advantage. Tackle now by Newcomb. And the umpire will ball it up 55 metres out from Collingwood's goal. There's a lot going on, but the contest is engaging. The Pies by 17.
It's incredible how few rules the players are actually aware of and the interpretations. Like that Lockie Schultz thing about feinting to try and draw the player on the mark, that was eradicated 2 years ago. Yep. They said, look, if you're tryend to do that and sell the dummy on the mark and the guy moves, we're not going to
He's one bloke, I think, too. You don't want to sell County to Lockie Schultz. He doesn't buy any of it.
17-point lead for the Magpies from the restart. Long tried to take on the tackler. He's been penalised holding the ball. So Nash rewarded, half back for Hawthorn. So Hawks with the footy. 17 points down, 23 gone second term. There's the overlap run. The handball away to Impey. Long kick to half forward. Lewis in the box seat, floating across the front. Darcy Moore tried to intercept. Hits the deck. Lewis hands it to Ginnivan. Kicks deep to Deer. Back with the flight. Running out of the way. Crisp. Knocked through by Frampton. Deer just needed a kind bounce on the goal line, not to be. And the numbers game wins out, so a rush behind. That makes it 3-10 Hawthorn. They trail Collingwood 7-2. 24 minutes into the second term, Magpies by 16.
Houston spots Perryman on his own at left half back, finds him with a kick, clears the defensive 50. Perryman called to play on, looks up towards McStay. He might have compete with a couple, and in the end, Battle just used his body to bump him underneath and takes the mark for Hawthorn. Switches across half back, Eamon marks. Battle swoops around behind, ignores that, kicks towards Nash and Impey, both middle of the members' wing. Collingwood by 16 points. Time on in the second quarter. Jarman Impey trying to also make the case that Schultz moved on the mark and then dances around him. Gains a couple of metres. Sends a high ball inside 50. Mainly Pies there. Cameron and Moore spoil each other. Watson taps it to his own advantage. Runs into the pocket. Keeps his feet into the open goal. The Wizard dancing around them. And Jack Crisp couldn't get the tackle to stick. A much needed goal for Hawthorn ahead of half time. And Nick Watson ran the tightrope and got through. Collingwood lead by 10 points, 7-2-44 to Hawthorn, 4-10-34. Hawthorn with 3 goals to Collingwood's 2 in this second quarter. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport.
Oh, he's a nice player to watch, isn't he, Watson? I mean, just the way in which he read the ball then off the long ball coming in.
I love the way he attacks it.
The contest against Houston, so he just beelined it. Took it on, and then saw Crisp coming, and he's one bloke who probably not many people want to take on Crisp because he's a good tackler, but he just thought, no, I'm going to put the foot down here and just go hard and run straight towards goal. And awesome. Just love seeing that zip and power from such a bloke who's, what is he, 170 at best?
Yeah, at best.
But just great to watch, and a spark that Hawthorn really needed.
Okay, Schultz just got a full belly too, bought a little bit of candy.
Yeah, Moz didn't I?
10-point game. Back in the middle, here's Newcomb. First possession for the Hawks to McKenzie. Back to Newcomb, kicks into Houston. Nice smother, and the Pies are out. DeGoey collects. Handball away to Darcy Cameron. Gives a handball to Nick Dacos. Kicks to centre half forward. Superb. What an absolute star. Onto the chest of Ned Long.
Yeah.
And there's very few in the game that can do that. Lays it off to Dan Houston. Second time on the run. Second time he's missed. 26 minutes into the second term, behind Collingwood by 11. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Harry Perriman has come to the Collingwood bench with a hamstring issue. He's gone down into the rooms. I'm not sure if it's a corky or a strain or a tear, but certainly some kind of issue with the hamstring.
Thank you, Benny. We'll keep a close eye on that. Sicily takes the mark from Dylan Moore's kick at half-back. Had to bounce into Jamie Elliott to hang on to it. The Hawthorn co-captain. Kicks as long as he can around the worn wing. Big pack forms. Darcy Moore almost juggled the mark. Spills out past Anderson. And then Houston is tackled and brought down by Cal Shadir. And the umpire will ball it up. Dan Houston up to 15 disposals. Had a couple of behinds so far in this second quarter, leading disposal getter on the ground. Ginnivan read it off the hands best. Kicks for Hawthorn up to half forward. Weddle gathers. Corralled by Darcy Moore. Off a step, tries to lay one inside 50. And Gunston caught behind. Maynard takes the mark for Collingwood.
Ben Cameron on the boundary. Where's he sitting, Ben?
He's sitting on the back of the bench. So, I fear that this is a day done. He came out, reached the back of his right hammy as Jack Crisp asked him what was wrong, and he said, hammy. So, it doesn't look good.
That sounded like him too, Ben. He's country boy.
Yes.
That was your best farmer's voice.
Ben Cameron on the boundary. Harry Perryman in the second row on the bench, coming back up from the rooms. Hamstring concern. Barris takes an intercept mark as the Pies tried to exit defence. Loads up, back towards the hot spot. Spills down underneath Quaynor. Somehow extracted by Weddle. Handball to Watson. He's drilled in the tackle by Josh Dacos. Ball comes out back door. Connor McDonald. Handball to Gunston. Floats one goalward across the goal mouth. And Deer spills it. Bounces straight off his chest. And into the base of the behind post. This will be thrown in. Forward pocket for the Hawks. 11 points, a lead for Collingwood, 28 gone in the second term as we tick towards half-time.
Watts' favourite, Murph's favourite, Nick Watson is on the move for this throw-in as Meek tries to knock it over the back. Free kick for a hold. It's going Hawthorn's way. And it is going the way of Jai Newcomb.
Hand over the shoulder from Ned Long as he was trying to move through the stoppage.
So Newcomb fended him first to the middle of the chest, and then Long in response has grappled him high.
Yeah, he's been a bit sloppy, Ned Long, with a few free kicks given against him tonight. You just can't grab it all.
You can't argue that.
No, he's grabbed him and across the shoulder.
12 disposals so far tonight for Jai Newcomb. Looking to move Hawthorn back within single digits. From directly in front, 25 metres out, Newcomb does not miss. Well, the Hawks now starting to get on a little bit of a roll. They've kicked the last 2 goals of the match. And the margin for Collingwood is back to 5 points, having got out by 23 throughout this second quarter. Collingwood 7-3-45 to Hawthorn 5-10-40. 29 minutes gone, second quarter. The thoughts of Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy, your experts, on Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Just some of the work too by the Hawthorn forwards, just the amount of movement at that stoppage. It just causes a little bit of grabbing and danger when you're a Collingwood player down there. You think, oh, who am I going to go to here if I don't get the block and the handover right? And on that occasion, then Ned just that was just silly and just ill discipline, wasn't it?
Yep.
On the
all comes about because of movement,
skipper,
doesn't it? Because of movement. He's had the 5 clearances, Newcomb. He's been very good for them earlier, despite giving away a few free kicks.
Pies by just 5, so 15 scoring shots to 10. Hawks have had a boatload of them tonight, and they're edging ever so closer. Back into the middle. Darcy Cameron threw his boot at it, slips away to Amon. His hand pass to Meek right on the bell. And that'll do us to half-time. The Hawks trailed by as many as 23 points on a couple of occasions in that second term, and yet kicked the last 3 goals of the match to be within 5 at the long break. Collingwood 7-3-45, Hawthorn 5-10-40. The goal kickers so far tonight for the Magpies, 2 for De Goey, 1 each for Maynard, Schultz, Buller, Hayes and Anderson. Meanwhile for Hawthorn, 1 goal for 5 different players. Newcomb the last in the game, Watson, Reeves, D'Ambrosio kicked the first, and Jack Ginnivan has the other. Off the SMS, Rich from Ocean Grove, if Nick Dacos was my love child, I would be a very proud parent. A gentleman, as well as a great talent. Brad in Canberra says, hi Corby, I think that might be tall poppy syndrome, talking about the praise for Nick Dacos. And, hey Murph, you must have forgotten a great Carlton player you played with in Chris Judd, one of the real greats from John in Latrobe Valley. Go the Blues. If you say another player's great, does it mean somehow you diminish
you forgot. Right.
Yeah.
He's pretty
You can't please many people, can you?
I don't know about that. It's half-time here at the MCG. It's a 5-point advantage for the Magpies. Our number 1 picks, Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy, to the half here on ABC Sport.
Yeah, well, I suppose the scoreboard's reflective of probably the evenness of the game, isn't it, really? I mean, I thought Collingwood in that second term started to skip away a little bit, but Hawthorn rectified the contest, I think, for one, and then around moving the ball and getting some uncontested marks back on their side. I thought they started to then control the football a little bit better, and I think it was a bit of a spark out of Ned Reeves, got them going by taking a big grab against Darcy Cameron. I thought was really important, and then the Wizard, that goal that he kicked in the last 4 or 5 minutes, I thought was a really important one for the Hawks. But yeah, at the moment, I think it's a pretty even contest, and we haven't seen the likes of Nick Dacos, who I know a few of our listeners don't like us mentioning. He hasn't really had a huge impact on the game. He's had the 13 disposals, but for him, it almost seems like it's a fair way short of what his usual best is when he's averaging, I think, 37, to start this season. So he hasn't been tagged as such. He's been held in terms of just the Hawthorn overall defensive, sort of just quelled his influence so far in the game. But the one player that I've enjoyed watching tonight's been Jordan De Goey, who's got off the chain a little bit, been really powerful from stoppage and then getting hard forward. But I think a pretty even contest at the moment, Lids.
No, I totally agree. I think Collingwood jumped out, kicked straight, and were really effective going inside forward fifth in that first quarter. Hawthorn, not so much, but their ability there to get their hands on the footy, I feel like they dominated the ball, and it shows in the disposals, 107-68. That's probably a little bit concerning for the Pies in terms of, and to see Sidey sitting right at the bottom without touching it. Now we know he's got a hand issue, so he was on and off. And
that job on Sicily too, I'm not sure they're getting much bang for buck. And
I don't think he is. I mean, Sis has had 9 touches, so that's a job. I think
he's just trying to lead up and keep him accountable.
Trying to make him accountable, exactly. But that's not working. But for the Hawks to kick 4-3 they'll be a lot happier with that quarter and their ability to get back into this game. But I agree. I think it's a great game, good game of footy to watch, and there are two sides that are going to be there or thereabouts, I think, come the end of the year.
Collingwood's pressure in that first quarter was 166 to Hawthorn's 159. It feels like Collingwood have sort of rediscovered a bit of that sort of intensity around the ball, and then their forward line. Well, last week they scored over 100 points against the Bombers. The previous 15 games before that they hadn't been able to do so. So are you seeing more intent from them with their pressure resulting in the ability to be able to score?
Well, I certainly think that they had Hawthorn under the pump in that first quarter. I think it was a bit more freewheeling that in that second quarter. The
first quarter was hot, I thought, for both sides. I thought they were pretty strong around the contest, and there was guys who were fumbling and having to get rid of the ball pretty quickly. So I thought it was almost back to a bit of their best, Collingwood, from probably the start of last year in that first term. But I think the more the game's gone on, I think Hawthorn have settled a lot better and started.
They're trying to get speed on the ball, aren't they? I mean, they've had 55 handballs, 52 kicks in that quarter. They're really trying to create overlap and run. Jarman Impey's getting involved. Even Sicily and D'Ambrosio was really good on the wing. I noticed in that quarter there was a moment at the start of that quarter where it was Weddle v. I think it might have been Steen out on the other side. Weddle outmarks him 2 or 3 times. Coach is not happy with that. Right, Jack Chris, get over there on Weddle and let's even that up, and we'll get Ambrosio and Steen to play on each other. It was a bit of cat and mouse with that, but ultimately I think we're going to have a pretty good finish this one.
It's half-time here at the MCG. Couple off the SMS. Marcus in South Melbourne. I reckon most Victorians would still watch WA-SA in State of Origin, Corby, because it has players from their teams, and it's the first match of a new season. Appreciate that from Marcus. And then also Rory in Melbourne, one of our most loyal listeners, blind listener. Love your commentary. It's my birthday on Saturday, so I hope the Pies get the win for me tonight. Rory, appreciate all of that and your listenership. As always, good luck to your Pies in the second half. The margin is 5. There's been a star of the game who unfortunately has been struck down with injury. I say star of the game, maybe future star, former number 1 pick. We'll tell you more about it in just a moment. And the second half is not too far away here at the MCG. The Magpies at the half on top by 5. Hawthorn, though, with plenty of momentum hitting the rooms at half-time, having kicked the last 3 in the game. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, third quarter coming up. But first, the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, good evening. I'm Noni Edwards. Northern Territory Police say searching for suspected child murderer Jefferson Lewis is their sole job right now, following the discovery of a 5-year-old girl's body south of Alice Springs today. The body of the girl, now known as Kumanjai Little Baby for cultural reasons, was found 5 kilometres south of the town camp, where she was last seen late on Saturday night. They're urging Mr. Lewis to hand himself in and for his family not to assist him. The head of the Executive Council of Australian Jewry says grieving Jewish Australians still have burning questions about how the Bondi terror attack was able to unfold. The Royal Commission into Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion released its interim report today. The Peak Jewish Group's co-CEO Alex Rivchin acknowledged it's an important first step, but says serious questions remain.
How these individuals were able to acquire firearms, how they were able to travel to terror hotspots despite being known to authorities since at least 2019, how they were able to plan and plot and carry out reconnaissance in plain sight. Why wasn't the event better resourced by police? These are still burning questions which really haven't been resolved.
The federal court judge overseeing the ACCC's lawsuit against Woolworths over allegations of fake discounts has pushed back on the Consumer Watchdog's case. National Consumer Affairs reporter Michael Atkin has more.
Justice Michael O'Brien's got to decide whether Woolworths is guilty of this conduct or not. And he pushed back on the ACCC somewhat during its closing remarks, saying, well, it doesn't strike me that Woolworths and its promotional program, which was called Prices Dropped, is particularly nefarious or intentionally misleading. So really isn't then the case about whether these prices were genuinely established in the market, how the prices were chosen, and then whether customers were misled.
The organisers of the global Samud flotilla say Israel intercepted a number of ships and captured 6 Australians that were attempting to transport aid to Gaza. The flotilla is off the coast of Greece, near Crete, according to live tracking on the organisation's website. The Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade says it's ready to provide consular assistance to those affected. Australian Ethan Floyd from Students for Palestine was aboard the flotilla, and he says he saw drones and experienced lapses in communications during the interceptions.
We are less than a week into our journey, and it seems as though interception is imminent for us. We are seeing multiple boats being boarded and being intercepted. We have seen our radio communications and our cameras jammed and blocked, so our communications are really limited at the moment.
Israel says it enforces the maritime security blockade on the Gaza Strip and has been acting with professionalism and determination. Oil prices have again risen sharply, with Brent crude at one point reaching $126 a barrel, its highest figure in 4 years. The rises follow a report that the US military is set to brief the president on new plans for a wave of short and powerful strikes on Iran. The BBC's David Waddell has more.
The price of oil on the international markets has been hugely volatile since the beginning of the US-Israeli war on Iran. With the Strait of Hormuz all but closed to most international shipping, it's throttled the export of millions of barrels of oil every day from a region that normally services 20% of global oil consumption. As tensions have risen, so too has the price. But the look-ahead price has been trading at a discount to the spot price. That's what you'd pay for immediate purchases. That gap now seems to be closing.
Melbourne Storm will be aiming to end a 6-game losing streak in the NRL when it takes on the Dolphins in Brisbane tomorrow night. The losing run is the longest the club has had under coach Craig Bellamy. Coach says the club's hard work in training hasn't been replicated during the games.
The last few weeks, their preparation all forwards has been pretty good, but it hasn't sort of produced that on the field, So perhaps, we should look at bad weeks training. I'm not quite sure.
And the Live Golf League is reportedly set to lose its funding from Saudi Arabia, with players expected to be informed in the coming days. After weeks of speculation, the Wall Street Journal has today reported that Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund will stop its financial support of the breakaway league. It's estimated that $8.4 billion has been spent on the league since its inception in 2022. If the collapse is formalised, it's unclear which tour Australians Cam Smith, Mark Leishman, Lucas Herbert and Elvis Smiley will play on. ABC News.
Get your documentary fix on ABC iView.
We have an industry that's just running riot.
Like Sean McAuliffe's Going for Broke.
Last spin, come on.
Todd Sampson's Why.
The best things in life are on the other side of fear.
And more. Streaming now on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Paul bobbles around in all of that, and there's a free kick for an arm chop. It's going to come all the way back to Jamie Elliott. He lays it off here to Braden Maynard, who sneaks forward, and their perfect night in front of the sticks continues. Maynard with his first of the year.
Connor Nash gets it away to McDonald. The inside 50. Here's Jack Ginnivan. Here's a premiership magpie, Jack Ginnivan, as he veers out to the right, looking to try and strike goal, and you can't keep Jack out of it.
Free kick for Long, 50-metre penalty, drives it to full forward. Buller marks just outside the goal square in his 10th quarter as a Pie. Their new key forward has his first goal as a Magpie. Buller gets a lick of the ice cream, and every Magpie runs to him.
Sicily has space. Reeves is the target, wrestling with Cameron, got rid of him, and takes the mark directly in front. 40 metres out, the big ruckman comes in and celebrates in style. Free kick for a hold, it's going Hawthorn's way. John Newcomb.
Hand over the shoulder from Ned Long as he was trying to move through the stoppage.
From directly in front, 25 metres out, Newcomb does not miss. And the Hawks now starting to get on a little bit of a roll.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Sounds here from the second quarter where Hawthorn worked their way back into the game. They fell a game high 23 down on two different occasions and then kicked the last 3 goals of the half. Meanwhile, there's no NRL being played tonight. The reason for that, it's game 1 of women's origin. So New South Wales and Queensland level at 6-all at the moment. That is 21 and a half minutes to go before half-time. So 6-all between New South Wales and Queensland in that particular fixture. You can find it all, of course, through ABC Listen. Big news in the footy world today. Sam Lawler, a partial Achilles tear, so devastating news for the young Tiger. He's not only going to miss the trip to Perth to play the West Coast Eagles, but he's also going to miss a chunk of the season out injured at training earlier today. Some other NRL news. It feels like I'm jumping around all over the place, but the Melbourne Storm coach Craig Bellamy has been diagnosed with a form of a neurodegenerative disorder. The club has said that he is receiving the best possible medical treatment and has been advised by specialists that his diagnosis will not have an impact on his ability to coach the team in the immediate future, but a neurodegenerative disorder for Craig Bellamy. So our thoughts with the Melbourne Storm coach. They're on a big losing skid at the moment. And
6-game losing streak. Doesn't get any easier for the Storm at the moment.
Longest of his tenure in charge, Craig Bellamy, which obviously spans 2 decades now. And just repeating the report from Braden Ingram earlier tonight on 9 News that Andrew Dillon in Adelaide tomorrow. Still too early for a gather-round deal, but expected that WA will be hosting Origin against South Australia.
Is that breaking news that Andrew Dillon's going to be at the showdown?
Not so much. I think it's more that it's... he thought he was coming to announce the gather-round deal.
Right.
It's not done.
Yeah, I was going to be like, well, what's he doing next? He got on the cafe down Rathdown Street. Is he awesome? What else is he doing?
I am interested, Liz, on your take on the week that has been in Melbourne with the removal of Paul Guerra and then the decision. Well, there's a story from Danny Russell in The Age today debating about how they've tried to get the new training base at Caulfield, and the quote is the Demons wanting to build a Taj Mahal with a budget for a granny flat. And Dan Taylor takes over as the new CEO, having just resigned from his position at Stan.
Yes.
And Brian Cook fronts the media as the acting CEO and says, you know what, it's hard for people outside of the footy club to come in and understand what it's like to run a footy team. And the guy they've just replaced is now a guy who doesn't have footy experience.
Yep. Yeah, that was humorous. I wasn't sure. It's like, oh, great, so I'm up against it from the day dot. And was that Brian Cook just saying, nah, you probably should just keep me in here full time? Or was it more...
Bit of that.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I just found that there was an interesting comment after he's just been backed by the chairman.
It was a great line, wasn't it? That and clearly one that he's thought a lot about, where he's thought, hey, it helps that, if you have football experience in these roles. Like you said, the problem is it just doesn't marry up with the decision the board's just made. It's also another one that the old Ben Cameron always refers to it as the Dick Cheney manoeuvre, which is, we're scouring the landscape trying to find the suitable replacement, and sure enough, it happens to be a guy who's on the board that then goes and becomes holds a role in the footy club. Peter Bell did it at Fremantle, where he was on the board, and then obviously became the footy manager. Dean Solomon's done it in recent times. And then in more recent times, Tim Roberts has come off the board to now be the new chief executive. Dean Solomon went from on the board to an assistant coach. And this the same thing repeating here, where essentially a board member says, hey, I'm now the new CEO.
He only joined the board, though, in December 2025. So it's basically an admission we got the wrong guy in Paul Guerra and our eyes. We weren't aligned. And then when you think about the history of what's taken place with Simon Goodwin, the premiership coach, being sacked, Kate Roffey and Gary Pert, and all the events in Melbourne, the departure of Christian Petrarca and Clayton Oliver and Stephen May, it's bizarre little sort of triangle that club has become.
They haven't been afraid to make calls, hard calls.
And they're going really well still on field. And that's why I hear the commentary is like, oh, how do the players... I largely think that the players will be kept out of most of this sort of stuff because it's back office where you're not really involved.
Players would have no influence on them whatsoever. And the only one it might have on is Max Gawn.
Max Gawn,
He deals with the CEO on a regular basis, but most players would not even worry them at all.
How much would you have to do with the CEO in your playing career?
Well, it was different for me with when Brendan Gale, because he was more from a footy background, so he'd come into our leadership meetings quite a bit. And
he was Brian Cook approved, football background.
Yes, he had the acumen to come in, but I don't know.
Bad from you, the acumen to come in.
That's the right use of that word.
Yeah, it is. That's why I said it's good.
What about as a captain?
Surprised me a bit.
As a captain, Murph, would you have a little bit more contact with the CEO?
Yeah, you do as captain. Yeah, of course you do. So whether or not, as Liz said, that they come in every now and again into a leadership meeting, you might be doing something well and probably not quite good enough if the CEO's popping into a leadership meeting. But as most leaders probably do it at every football club, the interaction with CEO and board is certainly more prevalent than other players on the list.
It's more the older players.
Yeah. That Origin game is second half, isn't it? I think I said earlier it was before half time, but it's basically 17 minutes.
It's second half. Yeah.
Second half. So 17 minutes to go. New South Wales up against Queensland 6-all is the scoreline in the Women's Origin game. Call available through ABC Listen. And just on the game involving Melbourne this weekend, they play the Sydney Swans on Sunday. Of course, you can hear all the games here on ABC Sport. You can find it all through ABC Listen, even if it's not necessarily being beamed into your market on ABC Radio. The rest of the teams for the weekend, the showdown is on tomorrow night, so we've got this double header action. One game in Melbourne, the Bulldogs up against the Dockers. There's been 6 changes for the Dogs. Tim English, one of the ins. 5 guys out omitted and Adam Treloar out managed. Meanwhile, for the Dockers, we'll see them in Melbourne tomorrow with Paddy Voss back in that lineup, the only change. The showdown being played in Adelaide, Nick Murray has been omitted. James Borlase comes in. Curtin, Neil Bullen and Saligo among the ins for Adelaide there. Jordan Dawson is going to miss 2 after the emotional week that it's been and the funeral of his brother. So showdown tomorrow night in Adelaide, the dual site double header. A couple of other big names across the weekend. Parrish has been rested from the Bombers. Nick Cox plays his first game in 630 days. Sam DeConey's back for the Cats. Blitzarv's out injured. Sard, Ollie Hollands, Harry Mackay and Mark Pitternet in for the Blues. Heaney's back for the Swans, as mentioned, and Briggs gets another look at it for the Giants. He comes in for Nick Madden.
Just as you were running through the teams, Corby, Collingwood had their little warm-up, and Nick Dacos was getting a lot of work done on his hip. So he'll be a watch for the start of this third quarter.
Murph called that. Beagle eye.
Ben Cameron is down there on the boundary's edge. Ben, what can you spot from your vantage point?
Yeah, he's maybe just not at 100% tonight, Nick Dacos. Certainly just a watch, I think, throughout this second half. Right now he's in the middle.
Yep.
And he's just sort of trying to stretch that out and manipulate his body to maybe just feel it and see how he can move it. So I'll certainly keep a close eye on him.
And Harry Perryman, Ben?
Yeah, so a hamstring injury for Harry Perryman. I don't think he's
not
popped back out for this second half. Yeah, but I assume he'd be down in the rooms having a shower, putting the civvies on, and he'll pop back out in this third term.
Collingwood by 5 points as we get the second half underway. It's Steen doing battle in the ruck against Reeves, and it comes the way of Hawthorn. McKenzie half back to Newcomb. Got a shove in the back. Advantage taken for Hawthorn as Impey kicks up to Reeves. He'll get it back here. Members wing, tries to pierce a kick up to Cal Shadir. A bouncing ball in front of he and Parker. Connor Nash gathers, hand pass away to Deer. Searching hand pass for Carl Amon. Little fumble in front of Sidebottom, who now lays the tackle. Hand pass released out towards Hardwick. Left half forward for Hawthorn. Hand pass to Dylan Moore. Tries to come back in ball with a kick to John Newcomb. No closer to goal though. Just to the left of the centre circles in the middle of the MCG. The Hawthorn co-captain just sends a searching ball inside 50. It clears Reeves. Steen dropped the mark though. McGuinness front and centre. Tackle by Quainer. Just drops the footy. Spills out. Here's a chance for Watson. Dribbles it towards the teeth of goal. But it's picked up by Houston of Collingwood. Kicks up towards Buller. He's given away a free kick though. It's going the way of Sicily. And we'll take it on the Shane Warnstand side.
So everyone's set up in that section of the ground as a long kick inside 50. Big searching lead from Lewis. Spoil comes from the back. Pye scoop it up. Lipinski, Josh Dacos by hand. Goes back to Crisp. And kicks wide to Schultz, who takes the sprawling mark, skidding through on his knees.
There's great work right there from Lachie Schultz. He had to be the target because they had nothing else to go to.
Now the contest kick down the line. Steen in the tangle with Battle. Free kick for a hold. He's going to Battle. Not like, gee, they had as much of each other's jumper, and yet a free kick going the Hawks' way. And Battle, the All-Australian from last year, goes back and across to Sicily. Looking to get the wraparound hand pass. He does. McKenzie's going to be the outlet kick, so big switch here. Right back flank to the left one. He's off and running. Bit of space on that southern wing. Pokes the kick down to Lewis at half forward. Marks lays the hand pass off to D'Ambrosio. 60 from home. Kicks to the hot spot. Darcy Cameron getting back. Takes the intercept mark. Fullback for Collingwood.
Hand pass to Darcy Moore, who wasn't initially expecting it, but kicks out over the head of Crisp, and this will be a turnover. Lasso for a kick going Hawthorn's way, and Dylan Moore will take it. So just having a close look at Nick Dacos. He doesn't look like he's moving all that well. It's going to be a tough second half for him. Dylan Moore takes the free kick, loads it inside 50. Mitch Lewis, there might have been a hold there on the Collingwood rucking Darcy Cameron, and he will get the free kick. As Reeves just tried to hold him out and clear a path for Mitch Lewis. And Cameron gets a hand pass to Josh Dacos, short to brother Nick. Might give it back to Josh by hand. He does. He misses him with the hand pass. Has enough time to gather. Looks out towards the Warn wing. There, Rowan Steele's in space and he marks at right half back.
And pokes a kick down the line and finds Will Parker. Off he trots and dabs the kick down to half forward, and there was 3 pies there. He kicked it to the only Hawk. Hardwick takes the intercept mark. He goes short to Amon, and back the other way we go. Collingwood going to have to get back on defence here as a long kick from Amon to half forward. Finds Gunston. Hand pass away to D'Ambrosio, riding shotgun. Big leap Watson. Somehow sat on the shoulder of Darcy Moore. Gave away the free kick. Didn't make contact with the footy. And a free kick for what is deemed to be an unrealistic attempt from Nick Watson. Gee, got high.
He had to go, though. It was a poor entry. They didn't need to play on because they had no one down there. Darcy Moore got back to support. It was 1v2.
Well, they've had the 5 entries so far, the Hawks, and they've all been average, haven't they? Yep. Sort of almost hit and hope, and Cameron's been back there a few times to support.
Schultz receives a free kick on the wing, goes with a long kick down to Elliott, and he went with the climb, but Reeves picks it off. Got it for the Hawks, away to Hardwick, centering kick to McKenzie.
He looks to run away from Buller, ran a long way, hand pass to McInnes, just gets a hand pass away to Newcomb, to Nash, tackled by Houston, trying to give it back to Newcomb. McInnes slides in for Hawthorn, just got away from Houston, arching the back, kicks out to left half forward. Gunston a long way from home, kicks inside 50, looking for Dia. And it's chopped off by Rowan Steele for Collingwood. Kicks across laterally to Quainer, then short to Lipinski, gives it to Nick Dacos, over the top to Buller. Has it at half back for Collingwood, back to Nick Dacos, hand pass away to Steele, he has a fumble and now tackled by D'Ambrosio, that's where Collingwood lose it. Onto it, Carl Amon, hand pass out to Gunston, he's on the wing, gives it back to Amon, he looks up towards half forward, in prime position is Frampton, and despite the efforts of Mitch Lewis, a good contested mark from Billy Frampton, the Collingwood defender.
You've got to make them defend here somehow. They're going too fast for their own good, Hawthorn. It's playing into the Collingwood's hands.
Back to Darcy Moore. Off he trots, takes a bit of ground. Long kick to the wing. Impey in the box seat, picks it off. Forward half turnover for the Hawks. 5-point lead for Collingwood. No score in the second half, which is 5 minutes old. Kicks inboard to Reeves. Nutmegs himself as he drops the mark. And then he's earning a free kick for a high tackle.
It's been sloppy from both teams really to start this third term.
Reeves, high bomb inside 50. They come from all directions. Weddle flies, not to be. Spills down to McInnes. He coughs it up by hand. Darcy Moore gives it to Schultz on the back flank for Collingwood. Handball to Crisp. High kick down the line. One bounce out of play. Last disposal free for Hawthorn.
Just seeing the same play over and over again here. Just Collingwood's exiting, can't find anyone. Hawthorn trying to get it back in and being sloppy, trying to get it in there.
Sicily into Impey, kicks up the wing, battles hand pass in more to Newcomb. McKenzie arches the back, gets away from Anderson, kicks a centering ball, looking for the fly. And flying up D'Ambrosio, can't come down with the footy. Gathered by Moore, hand pass to Watson. He puts it out on the full. You can hear the Collingwood fans at the city end. No magic from the Wizard this time.
That was a good jump from Mass.
Certainly was. Had to double check it was him. He got great vertical leap.
Just both teams, well, Hawthorn breaking down, going inside 50, and Collingwood breaking down, getting out of D50. Just, they both had numerous cracks at trying to get it out there or get it in there, and both failing at the moment.
Dacos goes straight up the pipe, and there's Oscar Steen. Got his mitts around it, takes the mark. Handball away to Lipinski, searching hand pass forward to Anderson. Kicks for Elliott. Straight up the middle. Collingwood take the short way home, and Elliott marks 40 metres out just left of centre.
Isn't that always the way? You pepper, you try and get it inside forward 50 and get your scores up. And we look at Collingwood just... How's that kick from number 35? His ability to go up the middle of the ground. Good standing tall mark from Oscar Steen. Handball off and away they went. All the space in the world for Jamie Elliott. 8 inside 50s to 1 to start this quarter. And they're about to probably kick a goal.
Sets the tone in their offensive push for the Magpies. Elliott with his first kick of the night. Knocks through the goal. 7 minutes into the third term. It's the first time that shoe hit leather. And he puts Collingwood out by double digits. 8-3 to 5-10. 7.5 gone in the third term. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it just comes back to the class of Nick Dacos. Probably 99 times out of 100, someone who gets the ball there from a kick in that's gone out of bounds in the full is just going to go long down the line, aren't they? But he thinks, oh, no, let's just go through the middle over about 60 metres. Sees his ruckman, and then they get that run and gun handball chain going, and that's where the space is for Jamie Elliott.
Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron on the boundary. It's Dan Houston come your way.
Yeah, he certainly has, Clinchy. Just a little bit of a cut on the bottom lip, I think, for Dan Houston that they're just patching up at the moment.
Thanks, Benny. Hawthorn had 8 of the first 9 inside 50s, and yet Collingwood take it down the other end and score. Darcy Cameron in the middle of the ground wins down the tap for Collingwood. Anderson trying to extract it with Ward coming the other way. And the umpire will ball it up in the outer of the centre circles. Collingwood back out by 11 points with the first goal of the third quarter. Long tries to get it going forward for Collingwood. Lipinski got it out. Volleyed out of the air by Darcy Cameron up towards half forward. Battle and Barrass spoil each other. McStay tries to knock it clear. Collingwood half a chance. DeGoey, nice hand pass away. Trying to arc the back is Hayes to put through his second. Oh, that's a great finish. Collingwood just somehow pushed it forward in the end. It finished in the hands of the 19-year-old who did the rest. Collingwood back out by 17 points. The first 2 goals to the third term. They're 9-3-57 to Hawthorn, 5-10-40.
Every time Hawthorn look like they're dominating and getting one back, the Pies just seem to find a way to break away and keep that margin, haven't they? 17, 11 points, somewhere in and around there. I love the work of their young small forwards. They bring energy, young Grown Steele and Hayes. Lockie Schultz, you know how hard he works. You could almost put Jamie Allard into that category.
Ben Cameron on the boundary, Ben.
Yeah, Nick Dacos is on the bench at the moment, just getting a little bit of work done. They're just working on his calves at the moment, but we spoke about his hip and maybe just a little bit of a concern there, so I'll watch Nick Dacos very closely.
Thanks, Ben. 17-point lead for the Magpies. Back-to-back goals to start the third, despite Hawthorn's territory dominance. Ward shoots a hand pass forward. First clean possession. Got it to McDonald. Somehow out to Ginnivan. Squeezes it. Kick to Ward. Handball to half forward. D'Ambrosio 60 from home. Miss kicks it over the head of McKenzie and the Wizard Watson. And here's Quaynor, the only pie in the pack, takes the intercept mark. Comes wide with the kick. They're queuing up, and Maynard with almost the slips catch, diving out to his right.
It's farcical, this standing on the mark. You've got 2 blokes there. Don't know whether they can move or not. The umpire's having to call one of them out of there.
Yeah,
it's got to change, I think.
To what?
Just the way it used to be.
Maynard centering kick. Sicily, hand pass to Nash. Handball to Ward. Hawthorn go deep forward. Lewis, one out in the cage. Hand on it from Frampton. Watson where he needs to be. Spellbinding. The Wizard puts it through. Roving front and centre. And just foot on the gas at the drop of the ball. And runs it all the way in for his second. Collingwood's lead cut to 11. The Magpies 9-3-57. Hawthorn 6-10-46. 11 gone in the third. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio.
Yeah, as good as that is to watch, and we love seeing Nick Watson go to work. Isaac Quaynor just had to tread water there. So he's come in and just got way too close to the contest. So he's got within probably 2 metres of the drop of the ball. And Nick Watson just hung off him about 1 metre or 2. And very rarely he gets such a soft drop when the ball's going in like that area. So had to just tread water, come back, try and get some body on Nick Watson. Unfortunately, he's just got 2.
He went back to outnumber, didn't he, rather than just be a defender and defend.
Try and do the right thing, but at the same time, too, when you've got Nick Watson lurking around, you've got to get some contact.
See you later.
He is quick as a flash. Back in the middle of the ground. Meek wins down the tap against Cameron. Here goes Ward out of the middle of the ground for Hawthorn. Hand pass to McDonald from 50. Looks at the sticks. Fires it straight through. Back-to-back goals for Hawthorn. Here come the Hawks. Collingwood's lead all of a sudden cut back to 5. Having led by 17 at the 9-minute mark. We're now at the 12-minute mark. And it's back to just a 5-point game. Collingwood 9-3-57. Hawthorn 7-10-52. A centre bounce clearance for the Hawks. John Newcombe got the hand pass out to Ward. And Connor McDonald did the rest. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. There's some concerning signs. Darcy Cameron coming to the bench as well.
Yeah, just noticed that. I wonder the way he's hobbling off, whether it's an ankle or something, he land badly. Not sure. He'll go down and get checked out. We'll get Benny onto that one. I love the finish, fantastic. But what I love is the Josh Ward drive out of stoppage and the want to take the game forward. It's very easy just to bang those ones on the boot, but he went forward and then got the handball off to Connor McDonald. Great finish from 50 from a standing start.
2 goals in 2 minutes for the Hawks. Back in the middle, free kick. Collingwood's way. Ruck infringement. It's going to Oscar Steen.
Because he went over the line. Okay.
Second one we've seen tonight. Steen unloads inside 50. McStay judged at best. Had Barris flying over the top, and McStay marks true centre-half forward, 35 out.
Yeah, strange one by Barris. Just misread that.
Yeah, real misread.
Had no contact whatsoever on McStay. He certainly backs himself in. Like most of the Hawthorn defenders, they tend to just watch the ball and go for it and back themselves in. But on that occasion, just jumped too early, ran underneath, and McStay takes an easy grab.
This is the bit they need him to do, to knock it through on the set shot. McStay delivers. Story of the night. And Collingwood fend off another Hawthorn push. The Magpies by double digits still, 11 points. Collingwood 10-3-63, Hawthorn 7-10-52. 13 gone in the third. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Darcy Cameron was pretty much straight down the race into the rooms to be further assessed. It's certainly a right lower leg issue. What exactly? I'm not totally sure. It could be a knee.
So Sam Mitchell will just be ripping his hair out at the moment. So you look at the inside 50s start this third term, and 11-3 in favour of Hawthorn. And Collingwood have gone in there, obviously, the 3 occasions and kicked 3 goals straight.
Efficiency.
Yep.
At its best.
I'm not sold on that ruck rule.
No.
If you don't jump and then they go across the line, that's crap.
Ridiculous.
Tell us what you really think, Lids. Dan McStay becomes the 8th individual goal kicker. Steen rises up, comfortably wins down the tap, and Meek does the roving. Regathers for Hawthorn. Kicks up towards half forward. Gunston's there competing. It spills off hands. And long for Collingwood. Out past a Jock takeoff. Lipinski nowhere to go. Tackle by Ward holding the ball. Hawthorn take it back in the middle of the MCG. And Josh Ward's had a couple of good moments. He veers out to the left. Sends it deep inside 50. Looking for the lead of Lewis. 1-2 bites. Can't hang on to it. Frampton
Paid it.
thought he got a touch onto it. Umpire says, I'm paying the mark.
Oh. It's almost another touch on the way down by
Ryan Steele. Took a huge
Steele. I thought he just whacked it back into his hands. So I don't think he even he had 1 touch out of the 3, I reckon, then Lewis.
He hadn't controlled it when Steele hit it.
Well, I think Frampton spoiled it, and then
his hands looked like they were in front, though, didn't they? When he, yeah, his hands have hit that. No worries.
Mitch Lewis had 2 behinds early in the match. What are you paying, Lids?
I'm paying a mark.
Looking to make good now. Mitch Lewis does not waste the opportunity. And once more, the lead is sliced into. Back to a 5-point lead Collingwood's way. 10-3-63. They've been efficient as opposed to Hawthorn 8-10-58. We played 15 minutes in the third term. Billy Frampton's trying to plead his case to a few of his Collingwood defenders. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy with you Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
There's been a bit of by-play between those two. I've watched them before. There's a little jab thrown by Billy Frampton. I reckon it might have been the second quarter. And then after he's kicked the goal, Mitch Lewis might have had a few words to him. Just let him know that one's straight through the eye, diddle. And I don't think Billy liked it.
MRO related?
Well, it was a punch that I saw, or I thought I saw.
Yeah.
I'm not hanging.
Go with it. Hang on.
I'm not hanging him. It might have been an open hand, Your Honour.
Was it a punch to the midriff, was it?
Just to the back, I thought.
To the back.
I certainly saw Mitch Lewis turn around and look at him and have a few words.
Meek grabs it straight out of the ruck. Advantage applied. Everyone stopped, and Newcombe runs away with the footy. Drives it deep to full forward. Lewis again the target. No mark. Spills down to the croc. McDonald. Spin move and a goal. Gets the Hawthorn fans up and about. And his second gives Hawthorn the lead. For the first time since the opening moments, Hawthorn hit the front at the 17-minute mark of the third. 9-10-64. Collingwood 10-3-63. A 1-point lead for the Hawks. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
I mean, the one thing that really stands out when you look at the way in which Hawthorn play, their small forwards are all just one-touch players, aren't they?
Yep.
So they don't need a lot of the ball to really make you pay, and they've all got tricks. So if one doesn't get you, the other one will bob up and get you just as well. So it's one thing they've certainly got on their side. But they're starting to get some real dominance out of the centre square bounce.
Boyd Meek grabbed it there. He's like, well, if you're not going to jump into me and I'm not going to tap, I'm just going to grab it myself.
Hawthorn back in front by a point. Steen wins down the tap for Collingwood, looking for Nick Dacos. Ward slides in and DeGoey lays the tackle. And into Ben Cameron in a few moments' time to see if he can see Darcy Cameron on the bench. Meek and Steen do battle. Meek comfortably wins down the tap. Newcomb dumped in a tackle, couldn't get boot to ball. Lipinski for Collingwood. Out past to Nick Dacos, away to Quainer. Kicks up towards Schultz. Impey flies from behind, makes the spoil. They race after it. Parker races after Impey. Cleverly slaps it forward to Ginnivan, who can't gather. It's stuck between he and Schultz. Now it's tackled by Ginnivan. As the umpire circles, and on the very bottom of the pack is Rowan Steele. Ben Cameron on the boundary, and he signs of Darcy Cameron.
Yeah, he's back on the bench. I saw a replay. It looked like there was a knee knock in the middle of the ground at the ball up. But then they've been working on the back of his knee, in behind it. So I'm at a bit of a loss as to what exactly the issue is for Darcy.
I was already down Harry Perryman, who did his hamstring late in the second term. Also, Steele side bottom still out there, but he's got a busted finger that was stepped on in the first quarter. Darcy Cameron about to come back onto the ground, and Mark Murphy's been all over Nick Dacos, who's a little hitch in his giddy up tonight from the boundary throw in. Meek got a hand pass forward, picked up though by Houston. Handball away to Nick Dacos, back to Houston. Handball away to Long. Long, the daring 45 kick back inboard, and Elliott held out of it by Hardwick. Ball spills to McStay. Hardwick tackles him. Hawks win it. Sicily, centre half back. Handball away to Dylan Moore to Scrimshaw. Sweeps a hand pass all the way to the back flank from McGuinness, and he lays it off by hand to Battle.
Gave it to Carl Lamont. Maynard coming in, laid the block, got the hand pass to Gunston. He's been a lot higher up the ground since half-time. Feeds the hand pass back to Eamon, and Collingwood are forcing them back by foot to Sicily. Swings it back inside defensive 50 to Hardwick. Hawthorn by a point. Kicks out to right half back, and Jarman Impey takes the mark. He's got Weddle short, wants longer than that. Lloyd Meeks on a long searching lead. Thought about the hand pass to Weddle, now pushes back behind his mark. So Collingwood at least have stopped the momentum of the Hawks. As Lloyd Meek looks into the middle of the ground, nothing on offer, so he'll just poke it in the direction of Weddle. It's a clever kick, but backing back, Connor McDonald marks. 2 goals so far in this third quarter. Centres it up, looking for Ward. He marks right on 50. It's a congested forward 50 now. Pokes the kick. Gunston not 15. Plays on. Awkwardly drops it on his left boot. Up in the air. Newcomb comes charging out and takes the chest mark. He's the only player who flew in the air in the end. And ever courageous, Jai Newcomb propels himself and takes a good mark.
Yeah, I think a few Collingwood players wouldn't like to look at the replay of that one whenever they go through the tape. It's probably 3 of them all looking around, and no one went other than Jai Newcomb.
He was always going to go, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Never not going.
Hawthorn have booted 4 goals to 3 so far in this third quarter. Jai Newcomb has 1 already. Slightly left of centre. 35 metres out from goal. To give the Hawks some breathing space. He misses to the right-hand side. 9 goals, 11. 65 to Collingwood, 10-3, 63. The Hawks could lead by a lot more.
It's 20 scoring shots to 13. So +7 Hawthorn's way, and yet they lead the game by only 2 as Maynard goes short to Houston. Marks at centre half back, looks corridor, Elliott the target. Scrimshaw crunches him, spoils the footy. Down to side bottom, he's tackled. They're going to have a ball up just inside the centre square. Elliott, a little sore, as you can imagine, picks himself back up.
Looked after him pretty well there, Scrimshaw.
2-point lead for the Hawks. Hawthorn with a surge on here in the third term. As Nick Dacos just hits a volley out of mid-air, touched by Elliott on the way through, but spills to Hardwick. Hawthorn with it, comes wide to Impey, kicks down to half forward. Ginnivan and Houston run underneath it. Quaynor scoops it up for the Pies. Handball away to Houston. Hand pass puts Crisp into a bit of space, and he has a clanger. Puts it out on the full. Ben Cameron.
Jamie Elliott's just running towards the bench with a little bit of a hobble at the moment as well. As you said, Corb, the Pies already down a man.
He's had a rough night too with Hardwick for company, and right in front of us, Ben, as Battle looked to get the kick away. Lockie Schultz came and got him, holding the ball. Final 6 minutes of the third term. 2-point lead for Hawthorn. Schultz short and wide to Quaynor. And Collingwood number 3. 90th consecutive game tonight. So one of a number of Magpies just stringing a lot of consecutive games together. Kicks inside the forward 50. They come from all directions. Reeves spoils. More intervention. Free kick. Collingwood free. And it'll be a shot at goal at left half forward. And Oscar Steen points at his own chest. Looks at the umpire. The umpire nods, and Steen's getting the footy 40 metres out, left half forward.
That was a raffle. No one knew who that was going to.
It was Sicily. You could see before the ball coming in, just sort of put the two arms across and just stopped his jump at the contest. So it's probably fair enough when you look back at the replay.
Payback for the Reeves one earlier, I think, when he fell forward.
I think so.
He's had 3 scoring shots in his young career. He's kicked 3 straight. Oscar Steen, superb. The sharpshooter, straight through it goes. And Collingwood snatch back the lead. 23 gone in the third. Lead change number 3 of the night, 2 of them in this third quarter. The Magpies 11-3-69, Hawthorn 9-11-65, 23 gone in the third. Magpies by 4.
Nice kick for a big man.
That's beautiful.
Reminds me of old the Q-stick, Quinton Lynch. Did he wear 21 when he came to Collingwood?
Yes. All right.
Can we go back to that?
I reckon you're right.
He sort of kicked
He was
it like
21 at West Coast, wasn't he?
Yeah, maybe that's where I'm thinking about the 21, but it was a really important goal for the Pies nonetheless, though. They
haven't thought a lot
sort of
of
been trying
recently, by the way.
Q-stick.
Yeah, that's
get the glove off, throw it out with your bite the glove off.
And he wore 21 at West Coast and Collingwood.
There you go.
You're all over it. You're all over it. I don't know if did I steal your thunder, Ben Cameron?
Yeah, I was going to get him with that, but I also just want to report on Jamie Elliott. He seems okay. Shoot away the Dogs.
Thanks, Benny. Reeves wins down the tap against Steen, and Newcombe can't break away. So Collingwood back in front by 4 points, 4 goals apiece so far in this third quarter. Off hands, Newcombe, Connor McDonald gets the clearing kick up towards half forward. Houston had a go at it, missed it. Watson as well, taken by Maynard for Collingwood. Into the middle of the ground, clears Darcy Cameron, but a push in the back against Jack Scrimshaw. It'll come back the way of the Collingwood ruckman.
Just didn't need to do that. It already was underneath the contest, Cameron. Scrimshaw just a bit lazy in that effort there to contest the ball.
Hand passes to the right to Maynard, who chips it up to Josh Dacos. He marks it right half forward with Ginnivan on the mark. Collingwood by 4 points. Josh has brother Nick running into space. He kicks it to him as they so often find each other. He's still about 60 metres out from home. Out the punt road end. He veers to the right around Connor Nash. Surely not. Gives it a good ride. You bet. There's only one Nick Dacos. What a finish from the Collingwood maestro. Trick the messages. Collingwood by 10 points. 12-3-75 to Hawthorn 9-11-65. And if he's under some duress with a calf or a hip injury, well, not many can do that. Brett Delidio on Mark Murphy.
Yeah, very impressive that Clinchy. I was watching Nick do his work off the ball, but then I'm watching Josh as well. And Josh just waits. Oh, wait, there's a little bit of space. Got separation. All right, pop in the footy. But then he used that man on the mark just to full use again. Just waited enough to be able to get around and just bought 4, 5, 6 maybe more metres.
I don't know why Connor Nash didn't just rush him.
Go straight at him.
I mean, he was always going to try and run to... He's probably worried about getting stepped or something, but I think at that point in time, he's run from probably 65 to 50.
Gee, they've had every answer tonight. As Hawthorn have threatened to take the game away from them. They even put their nose in front, and Collingwood respond again. Played from in front most of the night. Ned Long, first possession at the restart. Handball to the wing, straight to D'Ambrosio. Kicks inside 50. Maynard flies, no mark. Broken up by Watson, out to half forward. Pies with the numbers. Houston to Josh Dacos. Handball away to Lipinski. Hand pass back inside to Long. Burst through the would-be tackle from McKenzie. Handball to Lipinski. Handball to Houston. Up over halfway, the Pies. Handball to Elliott. Back inboard by hand to Houston. Another forward handball to DeGoey. Spikes it wide. Looking for Cameron. It rolls out. And a boundary throw-in, 60 out from the Pies goal. Ben Cameron.
Oh, Jamie Elliott, he's having a tough night. He's taken some painkillers, and just then he went sprawling over the boundary line, and he's taken out the interchange steward. Cluttered into him, bundled him off his chair. He's dropped his iPad. He's had to pick it back up, and Jamie kindly helped him back up. But contact sport being an interchange steward.
Should have been standing there.
Yeah, Ben Cameron across it all, down boundary side. Free kick going Collingwood's way. Darcy Cameron's going to take it.
Where should he stand, Murph?
Just that happy Gilmore. Hit that guy. Shouldn't stand there.
Cameron sends it into the pocket. Steen with a fly. Can't come down with it. Empty for Hawthorn. Hand pass out to Amon. A high clearing kick. Asking Kalchadir to go for a fly. Darcy Moore makes the spoil. Running onto it, Newcombe. Shovels a hand pass forward to McDonald. Tries to spin out of a Darcy Cameron tackle. No whistle. comes out the way of Ginnivan, gets it forward to Kalshadir, takes a bounce at his number 13, hand pass to McKenzie, trying to sidestep Josh Dacos, found some space where there wasn't any, then kicks a high ball in the pocket, Maynard in front, Watson gives him a shove, and it trickles off hands and goes out of play. A throw in the right forward pocket for Hawthorn. Collingwood by 10 points. The Magpies with 5 goals to 4 in this third quarter.
They don't have breakdowns defensively much, do they, the Pies, where you see like one guy just completely getting out and waltz into an easy goal. Doesn't happen very often.
Keeps them in a lot of games.
Well drilled, yeah.
For whatever they lack in the offensive firepower. Buttoned up defensively from the boundary throw-in. Comes down to Ned Long. Surge kick forward, turnover. A little old school there. Can Hawthorn make them pay? And the turnover on halfway. Hardwick to Scrimshaw. Across the ground to Impey. Impey from the wing, southern side. Long kick to half forward to Weddle. Hawks are about to poke it back inside 50. Again, Collingwood with numbers back. All the black and white jumpers. Inside the 50 at the Ponsford stand end, the city end. Weddle, a dart into the pocket. Slides past a few. Onto the chest of Lipinski in the back pocket. 28.5 gone in the third term. Collingwood by 10. They led by 23 on a couple of occasions in the second. They even fell behind in this third term, but they've kicked the last 2 goals.
Lipinski up to half-back. Coming over the back, Battle spoils it down. McDonald tries to slop it on for Hawthorn, but it's picked up by Parker. Out past to Josh Dacos for Collingwood. Forward to Sidebottom and now to Schultz. Kicks in the middle of the ground. He didn't quite get the best of that. And Carl Amon pinches it for Hawthorn. Kicks up to McDonald. Hand pass to the run of Ginnivan. They're on the turnover. And Mitch Lewis takes the mark. He's had his problems in front of goal, but a chance to try and put through his second.
Yes,
out
bad,
to the right.
Bad turnover from Lockie Schultz. I could see what he was trying to do. He didn't have too many options down the line. There was a few Collingwood teammates who were more corridor, but it was such a hard kick to try and hit. And when you open yourself up like that, it's pretty hard to stop, even though they are such a great defensive unit.
He tried to tumble it past the defenders, but in the end it went straight to them. And Mitch Lewis looking to bite back for Hawthorn. He comes in from just inside 50. He's got rhythm now, and he puts through his second. And this arm wrestle of the third quarter continues. 5 goals apiece. A 10-goal quarter. Swanee would be rubbing his hands together. Collingwood 12-3-75. Hawthorn 10-11-71. Ahead of Murph and Litz. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Some kind of technical issues down here on the Collingwood bench. One of the iPads that sit in front of the players and gives them all of the details. I assume connecting to the coach's box isn't working, so they've gone to the middle bench, which is all of the officials, and tried to get that sorted, but some level of maybe turn it off again and on again sort of going on down here on the bench at the moment.
A bit like your life, Ben. You're one of the only people I know in 2026 your phone runs dead routinely, like during the day.
It's very close to going flat tonight, Corbin. You'll be pleased to know.
I've heard of a charger, mate.
Incredible how it just doesn't start the day often with a full charge.
Oh, God.
Incredible individual. Out of the middle, Newcombe for the Hawks. Kicks it to full forward. Picked off by Maynard. Handball away towards Parker. Kicks outside of the defensive 50. Up towards Schultz, who hits up on the wing. Handball away back to Parker. Puts it out in front of Nick Dacos. He's got McKenzie right there with him. Dacos paddles it out in front. Collects. Southern boundary line. Tries the KB. Handball to his own advantage. Picked off on the way through by Sicily. Knocks it back close to the boundary line. Still doesn't go out. Anderson goes and gets it. Sends the Pies to half forward. Tumbles it all the way through. The ball tumbles all the way through to Hardwick. Handball out in front. Chases his own handball. Gives it away to Barris. Barris kicks wide from McKenzie. And genuflects to take the mark. Defensive side of the wing. Collingwood by 4. Ticking towards three-quarter time.
As Ginnivan free boundary side. Chips it out to him. Left half back for the Hawks. And he's going to retreat back to battle. Collingwood by 4 points. 31.5 minutes gone in the third term. And both sides might feel like we've done enough attacking. Battle just bangs it as long as he can. Up the wing, big fly from Lewis. Can't take the mark. McDonald got it forward. Weddle clever to Watson. Hand pass over the head of Frampton. Back onto it, the Wizard from the left forward pocket. Kicks to the pocket for Dia. He plays on and finishes just before the siren. Interesting choice to play on. He got around Lipinski. And all's well that ends well for Cal Shadir. But what about the work of Nick Watson? Matching it with Dacos, who did similar at half forward for Collingwood. And Hawthorn lead at three-quarter time by 2 points. The last kick of the quarter coming through Cal Shadir at the 31-minute mark at 54 seconds. And Hawthorn finished with 6 goals to 5 in that third quarter and lead by 2 points. Fourth lead change of the match. Hawthorn 11-11-77. It's at Collingwood 12-3-75. Thumbs up for lead changes so far. And Hawthorn take it back right on the three-quarter time siren. As I put that goal down for Cal Shadir, that means the Hawks have goals. Two to Watson, 2 to McDonald. And individuals to Lewis, Reeves, Deer, D'Ambrosio, Ginnivan. Give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
Watson 2 as well.
Watson. Yeah, no, I got Watson for 2. 2 to DeGoey, individuals to Maynard, Elliott, Schultz, McStay, Steen, Buller, Nick Dacos, Hayes, and 2 as well for Anderson.
Jeez, it's a long list of goal kickers. So 12 goals to 11, as you said in that term. What a fun quarter of footy. So 6 goals to 5 Hawthorn's way. And after trailing for large parts of the night, they've got their nose in front after 3 lead changes in the third quarter alone. Hawks by 2 points. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. The thoughts of Lids and Murph coming up next.
For some, the world's a stage.
The theatre we make, it's visceral.
For others, it's a spreadsheet.
She has got to go.
Anne Edmonds and Kitty Flanagan star in the brand new comedy, Bad Company. Streaming now on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Hawthorn go deep forward. Lewis one out in the cage. Hand on it from Brandon. Watson where he needs to be. Spellbinding. The Wizard puts it through. Roving front and centre. Newcomb runs away with the footy. Drives it deep to full forward. Lewis again the target. No mark. Spills down to the croc. McDonald. Spin move and a goal. Gets the Hawthorn fans up and about. And his second gives Hawthorn the lead. For the first time since the opening moments. Free kick. Collingwood free. And it'll be a shot at goal on left half forward. Oscar Steen. Superb. The sharpshooter. Straight through it goes. And Collingwood snatch back the lead.
Weddle clever to Watson. Hand pass over the head of Frampton. Back onto the Wizard from the left forward pocket. Kicks to the pocket for Dia. He plays on and finishes just before the siren.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Oh, we got a good one going at the MCG. 4 lead changes, 3 of them in that third term, and at three-quarter time it is Hawthorn who lead it by 2 points. The thoughts about number 1 picks here on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio.
I'm not sure if it's just me or not, Lids, but I just feel that Collingwood are just hanging in at this point in time. The Hawks, in that third term, were all over them.
They're doing
in terms of just the uncontested game where they just owned a lot of the football. And you look at a lot of the key indications from that quarter, and the disposal count was heavily in Collingwood's favour, and it wasn't around the contest. So the contest is pretty even at 27 apiece, but where it starts to get tricky for the Collingwood is in the run, and we know that was going to be probably an issue in this game at some point. We know the game always breaks open in this final term, and players don't cover the ground quite as well. We know how good a running team Hawthorn are, but 20 inside 50s to 7 in that third term. In favour of Hawthorn.
For 7 scoring shots.
They're getting so many opportunities, and if they can just clean up that last kick going inside 50, they can make Collingwood pay in this final term. But you've got to give credit to Collingwood the way in which they've fought this game tonight. Been a few sore guys with Perriman being out in this second half. Dacos, as good as he was in that third term, he's still getting some work on that hip. So there's obviously something not quite right where he doesn't quite feel that's free, but his importance of that run in this final term is going to be key if Collingwood are going to find a way in this final term.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the biggest concern for Sam Mitchell at this point in time is it goes in 7 times, they kick 5 goals. It's like it's been one of the stingiest defences, for the best part of the last 12 to 18 months, and yet they're leaking them tonight. Their inability to stop the inside 50s once they go in. What have they had? 23 inside 50s, so they've actually limited the prize.
23 inside 50s for 3 quarters.
That is like anaconda restriction.
And the Pies have kicked 15 scores.
Yeah,
23 inside
12-3.
12-3.
Yeah.
So you're right in what you said and what you're feeling in this game, that Collingwood are just hanging in there. That is right, but their ability to kick straight has kept them in this game, hasn't it? And Hawthorn have left quite a few shots on the table. You know, they got lucky there late. Kel Shadir very nearly stuffed that one up. You can see Nick Watson there. He was celebrating. He's like, yes, we've got this. How good. Oh, no, what's he done? He's played on. He's got it away just in time before the siren, but
they haven't kicked many goals tonight, Hawthorn, from set shots, have they? A lot of their goals.
Gunston's had a quiet night. He's been up on the wing a bit more.
He has been a lot higher up the ground, hasn't he? But their goals have come from their smaller forwards who have been creative and spark and a bit of brilliance, which has resulted in their goals. And obviously that last one, just on the 3/4 time siren, was just Nick Watson's ability to get up the ground and then just race back towards goal and just break the game open.
The concern for Collingwood is a hamstring injury to Harry Perryman. He hasn't featured since the second quarter. Darcy Cameron came from the field in that third quarter. And Jamie Elliott, as Ben Cameron told you, is dealing with a bit of distress. So does Collingwood have the endeavour to fight back once more in this final term? Would you say Collingwood, in your estimations, has exceeded a bit tonight than what you expected?
Oh, absolutely. No, I come here expecting a 10-goal loss almost. Not quite 10, but I thought if Hawthorn can get this clicking, they should be all over this.
I think it's a fair call. When you look at the outs,
the outs were just too much for me.
And how good Hawthorn have been playing in the past few weeks.
We saw Nick Dacos do it on this ground a fortnight ago against the Blues. Can he have a big final quarter again? As Collingwood down by 2, we start the last. 1 down to Ward, kicks Hawthorn inside 50. Target is Deer. No mark, spills away to Gunston, slides past one would-be tackler, shoots goalward, misses everything.
Was it the Hawks-Swans game, Corb, where the Hawks really put that game to bed in the last? I reckon we're more likely to see that than we are to see a Nick Dacos special.
That was a big finish that night, wasn't it?
It was.
From Hawthorn against Sydney, where they rattled off 5 goals to 1 in the final quarter after trailing by 11 at 3/4 time.
Houston up to Buller, off hands, it's locked up. Ryan Steele has it hugged to his chest.
It feels like if Collingwood are to win, it feels like the only way you can see that happening is if Nick has
They've done it all night, though, haven't they? Like, they've hung him out all night. Maybe it might just be a nail-biter tonight.
Nash tries to get a hand pass out to Ward. There's nowhere for he to go as Lipinski lays the tackle with support for Nick Dacos.
Full time in the women's origin, by the way, Clinchy. 11-6 Blues. So New South Wales over Queensland, game 1 of the women's series.
And there's a great time of year when the State of Origin is action. Of course, coverage on ABC. Listen, gathered by Newcomb. Sends Hawthorn up to half forward, not intended for Reeves. He claims it. Umpire said it was 15 as well. He's at right half forward, 60 metres out from goal. Out the punt road end. And the ruckman leans over in game 50, having kicked a goal already. And decides to send it high up towards the clouds into the teeth of goal. Big fly from Deer, and Weddle just takes the mark in the middle of the pack. Deer went early. Weddle just held his position and comes down and takes the mark. And Collingwood defenders frustrated. They couldn't get a hand in there.
Yeah, was that intentional? You reckon that kick?
Well,
he nearly hit the wires that go across the top of the G, but
kicked it up the chimney, didn't he?
Do you reckon the Deer early rise was intentional?
I don't think so. I think, when you put it up there, when you've got some athletes who can really jump at it, though, Kelch Deer's one of them, and this bloke Weddle's the other.
This is what Josh Weddle can do. From 25 metres out, he misses to the right-hand side. 11 goals, 12 for Hawthorn tonight. And a chance goes begging to keep the first goal of the final term 2 minutes in.
They've left the door open for them, the Hawks, all night as Houston marks the kick out, goes long down the line. Crisp the target. Weddle breaks it up. There's a free kick for a high tackle that's coming back. It's going against Weddle, and Jack Crisp will get it. Game number 270 on the bounce tonight. Game number 282 overall for Jack Crisp. Of course, famously, the steak knives in the Dane Beam straight all those years ago. Back to Frampton. Frampton long to Roan Steele, who marks on that outer wing. Pokes a kick down the line and under the chest of young Hayes. 3-point lead. Hawthorn on top. 3 minutes into the last. It has been Collingwood who have led for 80% of the night. Kicks down to half forward. Buller the target. Battle knocks it out of play. So throw in between wing and half forward for the Pies. Thoughts on Buller's game tonight? What have we thought of young Jack Buller?
I haven't noticed him a heap, to be honest.
That's an appropriate answer. So playing his 3rd game tonight, 13th of his career, 24-year-old. Did kick a goal on his recall.
Reeves can't get boot to ball. Lipinski onto it. Hand pass out to Nick Dacos. Kicks to the pocket. It lands short of Buller. Battle makes the spoil. D'Ambrosio overran the footy and then he lays the tackle. And it's locked in the left forward pocket for Collingwood.
need something from De Goey, I reckon, this last term. He only had the one touch in that third period, so he was terrific in that first half, but need more out of him in this final term.
2 goals in the opening quarter. Tap comes down for Oscar Steen and it goes out of play as Ned Long tries to race after it. Hawthorn by 3 points, but Collingwood have it inside 50.
Could be some growing tension on the boundary riders' duties too. Ben Cameron's usually inside Mitch Cleary's back pocket. They usually always sit side by side. First Thursday night of the year, not together on the bench of the boundary riders for the boundary throw-in. Close to the boundary, Sicily gave a handball away and then his teammate locked up in D'Ambrosio. Ball up, forward pocket.
Everything okay?
Pies. Everything all right down there, Ben?
All good, all good.
Oh.
Does Mitch have a charger for you?
He did have a charger, Mitch, but it wasn't USB-C. It was the lightning cable. I needed the newer ones.
Jesus. Busy newsbreaker, doesn't have time to get to the latest phone. Mitch Cleary.
He'd have 2 phones, wouldn't he?
Oh, he'd have to.
Have 3, wouldn't he? I reckon.
Reeves kicks out to half-back. Watson marks. Handball away towards D'Ambrosio. He retreats back to Amon. Back flank, 3-point lead for the Hawks. 5 gone final term. Kicks down the wing and a good leap and mark. Gunston had to wear one from Maynard in the process. Has it on a halfway for Hawthorn.
Gunston pushes back behind his mark. Doesn't kick the goal tonight. He did think he had one earlier in the match, but that got taken back and kick up to Kalshadir. He ends up taking the mark.
Barash sneaking down. No.
Sends it long, looking for Mitch Lewis. It might land in front. Ginnivan got his way to the front, dropped the mark. Parker just pressured him enough. Crisp to Houston for Collingwood. Out past to Quainer. Back to Crisp. They run the gauntlet. Gets it out to Maynard. Links up with Crisp once more. Kicks off the instep across half-back to McStay, who's helping in defence. Out past to Lipinski. Here go Collingwood. Looks up the half-forward. Side bottom streaming forward. He takes the mark on his chest. He was the only player on half-forward. He marks in front of Carl Amon. They did that so well. Elliott, short lead to the pocket. Sidebottom finds him. He's out to the right, 45 metres out from goal. Not sure that was 15, but 2 experienced Magpies working well.
Neither did Tommy Barras. I think he's pretty filthy about that. He'll let me step it out for you, ump. That was, I reckon, every bit of about 11. Right decision. Great work rate from Steele Sidebottom. He had to be the target there. Jamie Elliott worked his backside off as well to be a target here, an option.
He's had 5 disposals, Jamie Elliott, only the 1 kick for 1 goal. He veers out to the right, hits it from 50, curls it from right to left. Has it got the journey? It does. Clears the fingertips of Reeves on the goal line. And Collingwood are back in front by 3 points. These never say die Pies continue to fight on. And that is the 5th lead change of the match after the Kalshadir goal just ahead of 3-quarter time. Collingwood with the first of the final term. It comes 6.5 minutes in. The Magpies 13-381 to Hawthorn 11-12-78.
Well, again, it was a quick ball movement. It goes all the way back to their D50 then the Pies. They could have probably taken the ball out. Jack Ginnivan had an opportunity to take a mark inside 50, but someone got a hand in there and got a spoil. And rather than just taking the ball out and getting another stoppage, they just thought, no, let's just run and gun the handball here. And just exposed Hawthorn on the way out, and the change of angles and the hands and the ball use by foot was just pretty classy, wasn't it? And they get the reward from Jamie Elliott, who worked really hard back towards goal and popped back up at it.
Back in the middle, one down towards Nash. He's tackled. Ball comes out. Ump says free kick for a hold. It's going to Nash. Jeez, as soon as he grabbed the footy, he was tackled by Anderson, popped the ball up. I don't know how he got it out. The ump said it was all legal. Nash goes short to McDonald, continues to shift it short to Dylan Moore, who takes the mark. Left half forward, it's almost true centre half forward for Hawthorn, Dylan Moore. He just lays it up to the hot spot, bounces off the chest of Frampton, no mark, spills to his direct opponent Lewis. He's tackled, dropped it in the tackle. Umpire comes in and says ball up as Anderson's locked up behind him.
I think Billy got Falcon there, almost hit him in the head.
3-point lead for Collingwood. Ball up inside the Hawks attacking 50.
Reeves wins down the tap. Gunston trying to break his way clear. Tackled by Houston, Moore and Nick Dacos, and the umpire will ball it up. 35 metres out from the Hawks goal. The punt road end. Collingwood leading by 3 points. Inside 50s, 4-2 the way of the Hawks, but they've doubled Collingwood in inside 50s. Reeves, hand pass down to Ward, tackled in the end. Desperate work in defence by Long. Spills out, McDonald kicks towards the goal line and almost bounces through. In fact, it was Reeves who had that flying shot on goal and just missed the wrong side of the goalpost. Collingwood's lead is 2 points.
Phil, all we're missing is a little bit of arc controversy late in the game here. I think it
doesn't feel right, does it?
It does. Or it's a bit of snicko for Murph.
We've had only one so far tonight. It was much earlier in the game. As Houston runs and carries, long kick to the wing. Cecily picks it off. Collingwood by 2. We've had 5 lead changes, 4 of them after half-time. And Pies with their nose in front at the moment. Cecily puts it back inside 50. 2 Pies fly in the air. Ball hits the deck. Comes out to Quaynor. Had it, lost it. Is Quaynor into the back of Watson? Says no. Ball up. Little man on the bottom of all that. 40 metres out from the Hawks' goal. Coming home to the punt road end. Collingwood by 2. Darcy Cameron wins the hit out. Spills down to Dylan Moore. Couldn't quite pick it up. Toe pokes it away. Straight to Houston. His hand pass up in the air. Lewis grabs it. Houston's got him. Ball up. Little closer to the Hawks' goal. 25 metres out. Collingwood by 2.
Reeves flicks it over the back. Looking for players on the move. Parker knocks it down to Long. Kicks out towards the boundary line. Collingwood players McStay and Sidebottom race after it. It'll be a lasso free kick Hawthorn's way. Tom Barras will take it in front of the Hawthorn bench. Collingwood have numbers back inside the defensive 50, so Reeves and Lewis are the 2 deepest targets. He sends it shallow of that. Darcy Moore sets himself, got hands to it, couldn't complete the mark. Spills out the way of Cameron of Collingwood. Hand pass to Chris, links up with Long, sends a tumbling ball up the wing. McStay sets himself, Barras in front. Barras could have been taken high, he will get a free kick. And MP wants to take the advantage to Scrimshaw across half-back for the Hawks.
The umpire blows a play on too as he switches all the way back to Battle, and Battle comes out of the southern wing for D'Ambrosio. Dabs the kick over to Connor McDonald. Marks immediately, sweeps a Polyfarmer hand pass out towards Gunston. Handball to the boundary line, finds Dylan Moore and then just stops, kicks off a step. Frampton went up one-handed, could have spoiled, couldn't kill it. McGuinness collects, shoots goalward, misses. Not to be for Finn McGuinness, who really hasn't gone anywhere near Nick Dacos tonight. A 1-point game on the McGuinness behind. There's been that kind of night. Collingwood have kicked straight. Hawthorn haven't. 13-3 leads 11-14. It's 25 scoring shots to 16, and the team with 16's up by a point 11 minutes into the last.
Josh Dacos brings Collingwood back into play. Sidebottom and Sicily in a scrap behind play. Off hands, Weddle is tackled by Crisp, and the umpire will ball it up just inside the boundary line under the Olympic stand, just to the left of our commentary position here on level 3. Collingwood by a point. Inside 50s, Hawthorn's way, Murph, 7-2. Nick Dacos gathers, dribbles the kick around the boundary line. That'll be a last touch as well, and a Hawthorn free kick.
That's much the same, isn't it, Clinchy? Just Hawthorn dominating inside 50s and just can't get the result in the scoreboard, whereas Collingwood only had the 2, scored 1 goal.
Pies by 1. They're down a man 11 minutes into the last. Amon goes long out down to half forward, and Quaynor went up with a fellow teammate and in the end knocked it out of bounds. Throw-in.
They've had that on probably 3 occasions in this last term where there's probably been 2 or 3 fly at the one contest rather than having awareness of a teammate and almost trying to shepherd the ball for one of the guys to take the mark.
James Sicily having his left ankle strapped. There's plenty happening on the Pies bench too to Ben Cameron in a moment as Meek palms it down. Back into all the players behind him. Anderson spun around, tackle with the footy, half forward for the Hawks. Ben Cameron.
Yeah, they're manipulating that right ankle of Darcy Cameron. Maybe that was the issue earlier on when he first came off from the ground, you remember, in the third quarter.
Sicily left ankle being strapped. On the other bench, over for Hawthorn. We're going to have repeat stoppages here. Still at half forward for Hawthorn. Throw a blanket over 20 players. Collingwood by a point. A dozen minutes into the last.
I'm liking Angry Anderson for Collingwood doing the job on John Newcomb. Leads as it comes down the way of Nick Dacos. Kicks up the wing. Clears Buller and McStay. Running onto it. Schultz though. Clever hand pass up to McStay. At right half forward. Into the pocket. Elliott one-on-one. Leads up against Hardwick and takes the mark. Plenty of the Collingwood players going to Jack Buller, who's a little slow to rise, but he made a contest and they got the ball forward.
Was it Lockie Schultz who got that handball over the top? Yeah.
Buller just got it down and then Schultz got a hand pass over the top.
Yeah, made the contest, but he just gets the right spot at the right time, as does this guy, Jamie Elliott. His ability to get himself and influence games late in games is absolutely clutch.
Just 3 inside 50s in this last quarter. Elliott is looking for his 3rd goal. He's 2nd of the final term. And you know what he does. He sends through a fourth quarter goal, 2 for him in this last quarter, 3 for the match, and Collingwood stretch it. It's a 7-point lead the Magpies' way, despite having just 3 of the 10 inside 50s in this final term. The Pies 14-3-87 to Hawthorn 11-14-80. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, 76,632 at the MCG. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy with you.
Well, it's been the case all night, Clinchy. Just Collingwood making the most of their opportunities and making the moments count. On that occasion, as we said, Lockie Schultz, just as soon as he saw the ball where it was, he just knew where his teammate was, and it was almost in his hands for half a second before he got rid of it. And then Jamie Elliott's just the king of getting hard back towards goal and then just leading back up the football. There's no one better at doing it other than probably Gunston, who's done it for 15 or 16 years, but Jamie Elliott is just all class.
3 kicks, 3 goals. The night for Jamie Elliott. Oscar Steen wins it down. De Goey threw his boot at it, high up in the air, then punches it forward. Hawthorn pick it off. Battle. Hand pass away towards McKenzie, still inside the centre square. Handball to Newcomb. He's got a bit of support. Runs, carries. Handball goes out wide to D'Ambrosio, southern wing. Handball further forward to McGuinness. Kicks down to half forward. Kicks it too wide. Out on the full. Don't worry about the last disposal. Under the old rules, that's a turnover. Free kick for Maynard, left half back, and the Magpies.
That was worst case for the Hawks. They had that many runners and it ended up in the one they didn't want kicking it.
The Pies by 7. They've led most of the night. Long kick down the wing. Spills off hands to Roan Steele. Hand pass further forward. Got it to Long. Handball to Hayes. Handball to De Goey. De Goey runs away. Kicks to full forward. Schultz down there. Smothers the ball. Can't keep it alive. Got it on the half volley and it trickles out next to the behind post. So a throw in deep forward for the Magpies. Coming home to the city end. They lead by 7.
Well done, Connor McDonald, just getting a hand on the hip of De Goey as soon as he was about to kick that ball inside 50 and force the error.
Collingwood with 2 straight to Hawthorn's 3 behinds in this final term. Meek and Steen down to the front. Newcomb left it in the end for Scrimshaw. Hand pass away to Ginnivan. Kicks out towards half-back. McGuinness leads the foot race. He'll get there first in front of Schultz. He doubles back. Needs support. Hand pass to Eamon. Back to Ginnivan. Pressure coming from Chris. Forces a turnover. Anderson gets a hand pass back to Schultz for Collingwood. Dances around McGuinness. Jams it on the right boot. High kick up to the 50. Players one way, then the other. Meat makes the spoil. Steele gets a hand pass forward for Collingwood. Knocked away by McStay. Socket off the ground by Hardwick for Hawthorn. McKenzie can't gather. Meat puts his frame over the footy. Trying to extract it. Tackle by Anderson. Spills out Long's way. His hand passes straight to Barras of Hawthorn. A high clearing kick up the wing. Ginnivan will fly. Oscar Steen the other way. Ginnivan did enough. Weddle gathers. Tackled by 3 Collingwood players. Holding the ball. Umpire team that he had prior opportunity by spinning into the tackle.
Schultz lays it off by hand to Crisp. 60 metres out. Kicks to full forward. McStay down there. Barras in the no-fly zone just picks it off and takes the intercept mark. Full-back for Hawthorn. 16 and a half gone final term. Collingwood by 7. Nick Dacos and Josh Dacos just lying down next to one another moments ago, having a rub on the bench. Want to stay warm for the last burst. Short kick from Ward to Battle and now out wide to Amon at half back. Ben Cameron.
Darcy Cameron looks like Ben Cameron running around the 10 earlier today. I mean, he's very proppy on that right ankle, not going very fast. I think he'll give it a go, but he doesn't look good.
Pies lost Perryman to a hamstring before half-time. Hawthorn switch it. Now at the southern side. Scrimshaw out of defence. Long kick to Gunston. Comes inboard to Impey. Pokes it to the wing. Ward's all alone. Marks on the logo. Handball to McKenzie. McKenzie runs, carries. Kicks into the forward pocket. Lewis the target. Quaynor spoils. Ball stays alive. Lewis handball to McDonald. Centering kick back to full forward for Hawthorn. McGuinness running back. Bowled over by Chris. Picked up by Lipinski. Clears for Collingwood. Kicks to Schultz on the wing.
What a big one-on-one inside defensive 50. Schultz chips it over the top to Buller. He marks centre of the members' side. Collingwood by 7 points. The Pies with 2 goals to 3 behinds in this final term. Both 2 goals for Collingwood have come through Jamie Elliott.
Just winning some big one-on-ones at the moment, aren't they? The Pies just to a man, just getting those moments right.
A moment for composure as they go back to Crisp across half back, up to Long, can't take the mark. Hand pass to Buller, Nick Dacos dodging and weaving, lost his footing, hand pass over the top, Anderson can't gather. Steen down low, got it out to Nick Dacos, into the middle of the ground. Kick mixed for Stay, intercepting mark taken by D'Ambrosio. Hawthorn on the attack to Scrimshaw, kicks up to McDonald. He marks at the edge of the centre square, Darcy Moore barrelled into him. Nothing in that, says the umpire. And McDonald has it. He looks laterally, can swing it out to Battle. He's no closer to goal, though. Over the top to McKenzie. He looks for the options. Mitch Lewis into space. He missed him. And Lipinski knocks it down for Collingwood. Ryan Steele tries to knock it out. Hand pass comes out from Maynard to Parker. Little tentative. McKenzie dodging and weaving. Gets the hand pass back to Battle. He chips it into the pocket. McInnes is there. Maynard gets a hand to it. Feels like every moment is important in this contest. Collingwood by 7 points. 20 minutes gone. Final term.
And they've led for more than 80% of the night, the Magpies. No Pendlebury, no Howe, no McCreary, no Membry. They were a near 5-goal underdog. And they lead by 7 points against the Hawks, who have won their last 6. From the boundary throw-in, comes down to Quaynor. Hand pass away to Maynard. Sidesteps his way around McGuinness. Kicks to the wing. The trainer's bowled over. Oh, and then hits the deck a second time trying to stand up. The Hawthorn trainer just straight-legged it. I hope he's okay, trying to get out of the way. And Schultz goes short to Quaynor, and Quaynor goes back to Crisp. Crisp, long kick to half forward. Schultz pushed in the back by Weddle, and the trainer walks off, having been taken by the turf monster twice. Ben Cameron's on the boundary.
He did have a bit of a limp up as he came to the bench, but I think he is okay, Corb.
Thank you, Ben. Nick Dacos kicks to centre half forward, intercepted by Meek. Can Hawthorn get something happening on the slingshot? Gives it to Amon, kicks out wide for D'Ambrosio, handball away to Battle. Battle kicks a high bomb down the wing, flying for it Frampton. In the end, he breaks it up into the path of Darcy Moore. There's a whistle on the play and a free kick over the shoulder. It's coming back to Hawthorn. Hawthorn footy, Nash to get it on the wing. Collingwood by 7. 6 and a bit to go in the ball game.
Nash wanted to get a hand pass away. That dried up, so kicks into the middle of the ground. Jarman Impey looks to swing it to the members' side. Ginnivan marks the former Pie. He's kicked a goal already tonight. He takes a bounce, runs his full measure. Hand pass to McKenzie, corralled by McStay. Back to Ginnivan, inside 50. High centering kick. Gunston flying against Moore. Got hands to it. The crummer is McDonald. He dribbles through the goal. His third.
Wow.
Gunston just made a contest against 3 Collingwood defenders, and Connor McDonald did the rest. Puts through his third goal, and Collingwood's lead is cut back to a point. 2 goals to 1. Collingwood's way in this final term. The Magpies 14-3-87. So Hawthorn 12-14-86. 22 minutes gone, final term. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy with you for Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
I thought they were gone here, Murph, when they started flipping the ball around here on the half-forward flank. But it was really great composure, and Cam McKenzie just held it long enough for Ginnivan then to break through and get out the back. If he had a little bit more penetration on his kick, he was probably cooked. He probably should have got to Gunston almost by himself, but great contest, Gunston. And then their small forwards, you spoke about it earlier, Murph, their ability, if one doesn't get you, the next one does. Connor McDonald, that's his third tonight. He's worked up and down the ground, been incredibly involved.
All in the second half for Connor McDonald. We got a 1-point game and another thriller at the G on a Thursday night. Knocked away by Crisp. Just toe pokes it out to half forward. Ginnivan left it behind. Banks bodies with Lipinski. Side bottom handball to Lipinski. Tackled, lost it. Ginnivan got it out to Amon. Kicks to the wing. Half volley pick up for Weddle. Couldn't trap it. Slides out of bounds. This has been a fun game of footy. 4 lead changes after half-time, 5 in the game. Collingwood have led for more than 80%. 76,632 above what was forecast on a superb balmy night. Temperature in the high teens. Got to 25 in Melbourne today. On the last day of April from the boundary throw-in. Lipinski's hand pass at turnover. McDonald back the other way. Kicks to half forward. Darcy Moore needed a goal. Deflects it to Frampton. The Wizard came and got him. Got a hand pass out to Quaynor. To Darcy Moore, who kicks to side bottom, who marks in front of the benches. The Wizard not rewarded for the chase down tackle on Frampton.
He almost got there too quickly, the Wizard. He almost needed to wait half a metre and then get him.
And you might not be able to tell, but the Hawthorn fans don't agree. Sidebottom at 35 years of age. Quick 1-2 with Nick Dacos. High kick up the wing. Buller's caught in a pack of hawks. It spills down to the front. Steen competes well. Schultz gathers. Hand pass to Degoe. Tackle by Weddle. There's no moments for hesitation. Hawthorn win the free kick. Amon took the advantage. Ginnivan tackled and brought down. No whistle. Crisp gets it away to Steen. Hand pass to Schultz. Collingwood's turn to attack again. Chips it over the top to Sidebottom. He's at right half forward. Elliott had led Buller as well.
Oh, 50.
And 50, I can only assume Mackenzie didn't stand. And we get our controversial moment at the 23-minute mark of the final term. Brett Delidio on Mark Murphy. Tell me what you see on the replay.
That's the issue. I can't really tell you. I mean, we've got an absolute cracking game here, and there's been a 50 paid for I don't know what.
So he either needs to stand or he can't be in the protected zone.
Cam Mackenzie, yeah.
He's coming in from the came in from behind the player taking the mark and tried to drift into the zone to stand it. And if you weren't there to begin with, you can't make it up retrospectively.
And still Sidebottom had his hand stood on early in the match. Has footy in hand, only about 10 metres out on a 45-degree angle. It's going to be a flashpoint and a chance to give Collingwood some space as Sidebottom bangs it through. And the Magpies with 3-1 in this final term. And they lead by 7 points. 15-3-93 to Hawthorn, 12-14-86. But the question is, with 76,632 fans, is it too hard to try and understand in that moment of clarity with so much noise?
So the difference there, if you're in the 5-metre zone, the 5-metre radius, somebody has to stand. I think the umpire deemed he wasn't in the 5-metre radius. Yeah. So for him to enter that, he can only enter it from in front of the mark. He can't come from behind the player that's taken the mark.
I understand that, but he didn't actually go and try and stand on the mark. He just ran past.
Well, he's in the zone. He's in the way. He's
like
in
10
the
metres
protected
away.
zone.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Well, I think he's deemed him to be
that zone looked further than the kick from Sidebottom to...
So we don't get the umpires, Mike. We don't get the advantage of whether the umpire's trying to give him warnings or not. So it'll certainly be one that'll be highlighted.
7 points, the lead for Collingwood. Final term, having led most of the night despite missing 4 of their veterans. Out of the middle, Nash, handball over to Newcomb, tumbles a kick inside 50. Houston picks it off for Collingwood. Handball to Degoe, long kick up to the wing, punched away by Barris, and that is a good old-fashioned spoil. Travelled 20 metres over the boundary line. We'll have a throw-in on halfway. This game's still got plenty of time to travel yet. We know Hawthorn trying to protect his win streak, which is now 6 games long. It's under threat here. 7 points their deficit. Collingwood on top.
Sicily going forward too, so change of tactic by Sam Mitchell.
Hawks have 1 interchange rotation remaining. Collingwood have 5. Leading by 7 points from the boundary throw-in. Sidebottom got it going forward. Away to Schultz. Handball to Nick Dacos. Darts through the middle of the G. Kicks the centre half forward over the head of Anderson. Weddle mops it up for Hawthorn. Oh, handball to Amon. Has a blooper. Spills it. Elliott jumps on top of it. Attracts a crowd. Ball up. Centre half forward for the Magpies. They lead by 7 points. 26.5 gone final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Geez, Lockie Schultz has been important this last term.
Thrown up, Reeves wins down the tap. Newcomb on the move, tries to knock it forward. Socket off the ground by Nash. Into the middle of the ground. Watson with a careful little touch. Volleyed it out to Moore. Tries to get a hand pass forward, looking for Mitch Lewis. Collingwood players streaming back. Lewis just got a kick away as Schultz came charging out. Quainer juggles the mark. Just hangs on to it and Sicily's gone forward.
Lockie Schultz. How good was that? Just enough. I mean, it wasn't a great kick.
Collingwood by 7 points. Quainer across half back to Houston. To Maynard, he marks in the left back pocket. He'll kick it back to Houston. They wax it between the two of them as Hawthorn, for the moment, aren't manning up. And now Watson to the left of the mark. So that option has dried up. Maynard plays on, hugs the boundary line, kicks as long as he can up the southern side. McStay the target, worked his opponent underneath and almost juggled the mark. Got rid of Barras, gets a hand pass out to Elliott. Now to the run of Hayes. Weddle offers chase, he bangs it up to a vacant half forward line. Racing after it, Impey will get back first. Sidebottom races after him.
Impey across the goal face to Ward. 7 point lead for the Pies. Ward out of defence. Long kick to Dylan Moore. We are now 27, almost 28 minutes into the last. Dylan Moore comes back inboard to Amon. Short kick for Hawthorn to Nash. Nash collects. Hand pass back to Amon. Runs, carries over halfway. Short kick to McDonald. Ginnivan and Gunston off the ground. Just one rotation left for the Hawks. McDonald takes advantage of the stand rule, kicks to the pocket, and there's Houston. Leading up in front of Sicily, takes the intercept mark for Collingwood. Final 2 minutes. 7-point lead for the Pies, and Houston can come out of defence.
Up towards McStay, takes the mark in front of Scrimshaw. And Sam McStay has had one of his better games for Collingwood.
He's competed really well tonight.
Yeah, hands have been good.
His marking has been what they would have hoped to have acquired from Brisbane. As he takes it at right half back, kicks up towards Buller. Schultz in front, almost holds onto it. Ward slides in, spills out to Nick Dacos. Hand pass to Buller, knocked on to side bottom, can't gather. Hardwick for Hawthorn, back to Impey. They need to take some risks. Hand pass to Hardwick, into the middle of the ground for Newcomb. He looks up into the middle, kicks to McKenzie. They've got the overlap. He tries to draw the player in Steen. Hand pass out to Battle. He loads up, high kick inside 50. Reeves and Sicily are there. In front, Steen spills to the front. Chance for Watson, tries to knock it on. McDonald, kick smothered by Quainer. Steen down low, tries to knock it out. Mitch Lewis, hand pass to Nash, gets it back to D'Ambrosio, cuts onto his left to keep it alive. He misses to the right. And it's a one straight kick game. Collingwood by 6 points. 29.5 minutes gone, final term. 15-3, 93 Collingwood. Hawthorn 12-15, 87.
These two teams in their long-running battles in the old VFL days have never played a draw. Long kick out of defence from Josh Dacos, picked off by Barris. Gives it to Ward. Centering kick. Darcy Moore spills it.
High.
Then lays a high tackle on Dylan Moore. It's Moore on Moore. And it's a free kick for Dylan. Centre half forward, straight in front.
Wow. Both Maynard and Moore there. Watson looked like he was ready to fly, but he's like, no, I'm underneath this footy. I can't fly. Just trying to do the right thing. This is a big kick.
And for the second time in 3 weeks, a kick after the siren to decide Thursday night footy. Dylan Moore's kicked it. We got a Thursday night stalemate. A draw between Collingwood and Hawthorn. They cannot be split. And after 174 meetings, they play the first ever draw against one another. 93 points apiece. At full time, the points are shared. 76,632. There's no song. There is silence. 93.
What more can you say? That's just didn't see that one coming in the last couple of minutes. I thought that Collingwood had done enough to put it to bed, but that last 10 seconds just didn't get the moments right with Darcy Moore and Braden Maynard. You can understand in the heat of the game both flying for the same contest, but it looked like Maynard just almost took the eyes out of what Moore saw and just spoiled him in a way, and
right out.
Just went too high with the tackle, unfortunately, on the follow-up. Darcy Moore.
How good was the Tom Barrass mark out here?
Huge one
on the flank, then to handball it on, get the ball moving. Josh Ward, I suppose you just have to launch that to that sort of spot, don't you? If he goes any deeper, it's probably an easy kill. Oh, it's just a couple of bad moments there for Darcy Moore.
And then the desperation to try and lay a tackle, which is high. And there's no doubting the tackle was across the shoulder.
Good composure from Dylan Moore to be able to knock that one through. As much as, you're not celebrating the win, there's still 2 points, and you get away with half, and it's...
You can see the reaction from both sides there. They were slapping, saying, boys, but at least we get the 2 points, You walk out of here with a job almost done, but at least you walk away with something.
First draw of the season, 174th meeting, first draw between these two teams, Collingwood and Hawthorn, which is an incredible stat in itself, to think that they first played each other at Glenferrie Oval in 1925. So here we are 101 years on, and for the first time we get a draw between the Pies and the Hawks. 15-13 93 Collingwood to 13-15 93 Hawthorn. Yeah. Dylan Moore kicks a goal after the siren to draw the game.
You almost feel in a way both sides walk off thinking that's not a bad result for us. I mean, Collingwood made the most of their opportunities. Hawthorn dominated a lot of that game, but in the last minute, I think Hawthorn would have certainly taken the 2 points from that.
I reckon Hawthorn would be filthy with that. I reckon they feel like they've left that on the table 100%. The 28 scoring shots to 18.
No,
that's
62 to 34 inside 50s Hawthorn.
It's a big discrepancy, isn't it?
No, it's huge. They were fumbly. They didn't connect well. They bombed way too much inside their forward 50. But we've got to give so much credit to the pressure, for one, the ability to get back and help out defensively. I thought the wingers for Collingwood were huge tonight in their ability to allow Quainer and Moore, Maynard, Frampton to be able to play their game. They're just so sound structurally, aren't they? Collingwood.
Dylan Moore, speaking on Channel 7 a short time ago, was quoted as saying at least one of us can kick straight as he's knocked through the goal after the bell to draw the team level. He turned around, he didn't really celebrate at all, did he? Which is
he kind of
so
put his
rare.
hands up in the air and said, what can you do?
Well, threw his hands up. And
so 4 Hawthorn players kicked 2 behinds. Weddle, Newcomb kicked 1-2, Mitch Lewis kicked 2-2, and Ned Reeves as well. But a what if could have been for Hawthorn kind of night when you kick 13 goals, 15.
What another intriguing Thursday night here at the MCG. We had obviously the events of Collingwood going back a fortnight ago, where Taylor Byrne had a look after the bell, missed to try and to give Carlton the win that night, or were they looking to draw too? I think they were looking to draw as well, and obviously wasn't able to do it to get out of there with the 2 points, and ultimately Collingwood won by 5. And tonight, they were in the same spot, the Pies, weren't they? They were on the wrong side of a kick after the bell, hoping that it missed so they could get out of here with the 4 points, and the last kick of the game robs them of 2 here, depending on how you look at it. 13-15 to 15-3, 93 points each at full time.
Did you guys play in a draw?
Yeah, 6.
Yeah. Six draws.
Yeah, I think I had the record until I reckon Jack and Shane and those boys played in 1 extra. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure I played in 6.
We say it every time there's a draw. It feels like one team won the draw and one team lost the draw. So you clearly feel like...
Nah, they were terrible. I didn't like them at all. Sort of just like it is now. Like there's no atmosphere now. Everyone's just like, oh, okay. Well, I mean, they started to cheer after the goal went through, which is great. And they're like, oh, actually, the only person who thought they had a win was Nathan Brown that time against the Dogs when he actually celebrated and he ran around with his hands.
Didn't realise.
He's like, oh God, I've bunkered this up.
Who won the draw tonight? If there had to be a winner and a loser,
Pies.
I think they got away with it in the end. When you look at the amount of inside 50s, 62 to 34, and the way in which they capitalised the Pies compared to Hawks, who made a meal of a few opportunities, they certainly played the better game, I think, the Hawks. But Collingwood, I mean, they've had 3 big outs, 4 big outs come out of their side. They walk away with 2 points. I think they would have taken that every day of the week this week.
So yeah, Lids had 6 draws. Jack Revolt has the most with 8.
Yeah, there you go. We played 2 more.
And I guess the topic for talkback will be, should we play extra time? Do we want draws still in the game? And yet, I feel like with all the drama, it sort of felt like the perfect way to finish the night.
Well, that's right. Like, how long do you have a half each way? About 2 minutes each way? Not too sure.
5 each way, maybe.
I think the final series is 3-3.
3-3, is it?
Yeah. 3 and time on, obviously. Yeah.
Would you take extra time, Murph?
No. Just leave it the way it is.
Happy with the draw?
Yeah, I'm happy with the draw. Yeah.
I'm happy with the draw. Yeah, I didn't like playing them, but I'm happy with that's what it is. So I don't think you. Could you imagine now how much that jeopardises the rest of the season? You'll be like, right, now you're going to go 5 minutes each way. Like it's.
It put bodies at risk, I think, even though it's just a short period of time each way. The last 3 or 4 minutes, blokes were just out on their feet, and the amount of hard running that goes into that last few minutes where the Hawks are trying to win the game, the Pies are trying to stop the momentum of the Hawks. So I think the only way to finish it is a draw. I think it's a smart way to do it.
93 points each of 2, 28 scoring shots to 18. And so Hawthorn had 10 more scoring shots, and yet they got to split the points after Dylan Moore kicked a winner after the bell. He was tackled high by Darcy Moore. Tackle slipped over the shoulder. He threw his head back. He knew that he'd got it wrong looking at the umpire, and from about 30 metres out directly in front, Dylan Moore, the Hawthorn variety, went back and knocked it through. So their 13th goal of the night ties the game, and that's how we finished. So Collingwood did lead it by as many as 7 points at the 26-minute mark of the final term when side bottom gold. And yet Hawthorn, at least with the last kick of the game, make sure that they get half the points. It is interesting in the context of the ladder, perhaps not now, a quarter of the way through, but maybe at the end.
Yep.
Even if you look at their fellow 6-win teams, so Fremantle play the Western Bulldogs tomorrow night, Sydney play Melbourne on Sunday. It just adds another wrinkle on the ladder. It takes percentage out of it, doesn't it, at least for the Hawks and the Magpies.
Interesting for boundary riders as to which rooms you go to as to who you thought is the better story out of a draw.
Benny,
find out where Benny pops up.
He'll be down there sort of zipping around between the two rooms, I'm sure.
I reckon he gets into the Collingwood rooms. What do you reckon, Lids?
Yeah, I think so. I reckon.
Were you keen to talk after a draw, Lids?
Nah, never. Nah, I mean, you'd be filthy and just like, oh, if I just did this, if we had have just done that. And that's where I think the Hawks would be. There's so much to be, like, they'd be really pleased with. Like, 34 inside 50s against and to keep to 18 scoring shots. Like, defensively across the ground, they've been great.
I reckon he'd be in the Hawks rooms. They had the big uplifting moment.
There he is. We can see him. He's in the Hawks rooms.
Oh, let's go down to him. He's down there as the boys are on their way in. Ben Cameron.
They've been in for a little while. You guys are a little late arriving, but they do feel like losing rooms down here. It's pretty glum, and Dylan Moore's just coming over right now to have a chat to me. So right here live on air, I might hand him the headphones, just having his little chocky drink, and he'll join us live here on the ABC. How would you express the emotions right now?
Quite numb. I actually don't really know how to feel. It's I feel like, we probably got away with one. We were 7 points down with 30 seconds to go, and we managed to get 2 points. Holy shit.
Coach Sam Mitchell just coming by and saying thank you after the late goal.
Well, I feel like instead of 0 points, at least we get 2 points. We can go and it could come in handy at the end of the day. We don't know.
What were you thinking as you took that shot right on the siren, or at the or after the siren as it all happened?
Just don't miss. But I just took a deep breath. Routine. If I missed doing my routine, then so be it. But if I didn't do my routine and I missed, then I'd be kicking myself. So I was happy I got back, took a deep breath, did my routine, and ended up kicking the goal.
It did feel like for us that you guys certainly dominated throughout the match. I mean, I think going into the final quarter, Collingwood had 23 inside 50s. Did it feel like that to you guys throughout the match, that it was on your terms and it just wasn't showing on the scoreboard?
Absolutely. I felt like, we controlled a lot of the game, but their defensive system is really solid, and it was tough to score inside 50. They gave us tough shots, and we couldn't convert them, and on their end, they were able to convert pretty much every time they went inside 50.
I'll send you upstairs. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio have a couple of questions for you.
Maury Lids here, mate. I want to talk to you about one of your fellow half-forward buddies in Connor McDonald, mate. I thought he was fantastic today. He's been probably pressing or on the edge of this sort of form for a fair while, mate, just with his work rate. But, you can't hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh, sorry, mate.
It was a good build-up. I was wondering why Dylan was looking at me so intently as you asked the question.
Sorry, mate.
Sorry, Dylan.
Take two. It's going to be very hard to repeat what I just said, Maury, but I want to talk to you about a young Connor McDonald, mate, and his ability to, work alongside yourself, obviously, and the other small forwards in Guinea and Watto, but I was really pleased for him with his form and what he's been able to put together this year, but also a little bit last year as well.
Yeah, Connor's a star. I feel like this year is really breaking through and everyone on the outside world is really noticing what he's been doing. But to be honest, the last 3 years, he's probably been the best trainer we've had at the club. But he just hasn't been able to put those performances week in, week out. And this year, so proud of him. He worked so hard on his game. And he's like a student of the game still. And he's always trying to learn and get better. And now to be dominating the big stage, really happy for him.
And I just need you to check on Bart, mate. I'm not sure whether you saw him go over there on the wing. Can you go and make sure that the physio's okay?
Yeah,
Did you see that?
I felt sorry for him. I heard the crowd go. I see Bart on the ground, and then he goes over again, and the crowd goes nuts. So I think he might have done a hammy.
I think it looked like he had. So can you just check on that for us?
Yeah, I'll be checking on him. Don't worry.
I thought he did a knee. Honestly, the way in which
the hyperextension.
The hyperextension. Yeah. It was a bit of.
This is Andrew Lambert, isn't it? The Hawthorn physio for those that missed it, who got collected on the wing, and unfortunately the Collingwood fans gave him the Bronx cheer.
Yeah, I'll assess him after the game.
Get him on the table and assess him, Maury. It's Murphy. I've never had a shot after the siren, but I know you talked about just going back through your routine, but is it the one you want when you're 35 directly in front to have that shot, or would you rather it from the pocket?
Oh, rather it from the pocket. Everyone expects you to kick it straight in front. So it was pretty nerve-wracking, and I don't know if it was better or worse. It was for the draw because I felt quite numb, but I didn't know whether to rush it or just go through my routine. But a few of the boys just said would rather take the draw, so I would just go back through it and luckily kicked it.
Well, I felt like it's called middle mass here, Dylan. It felt like a big moment. You kick a goal after the siren and decides the outcome of the game. I was expecting a big celebration. Looking at you, it looked like you didn't really know how to handle it. You sort of just threw your hands out and sort of said, "Oh well, yeah, that's not really what we came for, but it's what we got."
Yeah, I feel like the crowd wanted me to miss so they could cheer on something. Like nobody did a thing. Even some of the boys weren't sure what to do. I wasn't sure what to do, but that's the great game.
You've played in one before, obviously back in 2021 against Melbourne. Talk us through, I guess, this feeling that you've got now at the end of another draw. Does it get easier in any way in how to handle them, and where do you stand on the possibility of extra time?
I'd love extra time, to be honest. The weirdest thing is you're standing on the ground, both teams, there's no song getting played. So you're kind of just there, crowd's left, and you come into the rooms, and our families weren't even down here yet. So it's quite a numb feeling, and yeah, I'd love extra time.
Rory, I just want your assessment on how you feel like you guys are travelling at this point in time, coming off 6 wins in a row. And we saw a vision of Mitch giving you guys a bit of a rev up, or the boys, you weren't playing obviously last week, giving them a rev up at half time last week. How do you feel like you're tracking at this point in time of the season?
We feel like we just need to keep getting better each week. I know it's cliche, but when you're one of the better teams in the competition, people are looking at you more intently. So we've got to find new ways to beat opposition, and people are going to try and take away our strengths. So how can we double down on some things, but then look at new ways to score? And tonight Collingwood really did well to defend us, and we had a lot of inside 50s, but they made us kick from tough positions on the ground. So we're always trying to develop our game. We're going well. We've lost 1 game for the year and we're travelling well, but you always want to be better, and you guys know it firsthand. It's in footy, you're never satisfied with just wins. You just want to keep winning and dominating games.
Hawthorn forward Dylan Moore's with us. What did you think of a couple of the controversial moments? Cam McKenzie got pinned for being behind the mark and then trying to come in front and stand, and Steele Sidebottom got taken to the goal square almost. And then there was an interesting one where I think it was Billy Frampton who was tackled and wasn't rewarded for a tackle. I think it was Nick Watson who might have got him on half forward. So obviously when it comes down to the wire, it's some of these little moments that tend to sort of reflect back and wonder whether they were the right decisions.
Yeah, I feel like that's to the umpires. I'm not going to comment on that. Sorry, lads.
Kick the stumps over.
Sorry, lads.
Just spray more.
Dylan, appreciate your time. All the best next week.
I appreciate it, lads.
And Dylan Moore down there in the Hawthorn rooms. Short week again, so Thursday night up against Fremantle over in Perth. Next up for the Hawks, that'll be a juicy game of footy. 2 good teams in the young season, 2 6-win sides. The Hawks now 6.5, and Freo have a chance to be the first team to 7 tomorrow when they play the Bulldogs. We'll let Ben run and see if we can get some reaction from the Collingwood rooms.
I should have phrased that. Did he know what the 50-metre penalty was for, rather than asking whether he agreed with it all? But the Pies have got another good test against Geelong, who, off the back of last week, we're all curious to see how the Cats will front up this week. So
they got the Roos down there. The Roos are going okay, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they're, one they've got to get through this week before they get into next week, don't they?
And Craig McRae so often has referred to Collingwood's best when their defence is humming, and while they're still missing Jeremy Howe, they did look more organised and structured tonight than what they have in the first sort of 6 weeks of the season.
Well, I'll get your skipper back. He's an all-Australian defender, isn't he? So he knows what he's doing down there. But they did, and I mentioned, I think, through the call that they just look so set up behind the footy. Their ability to cover for each other but come across and support. Their smalls do a relatively good job, albeit, Connor McDonald's kicked 3. And I reckon the Wiz, what did he end up with, 2?
He ended up with 2. Mitch Lewis kicked 2, but the first time this season, Jack Gunston was kept goalless.
Yeah. So did you reckon he had the more match-up most of the night, Gunston?
He did. I think Maynard had him for various parts of the night as well.
Between him and Kelshire.
Yeah, but I just think the way, and Dylan Moore spoke about it then, just the way in which they make you shoot from angles, or they make you have long shots. So there was on numerous occasions tonight where they were shooting from well outside 45, 50 and getting those soft drops and then just getting spoiled over the line. So their defence is really strong. That's what they rely upon. And I think they did pretty well tonight, Collingwood, considering some of their outs they did have.
15-3 to 13-15, 93 on 93, a draw, the first of the season to start round 8 of the AFL Premiership season. Your thoughts, by the way, on 0437 774 774. That's 0437 774 774. We just asked Dylan Moore about how he'd feel about extra time. He says he's a fan. Dan Houston on 7 set off a 5-day break. I'm happy to share the points instead of going another 5 minutes. So there's some differing views on the inside the both camps as to how they felt about the extra time. Now from Fran off the SMS, hi team, thanks for the call. I think the Pies played the best I've seen for a while, and they kept going, didn't stop. Dug deep. We'll take it as long as the Hawks didn't take the chockies from Fran. Says go the Pies. Appreciate that, Fran. From Marcus, tonight illustrated why the line in the ruck and the stand rule are both stupid.
Yep. I agree with the ruck one. I think that's just ridiculous.
The stand rule's got a bit. There's got to be something done to that, doesn't there? I know you disagree with me.
Yeah, I disagree because I actually like that it opens the game up.
No, I like that fact. I like that fact how you can't move on the mark so people can run past.
But the people running through have got no play. Like that Ben Miller one, the Richmond-Melbourne game. That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
We should never, ever have that.
But that's an unintended consequence of having the rule. Like, you need a protected zone. And so the alternative in the Miller case, for example, is to tell the umpires, hey, unless someone's in the marking contest, don't pay it. And then you're asking the umpires, various levels of ability, to determine who's in the marking contest and who's not.
Exactly. And that's always been the problem with our game, though. So, yeah.
We might have some reaction inside the Collingwood rooms. A draw, which takes the Pies up to 5th on the table. Hawthorn outright on top on 6.5 wins, with, of course, the rest of the competition still to play this weekend. 93 apiece, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Into the Pies rooms, Ben Cameron.
I'm down here with Jack Crisp. What's the feeling after a draw?
Well, I'm sure you can tell by the crowd and everyone not cheering. It's a pretty dull feeling, but we'll take 2 points. But there was a lot to like tonight. We played some really, really good football, gave ourselves a chance to win, leading most of the game, but it wasn't to be in the end, so we'll just take the 2.
A very good finishing side you have been or were for a long period of time. I mean, maybe you didn't, I mean this respectfully, like it felt like you guys hung tough for a lot of the night. 7 points up with 30 seconds to go. Did you let one slip there at the end?
Yeah, look, you could say that, but it wasn't just those moments. There was plenty of moments throughout the game where we let them kick a few goals where we probably didn't want them to, like end of the third quarter, for instance. And then, they had some set shots as well that they got from some high free kicks, which we would probably like to have back. But, that's football. We live and we learn, and now we've got a good 9-day break.
Just before I send you upstairs, what is it, 270 consecutive games at the moment? It feels like it goes forever, but ice on your left foot, on your left Achilles, right Achilles, are you okay?
Yeah, doing all right, just precautionary. Had a sore toe for a little bit, and I got to ice the calves from running up and down the wing all night. So, off a 5-day break too, got to make sure my recovery's on point.
No thought of you having a rest?
Nah, let's not laugh we laugh at that stuff, come on. It's not going to happen.
We don't even want to put that in the universe. Give Fly any ideas. Upstairs, Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Yeah, Jack Murphy. What is it like for so our listeners listening in, playing off a 5-day break? You play a big game on Anzac Day and then butter up here against the Hawks on a Thursday night. Just the routine and the preparation that goes into playing 5 days later.
So it's pretty low-key at the start of the week. We got an extra day off and they put on some physio and massage in the club if you need. All we had this week was a main training session and a captain's run, and the boys kind of got moving their own way on that main day. It was pretty compact, but as we understand, a lot of guys are pretty sore. We've got to try and manage here and there, but main thing was to get moving, a couple of days out, get a bit of opposition stuff in as well, and then tick the legs over a little bit yesterday.
And what do you think? We were just discussing before about whether or not there's a need for extra time. How do you feel about it if you were be told you got 3 minutes each way at this point in time after a hard-fought game like that, after a 5-day break?
Look, I'm all for it. I feel like I could keep going. I feel great at the moment. Some blokes probably would disagree. But, as you know, it's a dull feeling with the draw. You obviously would probably rather win and lose. For me, I would, because it feels like we lost. Probably because we're in a good position to win the game. Might be different if we were kind of down and then had the last shot to draw. But... yeah, I'd probably take 4 points.
Crispy Lids, well done on your own game tonight, mate. I thought you went back and chopped out your defenders a hell of a lot. I want to ask you about one bloke who continues to insert himself in big moments in the game. That's Jamie Elliott. Do you marvel at his ability to, one, get on the end of it, but then two, to kick straight when you really need him to?
Yeah, geez, he's a joy to watch, isn't he? My favourite part's when he turns to the crowd every time he kicks a goal from the pocket, and he just puts his arms out, like, everyone knows what he's doing. But yeah, I stood behind for both of his goals, so I had box seat there, and it was just unbelievable. He just every time, week in, week out, he always plays a bit of a tough role, sometimes unrewarded, but then he pops up for real critical goals.
And another one, a forward line teammate of his, Lockie Schultz, mate. I know his first season there with you guys was wasn't probably at his best, but his last couple, mate, I feel like he's been outstanding and really sets the example for work rate, intensity, effort, and putting the opposition under pressure.
He does, and hit nail on the head. He's one of those players that you really love to play with because you know what you're going to get every time he takes out to the field. His forward pressure and his chase down pressure as well is really good, and he's strong in the air, so he's actually can be a bit of a target at times, and then quite crafty at ground level. So I love playing with Shooter. I'll back him to the hills to keep performing each week.
Jack Crisp was with us from the Collingwood Rooms. Jack, it's Matt Clinch. You mentioned how unusual it is. There's no song for either team. What do you say to Darcy Moore after obviously conceding that free kick to Dylan Moore?
It's just unlucky. We had our fair share of aerial moments, and we know they've got some small crafty forwards that will kind of duck and weave a little bit. But yeah, that's just footy. We'll look at. We probably won't look at that free kick, but we had plenty of other moments in the game that we can look back on and learn from. But yeah, we gave ourselves a shot. Wasn't to be.
You had 10 individual goal kickers tonight. Big win over Essendon last week. Where do you feel like tonight stacked up in terms of how well you played all season?
Yeah, I feel like we carried some form on, which is really, really good to see. I think some of our connection going inside 50's back, giving the forwards a good look. Some of our midfielders are going forward and kicking goals now as well. And then, since Oscar Steen's come to the ruck and give Darcy Cameron a bit of a chop out, gives us a better look in centre bounce and around stoppages.
I was about to ask about that. You kicked 15 goals from 34 entries and scored 44% of the time you went inside 50. It's almost the inverse of what's been the issue with Collingwood through the early part of the young season. What worked tonight? What was it in particular that was working for you that hasn't in the early part of the year?
I think we're probably using our numbers a little bit as well. We're not just kind of blazing away and kicking it to +1 down the line in the oppo. Using our numbers, draw the opposition up, and then give our forwards a chance one-on-one or let them compete at ground level.
We'll let you run to the meeting, Jack. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Jack Crisp in the Collingwood room, so 93-93. A draw full-time here at the MCG. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch, our number one picks, Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
He's incredible how he just keeps soldiering on, and he's more than happy just to continue to keep wanting to play over and over again. Doesn't want to have a rest.
Yeah.
He's going to try and get to 300, in my opinion.
It's incredible that his streak alone is put together what he has, 270 consecutive games. Full-time here at the MCG, a draw. There was some drama at the end where Darcy Moore tackled Dylan Moore high. This after Collingwood led by 7 points with 30 seconds to go. There was a D'Ambrosio behind. Ball came out of the defensive 50. Barris took a huge intercept mark, gave it off hurriedly to Josh Ward, put it back inside 50. As Moore, this is Dylan, collected on the half volley. He was tackled by Moore. Darcy of Collingwood over the shoulder. Moore goes back. That's Dylan. Has the last kick of the game. The last of the seconds peel off the clock, and after the bell, Dylan Moore ties the game from 30 metres out directly in front. So the first draw of the season, first draw ever in 101 years of Collingwood playing against Hawthorn. So we saw it here tonight at the MCG in front of 76,632. 3 goals for each of Connor McDonald and Jamie Elliott. All 3 of their goals for both of them coming in the second half. Nick Dacos finished with 34 and kicked a goal, and Dan Houston 32. Nick Watson was superb as well for Hawthorn and kicked 2 goals in the game. Some of the team stats are incredibly lopsided. So 28 more inside 50s for the Hawks. They had 28 scoring shots to 18. The inside 50 count ended 62 to 34. The clearance numbers, so plus 16 in favour of Hawthorn. The centre bounce clearances 19 to 5, so plus 14. And the time in front, if you look at that overall, 77.8% for the Magpies. So Collingwood played from in front most of the night. Now, they led by as many as 23 points on multiple occasions, and yet every other area of the game, including the scoring shots, they were dominated by the Hawks. It was a weird old night on that front.
Yeah, it certainly was. Yeah, well, I think, Crispy said, well, we were in front and it feels like a loss for us, but I certainly feel like the Hawks will be kicking themselves with what they've been able to do, how they've dominated that game. And I'd be interested in the expected score. I know we work off that every now and again as to what you try and sell a positive story for a side that loses potentially, but on this one, I assume that it'd just be Hawthorn should have won that one.
The injury front for both teams. So James Sicily ended the game on the bench. He had a left ankle concern. He did go forward in the last quarter, but ultimately headed to the bench. Meanwhile, for Collingwood, a little more serious here. A right leg complaint. Are we thinking ankle for Darcy Cameron?
Yep.
Ankle.
I saw something pop up on the screen, though, that it was knee on knee.
Okay.
Why he came off the ground initially, but then he had the ankle restrapped.
Well, I was about to say, and that they were mucking around with the shin guard and trying to sort of get in and under that for a lower leg complaint for Darcy Cameron. And then Harry Perryman's a bit more open and shut, but that looks like his standard 21-day hammy. So he didn't play in the second half and was out of the game at that stage. Still side bottom, had his finger stepped on earlier in the piece, his ring finger on his right hand. So he was able to play on with that, but that blew up immediately.
He looked like he was hampered, wasn't he, for the majority of the night? He only had the 9 disposals still, and certainly a game that usually nowhere near his lofty standards. So just hopefully that knuckle is okay.
Lids will do the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year coming up.
I'm looking forward to the votes because
it's a tricky gun. It's a tricky one.
John Newcomb had a night. He had 28 disposals.
Hey, don't give away who's getting the votes yet.
I'm just giving you some stats.
That's part of my spiel.
Oh, sorry. Righto. I'll let you hold fire.
What about to follow up on last week's votes? So Mark Murphy, who gave the top votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year to Marcus Bontempelli.
In an 11-goal loss.
And then followed up by saying, with confidence, I think he'll get at least 9. So indicating that one of the coaches will agree with him and say he was best on ground.
And the result was?
He only got 8.
Well, it was one off.
Yeah.
And the 10 votes went to? Charlie Curnow.
Charlie Curnow.
Yeah, he kicked 7.
Yeah. It's very hard to kick 7.
Can't get them all right. I got Brody Grundy right. For 1.
Did you? Yeah.
Couple off the SMS. Let's just get back to some of these rules. So, Stan in Hobart, high team, great game. Sadly, significantly influenced by umpires' interpretations right across the game. Stan, protected zone, holding the ball. Not sure I understand the game anymore. From Stan in Hobart. Mick says Hawthorn deserved to lose, coming from a Hawthorn supporter with that many inside 50s and Collingwood's injuries. Hawks still got some improving to do. From Mick. And from Pete in Ballarat, Hawks' third 5-day break this season will take the draw. Thought we played terribly. So good to get the game done.
They won't have another one now, will they? You only get 3 in a year?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that bodes well for the rest of the year.
Pete goes on to say, I reckon we're only going about 60% at the moment. We'll be handing out some hidings as the season rolls on for Pete in Ballarat.
Well, and that's why I wanted to ask Dylan Moore that question. Is to say, well, how do you feel? We want to keep improving, and I respect that answer. But it's like, I feel like they're only going at about 60% too. I don't think they're humming at the moment.
So can we just get back to the Stan rule, which we were chatting about before the Jack Crisp interview started? So that Cam McKenzie one, right? Do you want to do that, or do you want to do the Ben Miller one?
Go with whatever you like.
So the Cam McKenzie one in that scenario.
He's got his back up here.
No. I'm just explaining. Lids is on board with me. Believes in the Stan rule, and I'm just trying to help you understand it as best we can from the umpire's perspective. So in the Cam McKenzie one, essentially he runs through the protected zone when he wasn't already in that 5-metre radius when the mark was taking place. So he needs to detour out of the protective zone and run all the way around it. Because really the whole premise of the rule is you don't want him running in the periphery of the kicker, preventing him from going back into the corridor.
How far? What's the protected zone? Is it 7 metres?
5.
He was well and truly past 5. Yeah, exactly right. And that is the point where it becomes grey and people don't like it.
Yeah. So I thought he was coming inside the... I thought he was coming to stand the mark.
I think he ran towards goal when he was within probably 10 metres. I think he made no intention to go closer towards the mark.
Okay.
But that's why he doesn't do the arc out.
He was still running towards the goal.
So you don't think he was going to stand the mark?
No.
Right. That's what I thought he was doing.
No, he was pulled up. He only stopped once the umpire said that's 50.
Right.
So this is where I think it gets interesting if you have the umpire's mic where you can hear whether there was any instructions being given to him, whether he had to pull away, or whether it's basically just coming from behind side bottom, which is the trigger point for the umpire. You're coming from behind, you're in the protected area, so this is 50, unless you, almost like the old holding the ball, make an effort to try and show your intent to try and knock it clear, you're going to be penalised.
Yeah. But if he's not in if what you guys are saying is correct, and you don't feel like he's in that 5 metre,
I didn't think he was anywhere near the 5. Look, he might be. I reckon he's at least 7.
It's a big penalty, isn't it? So it cost them 50 metres and ultimately the goal. And that made it a 7-point game with a couple of minutes to play.
Greg Swan rattled off the stat that there was 27 times last season that a team scored over 100 points. We've already had 47 so far this season. So the intent is to try and open up scoring and to make it easier to score. But is that the result we want? That sort of confusion, that sort of debate?
Yeah. The one thing you don't want players not having a full understanding of it, and you don't want your fans to get disgruntled by it. I mean, if that was reversed and Collingwood was on the back end of that one, the joint would have been torn down.
That's as a result of the non-free kick paid for Nick Watson down here, which I don't think was a free kick. I think he was on the Billy Frampton too quick.
Yep.
They got a free kick back here. Ginneman tries to take advantage, fumbled 3 times between his legs, and then they go back the other way, get it side bottom.
The Goey one when he was tackled and penalised holding the ball.
Yes.
So the holding the ball one is another interesting one.
Yeah.
Because you've got contrasting in terms of Goey was penalised for holding the ball, whereas Billy Frampton, in the eyes of the umpire, made an attempt as Watson tackled him, and it came out.
It was almost like he picked the ball up straight away, tackled, fumbled out. It wasn't like he had any pride to try and get rid of it.
I think the one that was clearly the most controversial tonight was the one that you alluded to, the crossing the centre line for the ruck rule. The whole premise of this rule, right, is to have the ruckman back leaping at the footy.
Yes.
And yet twice tonight we saw the leaping ruckman penalised for jumping in the air. I don't know what he's
expecting
meant to do.
A contest.
And we meant to suspend the laws of gravity when he's in the middle of the air, and then just come straight down almost like he's hit a brick wall. And so because he's naturally gravity's taken him forward and he's ended up over
momentum's taking you forward.
Well, just make it a jump ball then.
And the other guy stopped.
Yeah.
Then he's crossed the centre line and twice.
It's rubbish.
Penalised.
You shouldn't be penalised for that.
Yeah.
If you're crossing the line and engaging, penalise, 100%. But if you go in expecting a contest up in the air and the other guy wusses out and steps around him, then you cannot penalise him for it.
No.
Because that's all it is. If I was a smaller bloke and I was up in the ruck there too, it's like I'd be stepping around too with Lloyd Meek coming at me. But
we don't want to reward the guy that's not jumping at the footy.
I agree. But he wasn't going to engage him and step across and try and take him out of the contest, which is what they did last year.
Yeah, which is the spirit of the rule.
Yeah.
The spirit of the rule is there to stop that. It's to stop the guy, even if they were both jumping and he jumps into his space before he's touched the footy or whatever it turns out to be, I'm happy with that. But twice tonight we saw one ruckman not jumping, the other guy floats across halfway, and twice he gave away the free kick.
One more hypothetical before we move on. If Scott Pendlebury plays tonight, what impact does that have?
Well, don't know.
Who knows? I don't know.
He's a good player. Yeah, adding another good player off a 5-day break.
And
he could have been Harry Perryman.
I know side bottom had the hand stood on, but like the 5-day break for a bloke who's, what's he, 36? They're hard ones to back up.
He was out of the side though, wasn't he? Sidey only came into the side.
Side bottom's 35, yeah.
So even it's just that hypothetical is a tough one to answer. Clinchy, I think we move on to the votes.
But we weren't one of those ones that Collingwood would be asked about the management of Pendlebury. Clearly they made this decision a fair way out, and then the incentive to try and win enough games to qualify for finals. That's what Craig McRae often references.
Yeah, and I think Craig McRae said it almost bluntly that they would have mapped out what the year looked like for Scott Pendlebury and trying to give him a rest at various points in the season, and they would have earmarked the one after Anzac Day being a 5-day break.
Membry, McCreery, Pendlebury, Howe, the four that missed tonight for Collingwood. Apart from that, the only guys really on their injury list are DiMatteo, who's largely played reserves footy so far, has got one more week with a back injury, and then young McInnes, who is just
done his knee.
His ACL, so he's had back-to-back knees. But apart from that, they're fully healthy, so only 6 guys essentially unavailable, 4 of them missing this week. And really, I think out of those 4, it's only Membry that looks like it's multiple weeks. They'll probably get the other 3 back for the game against the Cats next Saturday night.
If you're involved at Richmond Football Club, I'd be doing a deep dive on what they're doing at Collingwood with their high performance. I mean, that's an unbelievable bill of health, isn't it?
And considering how old all the guys are.
But then does it come back to just pure conditioning after a long period of time for a lot of those players who have been in the system for a lot longer than some of those young Richmond players.
Hawks pretty good too. So they did have Sicily banged up tonight with the left ankle. He got that restrapped. Hopefully that's
looked properly late though.
Too serious. He did, didn't he?
Yeah.
Joel's out with the hammy. Really, apart from that, the only other guy missing from their best team is Will Day. And Brett Delidio from his management team will be able to provide us this update. When's he coming back?
I think he's only like 3 to 4 away, so he'll play some minutes in the VFL and hopefully get another game in before the bye, I think, or their bye.
I heard him say during the week on Fox that AFL round 11, I think he's targeting as...
he's not far away at all.
A few VFL minutes. If you like Brett Delidio's analysis, which we all do, you can hear him through ABC AFL Daily every Friday. Full preview of the weekend, so no better way to get set than a key question from each of the games, plus our 3 big things out of Thursday night and our Super Dog selections. So Ben
stinking last week.
Ben Cameron and myself, along with Brett Delidio. By the time you're on your way to work tomorrow or school or whatever you're often doing, you can find that through ABC AFL Daily. 5 episodes a week, home of your footy conversation. Mark Murphy's there on a Monday night, plus Bob Murphy's there every Tuesday. We got Daniel Harford on a Sunday and Mick Moldhouse and Luke Ball on a Saturday. So that's your slate through ABC AFL Daily. A draw, 93 apiece, full-time, bit of drama at the end. We'll replay the last minute for you in a few moments, but essentially it ended with Darcy Moore laying a high tackle on Dylan Moore, and Hawthorn's Moore went back and knocked it through to give the Hawks 2 points, 93 apiece. And what was really on the scoreboard, it ended all even, but it was 28 scoring shots to 18. The votes, the ABC Footballer of the Year from Brett Delidio.
Yes, it's a tricky night tonight, Murph.
I hear it.
I'm not going to go laying claim to any coaches' votes that are going to come out off the back of this, but this little shout out to Lockie Schultz. I thought he was terrific.
He didn't get one.
No, he didn't. No, just missed. Loved his work, though, today. I thought he was terrific. And Josh Battle as well. Surprised me, 10 score involvements with 22 touches from centre-half back. He was pretty impressive as well. But 1 vote, little Nicky D.
One?
I don't, just 1 vote. Yeah, 34 today. He looked a little bit hampered. I went at 50%, so he gave it back a bit. But high standards, though, for Nicky D. He's 34, 10 contested. Just a 6 score involvements today.
50s.
Yeah, he was good.
Goal.
2 votes, Jai Newcomb. He had 28, 11 of those contested, 9 clearances, and 11 score involvements, kicked 1 goal to himself. Had he kicked 2-1, I reckon he might have snuck in there for 3, but 3 I've gone for C-Mac, Connor McDonald. I thought he was terrific tonight, kicked the 3 goals, 28 touches, was up and back. His work rate was huge, 9 score involvements to go with 6 inside 50s, 11 contested balls, so... That's my 3-2-1.
I like it. The Croc, Connor McDonald with 3, 2 for John Newcomb, 1 for Nick Dacos, the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. From Brett Delidio, 93 points apiece full-time here at the MCG on an interesting Thursday night. They all are, but we've had two in the last 3 weeks here that have been decided with a kick after the bell. First draw of the season after 5 lead changes.
Where did you rate the De Goey first quarter? 8 disposals and 2 goals. I mean, he wasn't able to sustain that for a match. I think he finished with 18 disposals, but I mean, it gives Collingwood fans a taste of the player he could potentially become when he has the...
He's always sort of done that, though, hasn't he? Like he's
not consistently, though, enough in the last 2 years.
Yeah, the last 2 years he's had a few injuries, he's been in and out, but he's always been that player who hasn't... I just don't really remember him being like dominant right throughout a game. You know,
what was his game time tonight? Sorry for a question out of the blue, but I mean, he's had 15 disposals in the first half and then had 3 in the second.
Yep.
So is he the type of player that you need to just have him on bursts?
He played 85% game time.
So is that too much for him? I mean,
he needs the old rules with Swanee and how it used to be.
Swanee used to
just on, off.
He used to go for 3 or 4 minutes and get off for 1 and then come back on and do it again, get off about 3 or 4 times. I know you can't do that, but...
Or more forward and just go into centre squares.
Well, literally just centre square, go forward, or play 70% game time and have more power in his running. I don't know what the answer is, but...
Yeah,
the more he can try and get what he delivered in that first half.
Well, he sparked them in the first quarter. It's just the question as to whether you can get longer out of him.
Yeah, don't underestimate how hard it is to actually impact the game when you're not a 6'5" forward when the ball's always being directed at you and you're playing against a pretty damn good back line. They've only had 34 inside 50s if you're playing in the front half. It does make it hard, but we can only judge it off the 8 disposal, 2 goal first quarter, and we're like, well, geez, we love that. How do we emulate that? How do we get more of that? But we don't see it consistently right throughout. But he's always been that burst, explosive player, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, that's the only reason I brought up. Is he out there for too long where he doesn't have the ability to burst enough? So do you get more bang for buck if he plays less game time?
Off the SMS, Frampton dead set holding the ball. Next text message from DP. Hang on, Corbin, if you're going to justify that one. How about telling us why 3 Collingwood players could do the same without penalty? I think Collingwood's short kicking tape measure stretched a lot for the Cam McKenzie. That was rubbish from DP. And from Alex in Moonee Ponds, you are not giving the Pies the credit they deserve. 5-day break for an aged group who misses Howe and Pendlebury and loses a defender before half-time, so they have less rotations from Alex and Moonee Ponds. Will you give enough credit to the Pies?
I think we have.
I think Lids and I were in the camp. That's as good as they've looked all season almost.
Yeah. I don't feel like we can win tonight. I feel like we're up against it.
You know what I do like? I like them keeping us honest.
Yes, 100%. I like the feedback. Feedback's a gift.
We're a bit like the draw.
I didn't mind the way in which Ben Cameron inserted himself into tonight's broadcast as well.
Which bit?
Talking about going around the tan.
Yeah, exactly.
Even though he was putting himself down, I just didn't know how he did insert himself.
It was Darcy Cameron, wasn't it? You said Darcy Cameron looked like Ben shuffling around the tan.
Amazing. What about Monday night too on AFL Monday, by the way, 6:30 Eastern Time. You can find us on 774 ABC Melbourne and across Victoria and through ABC Listen. Ben's just dropped the Bruce McAvaney too, sort of midway through his spiel the other night and just dropped a few names and off he trots.
Yeah, didn't he? Yeah.
Amazing. He's all over it. He's all over it. Benny, you can hear him, of course, on ABC AFL Daily tomorrow. We'll replay the last minute for you coming up in a few moments' time. The NRL tonight. There was no NRL in terms of the men's season because women's Origin was on, and the first game of the best-of-3 series was won by the Blues, so 11-6 full-time there. The men's competition resumes tomorrow night, so you'll get your Friday night doubleheader, and, of course, you can find it all through ABC Listen. We'll be at Docklands for the game between the Western Bulldogs and Fremantle. Using the Royal We, by the way, I'll be there at Docklands for the Dogs up against the Dockers. Now, the Dockers are humming. They're also winners of 6 straight. They come up against the Bulldogs tomorrow night, who have dropped 3 on the bounce. They've made 6 changes, Lids, but they do get back their ruckman. It's fair to say they were a different team the last time he played, sitting on top of the table.
Yeah, they certainly have been. Yeah, I mean, they've just been riddled with injuries, and to key players, it makes it really hard, doesn't it? You're loath to see any sort of side be able to compete when you're missing your 4 or 5 of your key ones in key positions. But English back I'm not actually that pleased about it because it means my boy Lockie Smith goes out of the side. No. But that's okay. They get stronger, which is good for the club. We'll see how they go.
Who are you tipping
in that game?
Yep.
No, I think Freo get it done.
Fair enough too. First time they've met since late last year, where they played that pseudo wildcard game where they against each other to end the regular season. Over to Adelaide in South Australia for the showdown. Jordan Dawson, after another emotional week, obviously the funeral of his brother Jared on Wednesday, he's not going to play for the Crows. Dan Curtin is though, so big week for the Curtin family. He comes back into the Adelaide team. Neil Bullen and Saligo also back in. James Borlase takes the place of Nick Murray, who's been omitted at selection up against the Power. Of course, the Power riding a wave of momentum on the back of their win on, last Saturday night on Anzac Day against the Cats. What do you reckon happens over in SA, Murph?
I think the Power get the job done.
I've tipped them as well. I think they're playing some okay footy at the moment.
I reckon better than okay. They've given Geelong a good touch-up. And then the previous week to that was Hawthorn at Docklands, where they almost could have got over the line.
Yep.
So their form's pretty strong, the Power.
Georgiades, Horn Francis, Butters, Alir. They start to look a better side when a few of those guys are playing well. Josh Carr, first coach showdown for Port Adelaide. 11-0 is his showdown history, apparently. So hasn't lost a showdown.
Really?
I was amazed by it as well.
Good record. He's only lost 4 times to Adelaide in his career, and that was all while he was playing for the Dockers. So he had 2 stints with Port Adelaide either side of obviously the bookended his career. The Saturday games, so double dipper at Docklands. You can actually buy a ticket that gets you into both games. So the first game is Essendon up against the Brisbane Lions. The nightcap is Carlton and St Kilda. If you buy the single ticket for $35, you can actually stay in the venue. You can have a full day at Marvel Stadium, see the ground get turned over, hang out at one of the bars.
You don't have to play hide and seek. You can just stay there.
8 quarters of footy legally. It's going to be a big day.
I'd rather be.
Darcy Parish.
Doesn't sound exclusive enough for Murph.
Darcy Parish has been rested. Nick Cox plays his first AFL game in 630 days. Dane Zorko's back for the two-time reigning premiers, and Cody Curtin, the little brother of Dan Curtin, makes his debut for the Brisbane Lions. And in the night spot, Murph, of course, your Blues, Sard, Ollie Hollands, Mackay, Pitternet. Some big ins to come up against a couple of familiar faces, obviously Silvani and De Koning. Tom playing against their old team for the first time.
Yeah, I'll be down there watching the boys go against a few old teammates, so it'll be interesting to see how they go about it. I mean, for both teams, really, it's a must-win, isn't it? There'll be some talking points out of it. Whoever
Saints coming off a big lick yourself sort of game.
Sometimes can set you up to fail.
It can, 100%.
Lyon was back to his best, saying that was hallway conversation. De Koning and Silvani playing against their former side. We've got that as the ABC VFL game on Saturday, Corby, as well. The Saints with Max King and the Blues with young Andrew Walker's son playing his first game in the VFL.
It's a big day of footy, so you can watch the Blues and the Saints in the evening, obviously the AFL version, and then the VFL on ABC TV from 12 noon. Other games on Saturday, so West Coast up against Richmond in the twilight spot. No Sam Lawler for an extended period of time after the partial Achilles tear. He was injured in training earlier this morning, so no good at all for the former number one pick. And in the same time slot, we've got these dual games in the twilight, Geelong and North Melbourne. So Sam De Koning comes back for the Cats there. Mark Blitzov's out for a period. To Sunday footy, this is arguably the best game of the weekend, second versus fourth as it was coming into the round. The Swans and it was first versus fourth coming into the round. The Swans up against the Demons. Isaac Heaney comes back for the Swans. Is anyone tipping the upset there?
No.
Swans across the board. And then the round concludes on a Sunday night on the Gold Coast. It's a holiday in Queensland on Monday, so they're going to play a true Sunday nighter. It starts at 7:20 Eastern Time. Gold Coast Suns up against the GWS Giants, so proper Sunday night game. So
who gets that one done?
Well, if you believe history, you would say the Giants.
Yes.
Giants almost never lose to the Suns. It's an incredible record that they've got against them now, which stretches back 16 games. They're 15-1 in that time, and the one loss was by 1 point.
Yes,
in Ballarat. Amazing.
A few growing pains for Dimmer all of a sudden.
Yeah, there is.
Not quite transitioning.
It's not humming at the moment, is it?
No. Good watch.
Yeah, good watch. Listen. Yeah, and I think the Giants are just starting to break through. I mean, a tough game against the Roos. I think they should have got that one done by a little bit more, in my opinion. But this would be a good watch.
Nighttime footy on the Gold Coast is not it. It's so dewy up there.
Right.
Too slippery.
Yeah, too slippery.
Yeah.
I'll be watching. So
I reckon bring it forward an hour and a half, so that way we can all, the lower states can watch that, and the kids can watch it, then go to bed.
Thanks to Damo Peck for all his work on socials tonight, to Aaron Bryant's back in the studio, to Stuart Hollywood Baker for his work as our audio tech. Thank you to Ben Cameron. You'll hear him on ABC AFL Daily, wherever you get your podcast tomorrow. Thanks to you, Clinchy.
It's Colby.
We'll hear from you later in the weekend, and of course the VFL from 12 noon on ABC TV. Thank you, Murph. Thank you, Lids.
Pleasure.
Lids will be back on ABC AFL Daily tomorrow. My name's Corbin Middlemass, signing off. 93-93, a draw is how it ended. These two teams in their long-running battles in the old VFL days have never played a draw. Long kick out of defence from Josh Dacos, picked off by Barris, gives it to Ward, centering kick. Darcy Moore spills it, then lays a high tackle on Dylan Moore. It's Moore on Moore, and it's a free kick for Dylan. Centre half forward, straight in front.
Wow. Both Maynard and Moore there. Watson looked like he was ready to fly, but he's like, no, I'm underneath this footy, I can't fly. Just trying to do the right thing. It's a big kick.
And for the second time in 3 weeks, a kick after the siren to decide Thursday night footy. Dylan Moore's kicked it. We got a Thursday night state